Night fell upon a luxurious building named Marlsfrlgold. Clang! The doorbell rang, signaling a visitor's arrival. An armored swordsman, clad in heavy armor and carrying a massive greatsword on his back, entered with an imposing aura. Inside was a bar, and the armored swordsman silently approached the counter. His left arm guard bore the image of a pitch-black dragon head, looking extremely formidable. Old bartender Chiao poured a drink and asked, "Old Chiao here, how was your haul today?" The armored swordsman shrugged, replying curtly that he'd only been farming a level 2 dungeon with some rookies, picking up a few wolf hides and fangs. He took a sip of beer and asked, "By the way, has that started yet?" Old Chiao confirmed, and both turned their eyes to the large screen in the bar. The screen announced that an event called The Slaughter had officially begun. The scene shifted to a parliamentary hall, where a voice announced that the vote had concluded. A spokesperson announced the results with a tense tone. 325 votes in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, he shouted, passing Bill 001, the dispossession of Mask, in the 7th year of the new calendar. Parliament Chairman He Yao stepped onto the podium, beginning his impeachment speech directly targeting a character codenamed Mask. He Yao listed a litany of Mask's heinous crimes: massacres, wrongful imprisonment of over 30,000 people, sabotage of diplomatic relations, and causing famine. The final verdict was death, while Mask sat in the defendant's chair, chillingly calm. But He Yao continued, stating that due to Mask's merits in repelling foreign invaders, the sentence had been reconsidered. The parliament decided to strip Mask of all supreme leadership and commander titles, but retained a special designation, Hero. As the sole special hero, Mask must unconditionally return to the battlefield whenever summoned. At another bar, a bearded patron lamented that, if Mask hadn't single-handedly fought off the enemies, humanity would have likely perished long ago. In the bar, a white-haired youth strained his neck. "What do you mean single-handedly? The credit clearly belongs to all of us, just like Hero, He Yao." The spiky-haired youth next to him chimed in, calling Mask trash. The bearded patron slammed the table, retorting, "How can you say that? Even the superpowered heroes were helpless against that disaster." But Mask stepped up and saved the world. The spiky-haired youth stubbornly argued that Mask was now just a delusional individual, believing that the mutants hadn't been wiped out and humanity wasn't ready for peace. He sneered, sarcastically remarking that Mask was either insane or simply wanted to return to his peak of power when everyone looked up to him. The bearded patron gazed thoughtfully at his beer, his voice full of hidden meaning. "No, he simply is." The scene shifted back to the trial, where He Yao feigned magnanimity. "Mask, you may leave with the honor of a special hero. Humanity will not forget your contributions." Mask sat there, his inner thoughts chilling. "Given my past crimes, this treatment is already beyond the law." His blue eyes gleamed sharply. The trial scene unfolded, with He Yao standing on the podium and Mask sitting alone, facing judgment. Mask's thoughts began to surface as he looked at the politicians in the gallery. What the hell is going on? He was utterly confused, wondering, didn't I die from the sneak attack of the Night King Lord? Mask realized this was the place where he was judged and betrayed by his comrades. He suspected this was merely a final flashback before his complete demise. Suddenly, a virtual notification panel appeared right before Mask, astonishing him. The main quest panel appeared. Rebuild humanity, accompanied by 2 choices and a notification that rewards would be granted upon completion. 2 subquest branches emerged: the path of the hero, protect humanity, or the path of the monster, slaughter humanity. A warning stated he would be forcibly teleported in 20 minutes. Mask's eyes flashed with light. He realized the unbelievable truth. I can't believe I've been reborn. He understood that he had returned to the exact crossroads of destiny, the historical moment that had changed his life. A terrifyingly confident smile spread across Mask's lips behind his mask. "This time, I choose." He decisively made his choice. The path of the monster. Returning to the reality of the trial, He Yao saw Mask silence and sarcastically asked, "Is your silence dissatisfaction with the verdict?" He then began a condescending lecture, stating that while Mask was a hero, he was emotionless, lacked political wisdom, and had obstructed too many people. He Yao continued his speech, proclaiming that the Federation had lost all credibility and that Mask, an outdated hero, was a stumbling block to the future. He declared that this trial would completely exile Mask, turning the hero into a useless individual. He Yao maliciously stated that, from now on, Mask would be nothing more than a harmless statue. The politicians sitting below looked smugly pleased. believing that if Mask dared to object, he was merely a power-hungry worm. At that moment, Mask raised his head, his voice ice-cold. "I have an objection." Crash! A sound echoed in the silent courtroom. Yao smirked triumphantly, thinking the prey had taken the bait. Good. At the same time, in a bar, the spiky-haired youth was boasting to his friend. "See? That old geezer won't give up power." The spiky-haired youth grew more agitated as he spoke, claiming Mask had sacrificed countless people to gain his power and deserved to be hanged for his crimes. On the bar's big screen, Mask declared, "I relinquish my special hero title." The noisy bar suddenly fell silent, everyone stunned by the declaration. Bang! Yao slammed his hand on the table, shouting in panic. "What did you just say?" Mask rose from the defendant's chair, repeating emphatically. "I said, I'm giving up the hero title." He placed a hand on his chest, his tone full of weariness. "I'm tired of being a hero." Yao pointed at Mask, yelling furiously. "Mask, are you showing your dissatisfaction with the Parliament's resolution with that childish attitude?" Mask turned his back and walked away, leaving only a casual question. "Dissatisfaction?" He calmly walked down the steps, declaring, "No, I'm not dissatisfied at all. I feel more relaxed than ever." Yao completely lost control, unable to believe what was happening. "No, this isn't right. You were supposed to obediently live the life of a silent hero, weren't you?" He continued to scream in helplessness. "Are you trying to use your power to fight against the entire Federation?" Yao cried out in despair. "Mask, you can't just leave like that." But Mask merely glanced back, asking coldly, "Anything else?" Yao watched Mask's retreating back, his voice full of threat. "Since you've given up your special hero title," he growled, declaring bluntly, "then you won't be allowed to keep that power either." In a bar, the spiky-haired youth sneered when his white-haired youth friend asked what the council chairman meant. "You don't understand something so obvious?" The spiky-haired youth explained smugly. "He wants to strip Mask of his power." A couple among the bar patrons wondered about Mask's rank, and the man recalled, "If I recall correctly, he's rank 13. A scarred veteran sitting nearby spoke up, his voice full of experience. "Mask's rank is 13, 2 to 4 ranks above Chairman Yao. Besides Mask, no one can reach a realm above level 10. The scarred veteran asserted confidently. "Even in the future, I don't think anyone will be able to." At the trial, Yao slammed the table, beginning his hypocritical speech. "Mask, you are where you are today because the Federation poured resources into you. You can't just turn your back and walk away." He glared, his voice full of menace. "Therefore, if you want to leave," Yao roared, releasing a faint surge of power. "Then you must give up all your power." Mask stood amidst the surging blue energy, repeating the question sarcastically. "Give up all my power?" The entire hall was dead silent. Yao was sweating profusely. The politicians were speechless, and the bar patrons were glued to the screen. Mask smirked, a smile full of defiance and contempt. "All right then." He raised his hand to the sky, a colossal, chaotic energy sphere forming in his palm, and declared, "I relinquish it." The energy sphere blazed brightly. Blue lightning bolts shot out in all directions, and terrifying pressure began to spread. A politician slammed the table in panic, realizing he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. The colossal energy contracted, condensing into a perfectly small orb in Mask's palm, demonstrating absolute control. Boom! The energy orb exploded, unleashing a shockwave that swept through the entire hall. The politicians were crushed onto their tables by the pressure, unable to move. A politician's face was pale, his mouth agape, pleading for help in vain as he was overwhelmed by Mask's power. Yao gripped the table with both hands, straining against the terrifying pressure, only one thought in his mind. So strong. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring off him, bitterly admitting that a rank 9 hero like himself had to use all his strength, just to resist the urge to kneel before Mask, who was unleashing a storm of blue energy. Mask stared directly at his opponent with knife-sharp eyes, coolly declaring, "You want it back? Then I'll give it to you." As he finished speaking, all the suppressed energy exploded, shooting straight up into the sky like a giant laser beam, tearing through the ground. The blue energy column pierced through everything, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The roof of the Parliament building was instantly blown away, the energy column soaring high into the sky. From afar, the civilians only saw an unprecedented mystical phenomenon, a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. The crowd of civilians on the streets screamed in panic, thinking another king-level monster had just descended, calling out to each other to find shelter. The energy column continued to shoot straight into the dark cloud layer, insane blue lightning spreading across the sky. The energy erupted violently, creating giant lightning bolts that swept across the city. Inside the hall, the politicians had been knocked unconscious by the shockwave, lying scattered amidst the rubble. The chaotic energy gradually retracted, condensing into a brilliant sword of light in Mask's hand. Yao scrambled to his feet amidst the ruins, astonished to realize that the display of power had lasted a full 10 minutes before dissipating. But then he smirked sinisterly, concluding, "That guy is just an ordinary person now." Yao laughed gleefully, his eyes flashing with malice. What's there to be afraid of if he's just an ordinary person? Mask stood there, his body no longer emitting any energy, calmly surveying the result of his actions. He turned and walked away, his cloak fluttering amidst the ruined landscape, his demeanor still utterly dominant. Yao, his face full of victorious confidence, ordered his subordinates, "Go. All of you. Go." Mask gently touched his mask, his eyes unwavering, ready for the next act. Amidst the rubble, Mask gently touched his mask. Yao sneered, uttering a threat. "Get out of here, or you'll die." Without bothering to reply, Mask turned and walked straight towards the grand doors of the courthouse, his cloak fluttering with an imposing aura. Slam! The doors shut with a brilliant red light, sealing the exit. Yao's jaw dropped, utterly panicked. Disappeared? How can that be? Scene change. A swirling blue spatial gate in a dark dungeon cave. An exploration team entered, the squad captain confidently briefing them. "Everyone, listen up. This is a level 3 secret realm. The final boss is just a level 3 spider guardian. Too easy for our team." The squad captain smirked, taunting. "I heard the monsters here are human-sized spiders. Is anyone on the team afraid of spiders?" The female warrior turned to comfort the young girl. "Qianliu, don't be afraid." But Qianliu immediately bristled. "Don't underestimate me. I'm not scared." The muscular brawler in the team complained, "Captain, stop joking. Let's go. I'm short on cash lately. Want to kill some monsters for a bit of money." The archer youth next to him agreed. The two of them started chatting about Mask's trial, the muscular brawler regretting not seeing it live, but the archer youth thought watching it via livestream was no different. The female warrior interjected, "That's true. If it weren't for all the other experts going to watch the trial live, this secret realm wouldn't even be our turn." The squad captain cut off their chatter. "All right, enough chit-chat. We should get going." The whole team responded in unison and boldly advanced deeper into the cave, ready to sweep through the secret realm. Suddenly, the spatial gate before them flashed intensely. The whole team startled and stopped, the squad captain cautiously turning back. "Huh? Someone's coming?" An utterly ordinary sneaker stepped out from the magic gate. Qianliu's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. A guy in a blue jacket with messy black hair, dressed like a civilian, casually stepped out from the spatial gate. The muscular brawler and the archer youth looked at each other, scoffing. What's wrong with this guy? Dares to enter a secret realm without any equipment? Exactly. He doesn't even have a weapon. The green-clad youth stood in the cold dungeon, thinking, "It's been so long, I'd forgotten what a low-level dungeon feels like." He smiled nostalgically, recalling the first time he came here after awakening and becoming a professional. His memories rewound to higher-level battlefields, a place where even monsters trembled in fear, facing a boss that was a nameless evil god. After losing all his power and being reset to level 1, the system threw him back here, his status screen appearing blank. The status screen clearly displayed his basic stats, confirming his novice status. He mused, asserting that in his previous life, the hero's path had proven utterly incapable of saving humanity. Now, he decided he would become a cold-blooded monster, a choice he considered truly worth looking forward to. The squad captain of the expedition team approached, patting his shoulder and asking genially, "Hey kid, here to farm dungeons too?" The squad captain glanced at the green-clad youth's civilian clothes, then asked directly, "Where's your weapon?" The green-clad youth raised his fist, calmly replying, "This is my weapon." The squad captain seemed to understand, patting his shoulder again. "Ah, so you're a martial artist. Using your body as a weapon saves a lot of money on equipment." The squad captain began to scrutinize him, thinking, anyone daring to venture into a level 3 dungeon must be confident in their strength. If he's a level 3 professional, he'll snatch a large portion of our team's reward. The green-clad youth coldly replied to the question about his level. Level 1. The entire expedition team, from the squad captain and the muscular brawler to the female warrior, froze at the unbelievable answer. Level 1. Still keeping his hand on the youth's shoulder, the squad captain asked again, with a disbelieving look. "Hey kid, you're not kidding, are you?" The squad captain sighed in relief, thinking, "So he's just a madman." Scared me for a second. He asked directly, "Coming here at level 1, are you trying to commit suicide?" The green-clad youth gently pushed the squad captain's hand off his shoulder, ending the false friendliness. He replied with a sharp gaze, "I came here to crush the monsters." The muscular brawler and the archer youth burst out laughing mockingly. "Crush monsters? Ridiculous. With your level 1 skill, I doubt you could even take down a level 2 healer." The green-clad youth didn't bother to argue, turning his back and walking away with a single sentence. "Don't worry, I won't bother you." The squad captain looked at the green-clad youth with a scornful look. "If you want to die, I won't stop you." He smirked, issuing a warning. "But don't expect us to save you." The entire team turned their backs and entered the dungeon, leaving the green-clad youth standing alone. The young woman in the team looked back with a worried gaze. As soon as they entered the fight, the female warrior unleashed a max-power fireball, shouting, "Explode!" The fireball immediately blew apart an insectoid monster. The archer youth drew his bow, firing a glowing energy arrow, and shouted, "Captain, watch your back." The arrow pierced the head of a monster charging to attack the squad captain from behind. The squad captain glanced, casually saying thanks, before continuing to fight. The muscular brawler charged into the horde of monsters, swinging his blade, slaughtering like a machine, roaring, "Die!" While the entire team was engaged in intense combat, the green-clad youth merely stood with his arms crossed, observing from a distance. The young woman from earlier approached him, striking up a conversation. Captain Song's attitude earlier was a bit unpleasant, wasn't it? She further explained, "But don't take it to heart. The captain only had good intentions. Newcomers to dungeons easily make mistakes." She raised a finger, seriously warning, "If you're not careful, you'll die." The green-clad youth smiled meaningfully. Compared to the old days, professionals nowadays have indeed become much more advanced and cautious. These are all hard-earned lessons, truly gratifying. The young woman was surprised by his mature way of speaking. "You're so young, yet you talk like one of the big shots in the Federation." Meanwhile, the squad captain discussed while fighting that thanks to the policies of the hero mask, the death rate of low-level professionals had drastically decreased. The young woman suddenly realized something, putting her hand to her mouth. "Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to introduce myself." She gracefully bowed. "My name is Yan Qianqian, a level 2 healer." Yan Qianqian extended her hand, and the two of them shook hands to get acquainted. The young man in the blue jacket shook Qianlia's hand, introducing himself as Xiao Chu, a level 1 professional who hadn't chosen a profession yet. Qianliu looked surprised, unable to believe someone could level up without choosing a development path. Xiao Chu calmly replied that he was still thinking, but in his mind, he boasted fiercely. "All those ranged, melee, and mage professions? Your old man created them all." Qianliu eagerly offered advice, thinking that with Xiao Chu's physique, he wasn't suited to be a melee tank, and perhaps he should try being a mage for safety. She was still rattling on about career choices. Realizing she had talked a bit too much, Qianliu shyly asked, "Oh sorry, am I talking too much?" Whoosh! A sharp black shadow suddenly shot straight towards the two of them. "Huh?" Before Qianliu could even react, Xiao Chu reacted extremely quickly, grabbing her hand and pulling her back. A purple slash grazed right in front of them, striking the rock wall and sending sparks flying. Xiao Chu pulled Qianliu into his arms, pulling her to dodge the sudden attack by a hair's breadth. The archer youth shouted a warning from afar. "It's a shadow spider." The giant monster materialized from the shadows, looking extremely dangerous, while Xiao Chu calmly shielded Qianliu. The shadow spider swung a leg as sharp as a dagger to attack, but Xiao Chu easily blocked it with his hand. He firmly grasped the monster's leg, as if it weighed nothing. Snap! With a simple twist of his hand, the monster's steel-hard chitin leg was broken. Xiao Chu held onto the broken leg. Qianliu, standing behind him, was still reeling from this terrifying power. He swung the monster's leg like a club, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Thwack! He used the monster's own weapon to smash its head with unimaginable force. With a single blow, the shadow spider's head was crushed, sending purple blood splattering. His task done, Xiao Chu stood there, while Qianliu clung to his arm, her eyes wide as she stared at the monster's one-shotted corpse. The entire expedition team froze. The archer youth's jaw dropped, body control at an otherworldly level. Is this really the path of a martial artist? This is too monstrous. The muscular brawler scoffed. "No, I've met professional martial artists. Their skill is nowhere near enough to pull off something like this." He analyzed the swift execution, breaking the spider's weakest joint, and then stabbing it directly in the eye in an instant. Qianliu still clung tightly to Xiao Chu, while her teammates realized he won by understanding the monster's structure and his own body to fight above his level. Xiao Chu turned to look at Qianliu, calmly saying, "The danger's over, can you let go now?" He added a blunt remark that made her blush. "You're about to choke me to death." Qianliu, startled, quickly let go, covering her face with both hands as she mumbled apologies in embarrassment. A notification panel appeared before Xiao Chu, confirming that defeating the shadow spider granted 500 experience points, proving that the leveling system was still functioning normally. Xiao Chu mused about his overwhelming power. This system allowed him to grind levels by killing monsters, bypassing all obstacles, which was how he rapidly climbed the ranks in his previous life. With his combat experience from the past, he was confident that he would advance even faster in this life, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The squad captain approached. admitting he had underestimated Xiao Chu's strength. To dare challenge the secret realm alone, young man, you are truly extraordinary. He patted Xiao Chu's shoulder, appearing friendly. Thanks for saving Qian Liu, you'll get a reward after this mission. Xiao Chu replied coldly. It was just a matter of convenience. Helping each other in a secret realm is common. The squad captain broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this kid was deliberately trying to act cool, not someone easy to talk to. Whoosh! The squad captain swung his greatsword, unleashing a purple-red energy slash that swept away the remaining insectoid monsters. The entire team stood amidst the cleared monster corpses, preparing to delve deeper into the cave. The squad captain looked into the darkness ahead, informing the team. Ahead is definitely the boss. He began assigning tactics. The plan is the same. I'll tank, you guys deal damage. The squad captain turned to the female warrior. The enemy is a spider. Prepare fire magic to burn its webs. She nodded firmly. The archer youth stretched and casually remarked, today's progress is really fast. We might even make it out in time to catch the end of the trial of the century. The muscular brawler pouted. Why watch? I bet that hypocrite Mask has already been found guilty. The archer youth chatted with the female warrior, curious about Mask's true appearance, and even rumored that Mask might be a woman. The female warrior's face darkened, admitting she used to be a huge fan, seeing Mask as humanity's savior, until he caused the massacre in Tuga City. Qianliu heard this and hesitantly objected, while Xiao Qiu stood with his arms crossed, observing from behind. Qianliu explained that she heard rumors about an infectious demon that turned all the residents into monsters, and Mask only acted as a last resort. The muscular brawler sneered, taunting Qianliu. Still defending him now? You're not one of those paid actors online, are you? The squad captain, seeing the tension, raised his hand to intervene, declaring an end to this nonsense topic here. He turned to look at Xiao Chu, mocking everyone. Are you trying to put on a comedy show for our junior? The entire team silently delved deeper into the cave, preparing to face the boss. The scene before them was a gigantic cave. Spiderwebs covered the path, signaling a far from easy battle. The muscular brawler muttered as he walked, hoping this boss would drop something valuable after being defeated. The archer youth was more eager for treasure chests, while the female warrior stated that boss corpses also fetch a good price now, perhaps even earning more than professional hunters. Scritch! Scritch! Several gigantic, razor-sharp spider legs moved stealthily in the darkness. The squad captain immediately sensed killing intent, roaring a warning. It's here. A gigantic armored spider boss with orange energy, cracks on its body loomed into view, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The squad captain, without hesitation, raised his greatsword, taking a defensive stance as solid as a rock. He shouted, ordering the team, I'll tank, you guys deal damage, simultaneously activating his defensive skill. Indestructible body. Crash! The armored spider boss brought down a colossal leg with a thunderous blow onto the squad captain, but he stood firm. Seizing the opportunity, the muscular brawler leapt onto the monster. He furiously thrust his spear into the armored spider boss's armor, creating a series of green energy sparks. From a distance, Xiao Qiu calmly observed, secretly assessing. The monsters in this low-level dungeon have almost no intelligence. While the team struggled, Xiao Qiu merely thought with boredom that this problem could be quickly solved with a single punch. The archer youth fired a blazing fire arrow towards the monster. Boom! Boom! The fire arrow pierced directly into the armored spider boss's hard armor, causing small explosions. In the rear, Qianliu quickly chanted a spell, creating a stream of green energy to heal and reinforce the squad captain. Under continuous attack, the armored spider boss let out a furious roar, and the ground trembled. After a fierce struggle, the team had defeated the monster. The squad captain stood on its corpse, laughing heartily. See, with smooth coordination, we can clear this level 3 dungeon without a single scratch. He continued to boast, declaring he would divide the rewards according to the old ratio, and didn't forget to mention Junior Xiao's contributions. Xiao Chu merely thought silently. Level 3 dungeon? But the system clearly reported this as a level 4 dungeon? The muscular brawler reported with a puzzled expression. Captain, the dungeon treasure chest hasn't appeared. While Xiao Chu realized something even stranger. The female warrior suddenly felt a chill, warning the team. There seems to be something ahead. From the darkness, a figure stumbled out. It had the body of a schoolgirl, but no head. The female warrior exclaimed in horror. Her head. They held their breath and looked closer. What replaced her head was an old astronaut helmet. The entire team froze. The squad captain finally realized. It seems the treasure chest hasn't appeared until now because the astronaut girl boss stood up straight, exuding a deathly aura. The squad captain shouted, She's the boss of this dungeon. The muscular brawler pouted, showing disdain. The dungeon boss? She doesn't even look scary. The pressure isn't even as much as that big spider earlier. Inside the helmet's dark visor, 2 pink lights suddenly flared, locking onto the boastful brawler. The astronaut girl boss stumbled unnaturally. A glowing pink eye flashed in the darkness. Whoosh! She suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a blurry afterimage and a surge of dark energy. The astronaut girl boss's target was none other than the muscular brawler, who could only raise his weapon to block the attack in belated regret. The muscular brawler charged forward with a straight thrust, his momentum overwhelming. The archer youth behind him pouted. Idiot! A direct attack like that is sure to be dodged. Clang! The spear pierced through the astronaut girl boss's chest, black blood splattering. The muscular brawler yanked the spear out of the boss, confident that he had finished it off. The entire team, including Xiao Chu, the female warrior, the squad captain, and the archer youth, froze at this swift action. The muscular brawler sneered, showing disdain. Too easy, wasn't it? He swung his spear, growling. Now die. Suddenly, the astronaut girl boss's wound automatically closed, simultaneously shooting purple threads towards the brawler. The muscular brawler was stunned as the threads tightly wrapped around his arm. His voice panicked. What is this? The immense pulling force from the threads made him lose his balance, only managing to stammer. Wait. The muscular brawler screamed miserably as the threads tightened, almost crushing his body. The archer youth and the female warrior cried out their teammate's name in horror. Old 7. The squad captain ordered decisively. These thick spider threads can't be cut physically. Mage, use fire magic. The female warrior immediately got to work, a fiery magic circle appearing in her palm. A massive fire vortex was unleashed, completely engulfing the astronaut girl boss and its threads. The squad captain turned to the archer youth, shouting, "Get him out quickly, don't let him get caught in the flames." The archer youth rushed towards the sea of flames, but then stopped, feeling the terrifying heat. The flames flared up even more fiercely, forming a pillar of fire spiraling straight up to the cave ceiling. In the heart of the firestorm, the astronaut girl boss's feet stood firm as a rock, completely unharmed. The muscular brawler hung suspended in the sea of flames, his face pale, sweat pouring off him as he realized he had truly poked a hornet's nest. Think a big fire is impressive? The astronaut girl boss stood in the middle of the flames as if taking a bath, without a single scratch. The whole team froze. The squad captain muttered, "I've never seen a boss like this before." As soon as the flames died down, the astronaut girl boss lunged straight towards the bound muscular brawler, making him scream. A wind-splitting kick was unleashed with terrifying speed. The muscular brawler hadn't even had time to understand what was happening, his face already pale with terror. Slash! The kick went straight through his chest, fresh blood splattering. The astronaut girl boss stood there coldly, ignoring the muscular brawler collapsing at her feet. Witnessing his teammate fall, the archer youth furiously drew his bow. "You bitch, I'll kill you." A hand suddenly grabbed his arm, a cold voice ringing out. "Don't act foolishly," Xiao Chu calmly analyzed. "With the power that monster just displayed, rushing in won't make you any better off than that spear wielder." The squad captain also had to admit the harsh truth. He's right. A reckless attack now has no chance of winning. He turned to ask the female warrior about when the teleportation gate would reopen, and the answer was 3 hours. The squad captain gritted his teeth and decided, then the only way is to fight and retreat, stalling until the gate opens, then escape immediately. But the astronaut girl boss gave them no chance. It slowly advanced towards the archer youth. The boss began to gather its strength, the wound on its abdomen glowing eerily. Whoosh! A cluster of pure white threads shot out from its abdomen with bullet-like speed. The squad captain roared, lunging forward to block the attack with his arm, the threads wrapping tightly around it. The archer youth shouted loudly for the squad captain, simultaneously firing 3 energy arrows for support. But it was useless. The arrows were blocked and neutralized by the astronaut girl boss's threads with ease. Before the archer youth could fire a second volley, he was caught by other threads, wrapped tightly from head to toe. The squad captain strained with all his might, trying to pull back against the threads that were dragging both him and the archer youth towards the boss. But the astronaut girl boss stood still, effortlessly pulling both burly men towards her. Slash! The threads retracted, transforming into sharp spears that pierced straight into the archer youth's chest. The archer youth only managed a desperate scream as he was impaled right before his comrade's eyes. Fresh blood splattered, a life extinguished in an instant. Qianliu fearfully covered her eyes, unable to watch, while the female warrior was stunned by the horrifying sight. The astronaut girl boss coldly maintained her posture, even as the archer youth's body was shredded by the thread spears. The archer youth collapsed, lying motionless in a pool of blood, officially out of the game. "Damn it!" the squad captain roared, his fury erupting as he watched his comrade fall. He poured all his strength into his greatsword, unleashing a fiery storm slash straight at the boss for revenge. But the astronaut girl boss simply raised a hand, easily blocking the furious flames. The squad captain was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down him like rain. "No, it can't be." He couldn't believe that a level 3 swordsman like himself, using his full power, couldn't even scratch a level 4 monster. He tried to yank his arm, which was tightly bound by threads, but it was useless. The threads began to transform again, preparing for a second impalement. The squad captain thought desperately, "It's over." In despair, he screamed in his mind, "Give me the sword." Just then, Xiao Chu appeared, coldly stating his condition. "The only way to live is to cut off your arm. If you want to live, give me the sword." The squad captain was stunned, staring at Xiao Chu, weighing the cost of his life. He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face as he faced the life or death choice. With no retreat, the squad captain decided to gamble, throwing his greatsword straight at Xiao Chu. As soon as he caught the greatsword, Xiao Chu channeled power into his legs, the ground cracking as he prepared to charge. He leaped into the air, raising the colossal sword high, his aura utterly overwhelming. A sky-splitting slash. Xiao Chu struck straight at the astronaut girl boss, while the squad captain and another soldier were gravely wounded by its spider legs. The squad captain gasped, screaming in horror and pain as he witnessed the unbelievable scene. The astronaut girl boss was sent flying, staggering to her feet amidst the fallen soldiers' corpses. After dealing with the boss, Xiao Chu coldly helped the one-armed squad captain walk through the battlefield. Yan Shishi rushed over, her hands glowing with green light, beginning to cast healing magic on the squad captain. In stark contrast, the female warrior's face was drained of all color, as she mumbled, I don't want to." She was in utter panic, screaming that she didn't want to die in this god-forsaken place, then turned and fled for her life. Yan Shishi, while healing, asked worriedly, "Xiao Chu, aren't you running?" Xiao Chu smirked. "Run? You can't run." It deliberately let her go, because human fear makes for a more delicious meal. He further explained that these god-chosen monsters revel in negative human emotions like fear, envy, and resentment. All are delicacies in their eyes. Yan Shishi was bewildered, hearing the concept of god-chosen for the first time. Xiao Chu continued his lecture. "They are monsters chosen by the outer gods of the void, granted terrifying power, rapid growth, and grotesque appearances." He casually dropped a line like a seasoned professional. "Forget about the god-chosen ones. I've slaughtered countless real outer gods myself. This system truly has peculiar tastes." Just as Xiao Chu said, the female warrior had only run a short distance before she was seized by dark tentacles from beneath the ground. Her body was quickly drained of life force, purple smoke rising from her, signaling a far from gentle death. Yan Shishi screamed in horror. "Oh no!" Realizing a wave of purple poisonous gas was spreading from the corpse, she immediately channeled her power, creating a green energy sphere, and shouted, "Detoxification spell." The purple poisonous mist enveloped the group, but was blocked by Yan Shixi's protective barrier, while the female warrior's corpse had completely withered. The female warrior was engulfed by a dark purple mist, her eyes rolling back as her life force was drained. Yan Qianqian struggled to resist, sweating profusely as she realized this wasn't poison gas, but spiritual pressure, something on a completely different level. Amidst the mist, the astronaut girl boss hovered, her glowing red eyes behind the helmet visor exuding terrifying pressure. The boss seemed surprised to see someone not brought down by its power. A voice echoed from within the purple smoke, asking the boss, "You're confused because I didn't fall like the other food, aren't you?" Xiao Chu appeared, unfazed amidst the storm of spiritual pressure, declaring, "Even if this body has no power, my soul is still at level 14. He smirked defiantly, taunting the boss. "Your spiritual pressure is much weaker than mine, isn't it?" Recalling the moment just before, when Xiao Chu was still standing still, a system notification appeared. Monster state activated, and Xiao Chu declared he had just acquired a completely new ability. He began to transform into an armored demon, growling, "For a mere god-chosen, you should feel proud to witness my true form." The astronaut girl boss took a full invisible blow, her chest torn open in a large gash. Xiao Chu's demon form was complete, standing tall with surging crimson dark energy. He let out a roar, his demonic eyes glowing fiercely with belligerence. A terrifying energy explosion erupted from the astronaut girl boss's position. The boss was blasted backward, completely losing the initiative. Refusing to accept defeat, the astronaut girl boss charged forward to counterattack. She launched a powerful kick aimed directly at her enemy. Xiao Chu's demon form simply stood still, letting the attack rush towards him, his entire body exuding an overwhelming aura. He swung his hand, and a sharp slash of dark energy cut through the air. One of the astronaut girl boss's legs was severed in astonishment, purple blood splattering everywhere. Xiao Chu's demon form held the severed leg, making a sarcastic remark. "Aside from being a bit long, it's quite a tasty leg." Caught off guard, the astronaut girl boss could only desperately raise her arm to block, as a surge of purple energy enveloped her. The energy surge exploded violently, blowing away everything around it. The boss lay flattened on the ground, completely helpless against her enemies, taunts. "You're a god chosen, and this is all you've got? Truly trash." He continued his monologue, in a condescending tone. "I guess I expected too much from you. In the end, you're just a level 4. If your level were higher, perhaps things would be different." The demon's glowing red eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and he pronounced her death sentence. "But I won't let you live until then." Whoosh! He lunged forward at terrifying speed, giving the boss no time to breathe. A flurry of sharp claw attacks tore apart the astronaut girl boss's body. He attacked relentlessly, turning the boss into a living punching bag to vent his anger. The astronaut girl boss was sent flying, purple blood splattering, her body tattered. He stood there, brushing his hands off dismissively. "Well, only one left. Let's finish this quickly." A gaping hole appeared in the boss's abdomen, a fatal wound. Though battered, she still tried to get up, but it was all in vain. An invisible force grabbed the boss, dragging her roughly across the ground. Slam! She was mercilessly slammed into the ground. The astronaut girl boss lay sprawled, completely incapacitated. He slowly approached, his demonic hand raised right beside her astronaut helmet. He leaned down, his voice cold as ice. "When you toyed with those humans, did you ever think your turn would come so quickly?" His sharp claws rose, and he uttered a single, concise word. "Die." Splat! The boss head was crushed, and a series of system notifications appeared. Dungeon cleared. Level 4. Mother Spider's Nest. Quest reward issued. Spider leg. Survivors will automatically be teleported out of the dungeon. In the bustling city of Dahe, people came and went in droves. It had been over 2 hours since she was teleported out of the secret realm, and Yan Shishi was still dazed, feeling as if she had just woken from a nightmare. She recalled that after waking from her spiritual pressure-induced coma, the entire team had been brought out, but the squad captain was too severely injured and was sent directly to the hospital. What worried Yan Shishi was that Xiao Chu was nowhere to be seen from beginning to end. She feared he had perished in there. Lost in thought, she suddenly startled, recognizing a familiar figure. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yan Shishi was stunned to see Xiao Chu standing across the street. The sky over Dahe City was clear blue, a beautiful day for a fresh start. After leaving the secret realm, the system had teleported Xiao Chu to Dahe City, and the first thing he thought of was finding a place to settle down. But life wasn't a dream. The final boss faced an enemy even more formidable than monsters. Rent. A tiny room costing 3,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chu bitterly realized that in his previous life, he only worried about fighting monsters, with others handling all his finances. Now he had to fend for himself. Just as he was at a loss for words, Yan Shishi ran over, joyfully waving and calling his name incessantly. Xiao Chu turned, immediately recognizing the healer girl from the secret realm. Being called the healer girl, Yan Shishi puffed out her cheeks, clearly showing her displeasure. She loudly declared her name was Yan Shishi and made him promise to remember it properly this time. But then she quickly smiled, saying it was good to see him safe and sound. Seeing Xiao Chu looking at rental information, Yan Shishi inquired and learned that he had no relatives or friends in this city. Yan Shishi looked thoughtful, as if an idea had just struck her. She began to explain that Dahe City was only established 40 years after the disaster. Yan Shishi walked and explained the city's development, how it had transformed from a slum into an urban village. Yan Shishi suddenly stopped in front of a house and declared bluntly to Xiao Chu, "This is my home," she added firmly, assuring him there was a private room for him, so he didn't need to be shy at all. Xiao Chu's gaze fell upon a military badge hanging on the wall, and Yan Shishi immediately explained it was her father's medal from when he retired. She proudly boasted that her father was a hero, a level 5 melee warrior who had endured countless fierce battles, his skill far surpassing hers. Yan Shix's eyes sparkled like a fangirl's, as she boasted that her father had even fought alongside the legendary Mask, even camping and sharing meals with him. But then she contradicted herself, admitting that her father had told her this story since she was little, so she didn't know how true it was. She thought it was probably just her old man's drunken bragging, because someone of Mask's caliber would never eat with a low-ranking officer. Xiao Chu asked directly where her father was now, and Yan Shixi's face fell, replying curtly, "Has gone." She touched the badge, explaining that the war had drained too much of his vitality. Even though his wounds had healed, he still passed away not long after being discharged. When Xiao Chu asked about her mother, she calmly revealed that she had died giving birth to her younger sister. Seeing Xiao Chu's expression, he seemed to be feeling apologetic. Yan Shishi immediately waved her hand, smiling brightly and saying, "It was a long time ago. No need to worry. She was living very well now." With that, she gestured for Xiao Chu to come inside the house. Yan Shishi walked into the yard, instructing that she would get him a blanket, but things like underwear or pajamas he would have to buy himself. She pointed to a room in the building on the left, saying that it was empty and quite old, but everything was fine. Xiao Chu looked around, thinking to himself that compared to living on the streets at the front lines, This place was truly paradise. He promised to pay the rent, after earning enough money from the secret realm. Screech. The sound of wheels rolling against the floor echoed from behind. A brown-haired girl in a wheelchair appeared, her eyes full of caution and scrutiny as she asked, "Who is this?" Yan Shishi quickly introduced him as Xiao Chu, whom she met in the secret realm, who had just arrived in the city and had no place to stay. So he would be staying for a few days, while her younger sister, Qianliu, stared, suspicious of this newly acquainted teammate. Qianliu, the younger sister in the wheelchair, questioned with a sarcastic tone, "How kind of you, bringing a complete stranger home like this." After speaking, the girl coldly turned her wheelchair and went straight into her room, leaving an awkward atmosphere behind. Yan Shishi quickly explained to Xiao Chu, saying that Qianliu was a good child but a little afraid of strangers. She revealed the real reason for her sister's grumpiness. Today was the day of Mask's judgment, the person she had adored since childhood. Xiao Chu crossed his arms, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect to have so many diehard fans." In her private room, Qianliu sat before a brightly lit computer setup, looking like a true gamer. The screen displayed a forum fiercely criticizing Mask, calling him selfish and cowardly for abandoning his power and fleeing responsibility. Qianliu was furious, slamming her hand on the keyboard and shouting, "Nonsense! What the hell do these idiots know?" She furiously typed, transforming into a true keyboard warrior to defend her idol. Yan Shishi stood outside the door, calling in, "Qianliu, it's time to eat." Qianliu grumbled back, her hands still flying across the keyboard. "I'm busy. I'm not eating. But we have a guest today. You should at least come out." The girl turned around, yelling, "What guest? Does he think he's Mask, needing me to come out and greet him?" Yan Shishi could only sigh helplessly, accepting the situation. In the end, only Yan Shishi and Xiao Chu sat down to dinner together. She awkwardly apologized for the somewhat simple meal. Xiao Chu picked up a piece of food, calmly replying, "This is more than good enough." He recalled his past on the border, having to gnaw on unseasoned monster meat, which was as tough as metal and intensely bitter. Xiao Chu mused, "Back then, I always felt that as long as I could fight for humanity, no matter how hard the food was to swallow, it would taste delicious." Meanwhile, the TV was showing a news report, with a news anchor interviewing a professor about Mask's disappearance. The professor on TV suggested trusting the parliament, but also mentioned a theory circulating online. On TV, a glib professor was proclaiming that Mask's disappearance was just a farce to escape punishment, and that he couldn't possibly have lost all his power. The news anchor seemed skeptical, suggesting it was just an unsubstantiated theory. The news anchor continued, stating that the public was very pessimistic because Mask had contributed so much, and the hero's disappearance could be the end of humanity. The professor sneered, dismissing that idea, and asserting that humanity's achievements were due to the leadership of the parliament, not any single individual. He pointed, declaring that deifying an individual was completely wrong and baseless. The TV commentary echoed as Xiao Chu and Yan Shishi ate dinner. Without Earth, the sun still revolves. Without Mask, humanity still progresses. Yan Shishi wondered, not believing the rumors about Mask fleeing punishment. She suddenly turned to Xiao Chu, surprised by how fast he was eating. "Hey Xiao Chu, what are you thinking? This is your fourth bowl." Xiao Chu chewed calmly as he asked back, "You're asking what I think? Just look at Mask's actions. Isn't the TV saying he's fleeing punishment and doing all sorts of bad things?" Yan Shishi slammed the table in fierce protest. "There must be a reason. Mask has his own reasons." Xiao Chu simply replied, "Perhaps, and I don't care," making Yan Shishi exclaim that he was too cold when discussing a hero like Mask. Yan Shishi looked towards the TV, worried. If Qianliu watches this program, she'll probably smash the TV. Suddenly, loud banging on the door echoed from outside along with shouts, "You bastard, do you think hiding in there will solve anything?" Yan Shishi recognized the voice, her face changing color. "It's people from Kaijiang Investment Company," while Xiao Chu merely coldly asked for the company's name. The person outside continued to threaten, while repeatedly attacking the door. "Do you think I wouldn't dare burn this house down?" Bang! The wooden door began to crack under the heavy impacts. Yan Shishi frantically ran towards the door. She quickly placed her hand on the shaking door, trying to open it. The door swung open, revealing a group of tough-looking gangsters waiting, their leader sneering. "So you finally decided to come out, Miss Yan? It's really hard to meet you." Yan Shishi stood blocking the doorway, her attitude firm as she declared directly to the two gangsters, "I've made it very clear. I will not sell this house." The leader, Tujin Kenzo, sneered condescendingly, beginning his psychological warfare. "Miss Yan, do you really not understand the situation? I heard your team is shattered, some dead, some injured, and your captain is dying." Yan Shishi was stunned, not understanding how internal news had leaked, so he smugly boasted, "As a high-tier client of our Kaijiang Investment Company, with close ties to the government, digging up information is as easy as pie." He stepped closer, his voice full of menace. Now you have no one to rely on. What will you use to resist? Yan Shishi was speechless, completely cornered by the gangster's words. Tujing Kenzo held up 5 fingers, acting magnanimous. 5 days. I'll give you 2 sisters 5 more days to think it over. If you still don't cooperate, things will get troublesome. He offered a paltry sum, 100,000. Just hand over this land for our company to develop, and 100,000 federal dollars will be transferred directly to your account. Yan Shishi snapped indignantly. 100,000? Wasn't it 3 million before? I'm not selling it anyway. But this price is utterly ridiculous, he sneered, reneging like a professional merchant. 3 million? Miss Yan, the real estate market doesn't have fixed prices. 3 million yesterday, 100,000 today. That's completely normal. Tujing Kenzo leaned close to her face, striking a cruel blow by revealing he knew her financial situation. What's wrong? Is 100,000 not enough? As far as I know, to treat your sister, your account has less than $30,000. Just as he was feeling smug, his gaze suddenly froze when he saw a figure quietly appear behind Yan Shishi. You mean, who's behind you? He glanced at Xiao Chu from head to toe and chuckled faintly. Your boyfriend? I didn't expect you to like young guys. Tujing Kenzo extended his hand, feigning politeness. Pleased to meet you. I am Tujing Kenzo, head of security for Kaijiang Investment Company. I hope for your guidance in the future. Xiao Chu said nothing, calmly extending his hand to shake his. Their hands met, a seemingly harmless greeting. Yan Shishi suddenly realized the scheme, her face paling as she cried out a warning. Be careful. Tujing is a psychic attack specialist. The handshake was complete, their hands clasped tightly together. Tujing Kenzo revealed his true face with a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with malice as dark pink energy began to pour out. You're trapped. A massive surge of purple psychic energy erupted from their position, engulfing both Xiao Chu and the cunning sorcerer. Under psychic attack, Xiao Chu merely stared straight ahead, completely unfazed. The dark energy infiltrated, but Xiao Chu's pupils only flashed with a mysterious pink light. Inside the mental space, Tujing Kenzo flew around smugly, boasting loudly. Hey, once I enter your mental world, your mind will be completely shattered. He chuckled sinisterly, confident that a single brain shock would be enough to leave the kid paralyzed for half a month. But as soon as he landed, Tujing Kenzo began to feel something was wrong. This space was completely different from what he had imagined. The sorcerer froze amidst an endless sea, wondering in confusion if this was truly a human's mental world. Tujing Kenzo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a human could possess psychic power at this level. Realizing he had poked a hornet's nest, he immediately decided to retreat. I have to get out of here now. As soon as he turned his head, his face went pale as he sensed something colossal rising from the sea. A magnificent tsunami, like a mountain range, crashed down, turning Tujing Kenzo into a tiny ant. Before the power of nature, he was swallowed by the wave without resistance, sinking into the icy water. Struggling in despair, Tujing Kenzo screamed that his opponent was on a completely different level. Sinking deep beneath the mental sea, he realized he was completely submerged in Xiao Chu's power. The sorcerer was now left with only extreme horror as he faced the inexplicable. From the profound darkness of Xiao Chu's mind, a pair of glowing red eyes of a colossal monster opened. Tujing Kenzo only managed to scream "monster" in utter terror before his consciousness faded. Back in reality, Tujing Kenzo had collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and rolling, foaming at the mouth, while a henchman tried to shake him awake in vain. Yan Shishi stood beside them, completely bewildered by what had just happened, only thinking that Xiao Chu was up to something. The henchman furiously grabbed Xiao Chu's collar and roared, "You bastard! What did you do to Tujing?" But only received the young man's icy gaze in return. The hot-headed henchman was stopped by the goatee gangster leader, who roared, "Zai Keija, why are you stopping me? Don't tell me you're on his side." The goatee gangster leader retorted, "Use your brain. Tujing is down like that, and you still plan to charge in? Do you think you're stronger than him?" The goatee gangster leader analyzed the situation, his eyes fixed on Xiao Chu. If he took down Tujing, then this guy is definitely stronger. He's not just a level 2 psychic, he might even be level 3. The goatee gangster leader looked at Tujing, who was foaming at the mouth, then turned to Xiao Chu, growling. "Very well. It seems we underestimated you, Yan Shishi. I didn't expect you to find such a formidable backer. But don't think this is over." The leader pointed a threatening finger. "If you dare touch our people, things won't end easily." Yan Shishi was still in shock, her voice trembling as she asked Xiao Chu, You made Tujing pass out?" Xiao Chu replied nonchalantly, "Yes and no. He brought it upon himself. I didn't intend to act, but he insisted on entering my mental world." Xiao Chu asked directly, "How long have they been bothering you?" Yan Shishi recounted, "About 4 years ago, not long after my father passed away, They suddenly came to demand to buy this house under the guise of investment and development. In a flashback, Yan Xishi's younger sister sat in her wheelchair, fearfully covering her ears as the gangsters repeatedly broke into the house and threatened her whenever her older sister was absent. Yan Xishi continued. Fortunately, I later became a level 2 expert and joined Captain Song's team. With his implicit threats, they didn't dare to cause trouble anymore, she said angrily. I can't believe that as soon as Captain Song met with an accident, they immediately came back. Xiao Chu smiled meaningfully. What about the government? As far as I know, descendants of military personnel like you should receive preferential treatment, shouldn't they? Back then, I was the one who proposed that policy. Yan Xishi was speechless, waving her hand in rebuttal. Preferential treatment? If that so-called preferential treatment actually worked, would we still be here? She watched the departing figures of the gangsters, saying bitterly, instead of treating us well, they'd rather favor those who can bring them wealth, like their Kujiang investment company. Xiao Chu simply replied with a short sentence, his expression unreadable. Is that so? The scene shifted indoors. Xiao Chu was quietly washing dishes, surprising Yan Xishi. You don't have to do that, Xiao Chu said while washing dishes. Someone once told me that if you receive help from others, you should try your best to show gratitude. I've been staying at your house and eating your food, so helping with the dishes is normal. Yan Zishi looked at Xiao Chu with grateful eyes. You've helped me so much. If you hadn't driven them away today, I really wouldn't know what to do. She asked about his future plans. What are you going to do next? Join other teams to go to secret realms? Xiao Cho confirmed. What about you? Yan Sisi looked into the distance, full of hope. I truly hope Captain Song will wake up soon. Otherwise, I'll have to find another reliable team. Yan Shishi tidied up while warning about the harshness of secret realms, where backstabbing teammates was a common occurrence. Xiao Chu heard this and thought to himself, even though Mask's laws prohibit murder, who's there to supervise inside the secret realms? Yan Shishi innocently promised, Xiao Chu, if I find a good team, I'll definitely introduce you. Xiao Chu simply replied, but a different thought ran through his mind. Unfortunately, from the moment I stepped onto the path of a monster, I knew, whether now or in the future, no one would be able to fight side by side with a monster. Suddenly, Xiao Chu paused, as if sensing something. A swirling blue energy surged through space, opening a mysterious portal. Whoosh! The portal burst open, and energy surged violently. Xiao Chu stepped out of the portal, his presence dominant, having changed into combat attire. He smirked. Thanks to the portal provided by the system, I can bypass all the troublesome registration procedures and enter the secret realm directly. He glanced around, realizing the architecture this time was medieval European in style. Xiao Qiu leisurely walked across the checkered stone floor, heading deeper into the ancient castle. He stopped before two guarding gargoyle statues at the gate, which looked extremely terrifying. Xiao Chu didn't flinch, merely muttering, "Oh? Gargoyles guarding the gate?" Crack! Crack! The stone surfaces of the two statues began to crack, their crimson eyes glowing with murderous intent. Roar! A level 3 Scarlet Stone Demon revealed its true form. A system information panel appeared, describing them as predators disguised as stone statues with hard shells and dangerous claws. Xiao Chu crossed his arms, calmly analyzing. Stone demons are a tough-skinned and thick-fleshed type of demon, and they also possess natural magic resistance, a troublesome opponent for both physical and magical damage dealers. He frowned slightly, thinking, if Yan Shishi's team were to encounter these creatures, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. Immediately, the two Scarlet Stone Demons roared and charged straight towards Xiao Chu, initiating the battle. One Scarlet Stone Demon lunged forward, opening its mouth, intending to tear its target apart. Xiao Chu took the full bite. A demon mask began to form on his face, and he said in a cold voice, "What a pity." Dark energy erupted, and Xiao Chu's demon form gradually emerged amidst the rubble. He growled, "That you have to face me again." The complete demon form appeared, its demonic wings spread wide, obscuring the entire castle gate. The stone gate was blown into smithereens by his power. Xiao Chu, in his demon form, stepped into the castle's grand hall, radiating an overwhelming aura. Inside, numerous other Scarlet Stone Demon statues began to awaken within the misty haze. An entire army of stone monsters lined both sides of the grand hall, their crimson eyes simultaneously glowing. Xiao Chu's demon form arrogantly provoked, "Come on." The blood crystal stone demons roared, simultaneously leaving their stone pedestals and charging towards him. The entire swarm of monsters swarmed like flies, tightly surrounding Xiao Chu in the center. He took a stance, preparing for a true massacre. Whoosh! He darted like a ghost, with the entire swarm of blood crystal stone demons flying after him. Thwack! Xiao Chu's demon form delivered a punch that pierced through the chest of a monster. He continued to move at terrifying speed, tearing apart another blood crystal stone demon. A blazing red energy blade formed in his hand, ready to cleave everything to pieces. Slash. The monster's entire body was sliced in half without any resistance. In an instant, the entire army of blood crystal stone demons had been torn into 100 pieces. Amidst the rubble, Xiao Chu's demon form stood tall, with another pair of arms growing from his back, looking even more domineering. Xiao Chu's demon form grabbed a stone demon, the monster's blazing red eyes clearly showing terror. He tightly gripped the stone demon's head, taunting. Scared? Stone demons don't have emotions, do they? Crack! He tore the monster apart with his bare hands, dark energy and stone fragments scattering everywhere. A thunderous punch was unleashed, creating an extremely powerful shockwave that blew away everything around it. After the cleanup, Xiao Chu's demon form stood tall amidst the rubble, with an absolutely overwhelming aura. From within the smoke, a high-level stone demon boss appeared, the Rex Gargoyle leader, a genuine creation meticulously crafted by the creator. Xiao Chu's demon form looked directly at the boss, growling. You are a monster, yet you possess a human form and body. The Rex Gargoyle leader roared, his face filled with hatred. That appearance only makes me want to kill you even more. With that, it charged straight towards Xiao Chu's demon form at terrifying speed. Elsewhere in the secret realm, a colossal stone door stood tall. Bang! The door was kicked open by a heaven-shattering blow. A brand new exploration team appeared, led by the new team captain, followed by the female fighter of the new team, the archer of the new team, and the hooded figure. The entire team was stunned upon seeing the devastated scene inside, a battlefield that had just been thoroughly cleaned up. The archer asked the captain, Captain, hasn't this secret realm only appeared for less than 12 hours? Aren't we the first team to enter? The captain frowned and replied, Yes, the research bureau guaranteed it. Before we entered, the entrance to the secret realm was sealed. The female fighter in the team knelt down to inspect, reporting with a trembling voice, Captain, it seems an extremely powerful individual was here before us. The captain approached and asked, What's wrong? What did you find? The girl pointed to a crack on the remains of a monster. Captain, look at the direct fracture line of these two fragments. These uneven marks are usually caused by melee fighters using blunt weapons. She continued to analyze with a horrified expression. But fragments struck by blunt weapons wouldn't be this large. This stone demon was treated like a rag and torn apart by brute force. The new team captain broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What? With bare hands? How the hell is that possible? The archer in the team stated firmly with a serious expression, No, Captain, there's no doubt about it. The archer pointed towards the end of the ruined church, signaling the entire team to look at the undeniable evidence. The corpse of the Rex Gargoyle leader was impaled to the wall by its own spear, a humiliating and violent death. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Great River City Secret Realm Inspection Bureau, a modern government building. In the office, a stack of documents was slammed onto the desk, showing extreme anger. Why are there still no results after such a huge mistake? A muscular, bearded bureau director slammed the table and roared. At least 7 teams have reported that all monsters in the secret realm were wiped out before they even entered. He yelled at the entire meeting room, claiming this was a serious dereliction of duty, as someone had secretly infiltrated the secret realms without registration. A young, calm subordinate spoke up calmly. Isn't this a good thing? Someone would have to clear them out sooner or later anyway. The bureau director flew into a rage, snapping at the staff member. Nonsense. What do you know? This is a dereliction of duty. There's an insider secretly letting people into the secret realms. The bureau director continued his impassioned speech, warning that if the intruder not only killed monsters, but also ambushed other exploration teams, the consequences would be dire. The bureau director recalled the dark past. You youngsters have never experienced the barbaric era before the inspection bureau was established. The greatest cause of death wasn't monsters, but the blades of our own kind. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with bitterness. Humans shouldn't die in meaningless internal conflicts like these. A bureau staff member flipped through a report on the level 4 stone demon secret realm and suggested returning to the main topic. The bureau director picked up the report, analyzing that based on the levels of the breached secret realms, the intruder's strength must be at the peak of level 4 or level 5. A female bureau staff member raised her hand to ask why they concluded it was an individual. The bureau director explained, if it were a professional team, the wounds on the monsters would be caused by various types of weapons. But here, all of them were brutally destroyed by the same person. He concluded sternly that an individual, after clearing so many secret realms, couldn't possibly use up all the spoils obtained by themselves. The bureau director slammed the table and ordered, issue the order. Closely monitor Dahe City and the surrounding trading markets. If anyone sells a large quantity of spoils matching these 7 secret realms, report immediately. The scene shifted to the professional trading market of Dahe City, where hunters and adventurers gathered to buy and sell. A muscular merchant handed over a thick wad of cash, grinning. "Here's your payment, check it, buddy. Next time you have anything to sell, remember to find me." Xiao Chu coldly took the thick wad of cash, replying curtly, "All right." Holding the money, Xiao Chu smirked, thinking to himself that he had probably undersold again. But these materials from the secret realm were useless to him anyway. He looked at the system panel. His only goal was to complete missions to grow stronger and receive rewards. Xiao Chu calculated that with this money, he could pay for his rent at Yan Shishi's place. As he walked, he suddenly heard a familiar voice being haggled down. 3,200 is too low. He looked over and saw Yan Shishi trying to sell a longsword to a goatee merchant. She explained that it was a treasured sword that had slain countless monsters. The goatee merchant scoffed disdainfully, saying the blade was full of scratches, thin, and would break after a few swings, only worth scrap metal. Yan Shishi was stunned, unable to believe her father's heirloom sword was being considered junk. The goatee merchant feigned pity, offering a final price. "All right, fine. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll take this blade for 3,500. How about that?" Yan Shishi gritted her teeth, inwardly apologizing to the flying crow sword for having to sell it to pay for Qian Liu's medical expenses. The goatee merchant smirked inwardly, confident that this girl knew nothing about goods, and with his 30 years of experience, he couldn't be mistaken. He had recognized that the blade's material contained forged iron essence, a rare material, which could yield a profit of over 10,000 once separated. He urged, adopting a condescending tone. "Well, if you want to sell, hurry up, or I won't even take it for 3,500 anymore." Yan Sixi was about to grit her teeth and agree when a voice rang out. "Wait." Xiao Chu unexpectedly appeared, placing his hand on the sword. Yan Shishi asked in surprise if he was also here to trade, but he just told her to talk about it later. Xiao Chu's gaze swept over the sword. The information panel appeared. Level 5 professional longblade, special equipment, an ancient weapon once stained with the blood of a demon god. Xiao Chu looked directly at Yan Shishi, declaring firmly, "I want this blade." The goatee merchant slammed the table and stood up, craning his neck to argue. "Hey kid, this lady and I have already settled on a price. It's not polite for you to interfere like this." Xiao Chu ignored the shop owner, throwing a thick wad of cash directly onto the table in front of Yan Shishi, declaring, "This should be enough." The goatee merchant clutched his head, screaming in silent fury, bitterly frustrated at losing such a huge profit right before his eyes. Outside, Xiao Chu and Yan Shishi sat on a bench. The ancient sword now belonged to him. Yan Shishi apologetically offered the wad of cash back, saying she could only take 1,500 because Xiao Chu had saved her life too many times. Xiao Chu waved it off, considering the money as payment for room and board, and even praised her cooking. Seeing her still refuse, he played his trump card. "As your benefactor, I order you to accept it." He picked up the sword, hinting that it wasn't as simple as she thought, and its value far exceeded 10,000. Yan Shishi was astonished, never expecting the sword her family had kept since she was young held so many secrets. She admitted she also had many secrets, like him leaving the spider secret realm earlier than her team and earning a mountain of money, but promised not to be curious or tell anyone. Yan Shishi placed her hand on the sword, instructing Xiao Chu to treat Flying Crow well, the last relic their father left for the two sisters. Xiao Chu muttered the name Flying Crow, nodding and acknowledging it was a very fitting name, like a crow hidden in the shadows, coming and going freely. Yan Shishi clenched her fists, blaming herself for being unfilial, for not being able to protect her father's relic. But she had no other choice if she wanted money to keep Qianliu. Xiao Chu wondered about the name Qianliu, and Yan Shishi began to tell him about the Great Demon incident in Dahe City. She recounted the horrific past when a level 10 Great Ghost appeared, wiping out both the military and professional heroes, forcing experts and veterans into a life-or-death battle to create an escape route for civilians. Yan Shishi's father also sacrificed himself in that battle, and the only thing found was the flying crow sword stuck amidst the rubble. The most terrifying thing about the Great Ghost was the deadly radiation it emitted, dyeing half the city a mournful green. Ordinary people nearby would instantly melt into a puddle of blood, and Qianliu, her younger sister, unfortunately got caught in that radiation at the edge of the affected area. Yan Shishi recounted that Qianliu was once a sword-fighting prodigy, capable of defeating adults with a wooden sword, and her father believed she was born for the way of the sword. But due to the Great Ghost's radiation, Qianliu now requires continuous high-level treatment, or she will melt into a puddle of blood, which also forced Yan Shishi to abandon the path of combat to become a healer with a higher survival rate. Xiao Chu merely mumbled after hearing this, surprised that such a weak monster could have such a profound impact on ordinary people's lives, while Yan Shishi mentioned that the Great Ghost was ultimately dealt with by a single punch. Xiao Chu's eyes turned icy, and he gritted his teeth. "That's why I absolutely despise monsters. Xiao Chu asked about the government's disaster relief fund for victims, and Yan Shishi, looking bewildered, asked back, "There's such a thing?" Yan Shishi sighed in relief after pouring out her heart, feeling as if a burden had been lifted, and invited Xiao Chu to come home. Yan Shishi excitedly boasted about her cooking skills, declaring she would show Xiao Chu her true culinary prowess tonight. The two headed home, unaware that two agents in suits were tailing them from behind. The two agents continued their surveillance, the dark-hair agent wondering if they would find the secret realm. The brown-hair agent reassured his teammate, telling him to trust the bureau director's analysis, that the thief would have to go to an underground trading spot to sell the goods. Both were determined to find the secret realm thief. As night fell, the scene shifted to a quiet house. Inside the house, Qianliu sat in her wheelchair, angrily cursing the annoying keyboard warriors. Suddenly, there was a frantic pounding on the door, startling Qianliu because it wasn't her sister's knock or that of the stranger she was with. Qianliu realized it was people from the Kaijiang investment company, and her face changed color. The door was pounded relentlessly, signaling an unfriendly visit. Qianliu turned to look at the door with a tense expression, the shadows of those outside stretching long into the room. The disabled girl silently wheeled herself into the yard, facing the danger. Qianliu reached for a wooden sword, her eyes resolute as she prepared to fight. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a group of gangsters wielding iron rods stormed in. The leader sneered, clearly aware that someone was inside. He looked at Qianliu, who was in a defensive stance with her wooden sword, and scornfully remarked, "Oh, it's the crippled girl." The goatee gangster leader sneered, insulting Qianliu. "Cripple, are you planning to stop me with that toy wooden sword?" Insulted, Qianliu roared, "You bastard," and put all her strength into lunging her wheelchair forward. She swung her wooden sword to attack, but the leader merely scoffed. "Oh, that's somewhat impressive." With just a light flick, Qianliu lost her balance, falling face first to the ground with her wheelchair overturned. Lying flat on the ground, she gritted her teeth and cursed in helplessness. "You bastard, you damn dog." The leader approached, his foot slowly stepping on her wooden sword. He leaned down, his voice full of challenge. "Want to cut me? I'm right here, cripple. Can you reach me?" Then, he ordered his henchmen. "Search the house to see if those two are home. Especially the bastard who dared to mess with Kaijiang Company's people." The gangsters obeyed, storming into the house and smashing things to find them. A moment later, two henchmen returned to report. "Boss, we've searched all the rooms, those two aren't here." Unable to find the main targets, the leader turned to look at Qianliu with a malicious gaze and ordered, "We can't leave empty-handed. Take this crippled girl. I'm sure those two will come crawling to us to surrender themselves." One henchman hesitated, reminding him, "Boss, that's kidnapping. What if things go too far?" The leader admitted as much, but he didn't want to just leave without making an impression. He turned to the henchman who had just spoken, a sneer on his face. "Very good. It seems you can think too. I'm entrusting this task to you." The goatee, gangster, leader, gave the truck keys to the truck, driver, henchman, and instructed, "Here are the keys. Go wait in the truck. When they appear, just drive straight into the yard." He smirked sinisterly, revealing his wicked plan. "It'll just be a small accident due to losing control. The truck will be full of gifts from the trash can. After all, we are law-abiding citizens." The sky suddenly poured down heavy rain. A bolt of lightning tore across the night, signaling an ominous sign. Heavy rain fell on the buildings in the residential area. In the rain, Yan Shishi used her jacket to cover her head, cheerfully saying to Xiao Qiu, walking beside her, "Hang in there, Xiao Qiu. We're almost home." As soon as they arrived home, Yan Shishi's eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. Through the rain, she froze when she saw Qianliu, sprawled on the ground, her wheelchair overturned. Qianliu lay on the ground, grinding her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred. "Those bastards! Those damn bastards!" Yan Shishi screamed. Qianliu, while Xiao Qiu stood right behind her, his face as cold as stone. Xiao Qiu helped Qianliu up, and Yan Shishi immediately recognized the culprits. "It's those people from Kaijiang Investment Company, those animals." Yan Shishi hastily asked Xiao Qiu to take Qianliu inside to shelter from the rain, while she had to run out to the yard to salvage their belongings. Xiao Qiu pushed Qianliu's wheelchair inside, while Yan Shishi turned her back and walked straight out to the empty yard. A mysterious smile flickered across Xiao Qiu's face as he pushed the wheelchair. Qianliu felt something was wrong. Xiao Qiu's gaze was sharp. He had foreseen everything. Yan Shishi stood frozen before a giant mountain of trash that had just been dumped right in front of her house. In the pouring rain, Yan Shishi stood silently, clenching her fists, her rage erupting fiercely. Truck driver, henchman, poked his head out of the truck, feigning innocence. "Oh, isn't this Miss Yan's house? How did I mistake it for a dump? My apologies." The truck, driver, henchman, sneered provocatively. "It's raining heavily, you can just stand there and wash yourself clean." The truck revved its engine and drove away, leaving a defiant message. This is just the first gift from Kaijiang Company. From the porch, Qianliu was utterly panicked, screaming for her sister. Qianliu tried to rush forward but was held back by a firm hand. Xiao Qiu coldly ordered, "Just leave her be." Xiao Qiu held Qianliu tightly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Going over there now will only make her sadder. From Xiao Qiu's perspective, Yan Shishi trudged towards the filthy pile of trash. Yan Shishi turned back, her eyes meeting Xiao Qiu's and Qianliu's. A terrifying silence enveloped them. Yan Zixi's face was shrouded in shadow, but her eyes gleamed with a cold determination, signaling a bloody revenge about to begin. Under the pouring rain, Xiao Qiu and Qianliu stood silently, the air heavy as lead. Qianliu, her voice full of helplessness, questioned, Why has it come to this? Can you tell me?" Tears welling up, she cried out in despair. "Tell me, is there still justice in this world?" Xiao Qiu threw her a reply as cold as ice. There never was. Qianliu stubbornly continued to ask about the future, about the powerful, but Xiao Qiu extinguished all hope. "No, the fairness you desire is created from injustice." He placed his hand on Qianliu's wooden sword, his eyes emotionless. "Even the rain that falls on everyone isn't fair." Xiao Qiu continued his harsh lecture. "It falls on both the suffering and the inhumane." The tip of the wooden sword pointed out into the rain. He concluded cruelly, "This world is inherently unfair." Crack! Xiao Qiu broke the wooden sword with his bare hands, dark energy pouring from them. "So the rain falling on this unjust world is also unjust." Qianliu screamed in pain and despair as she witnessed her last symbol of hope shatter. Xiao Qiu turned away, his tone indifferent. "You know, in my eyes your family's troubles are just one of countless sufferings. I have no interest in your mess." He stepped into a puddle, muttering, "But trouble keeps finding me. How annoying." Qianliu hastily asked as she saw him start to walk away, "Where are you going?" Xiao Qiu's eyes were sharp as knives. He declared curtly, "To eliminate them." Qianliu was utterly panicked, screaming, "Are you crazy? Kaijiang Company isn't some small fry. Their warriors are level 3, level 4, and their boss is rumored to have reached level 5. She continued to scream in despair as his back receded. "Didn't you say my family's troubles weren't worth bothering with? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Don't go. If you go, you'll be dead." Xiao Qiu ignored the warning, his hand gripping the hilt of a real sword, an ancient weapon exuding killing intent. "Yeah, it's really troublesome, truly boring." Whoosh! He drew the sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming under the rain, an overbearing aura enveloping him. "However, I always enjoy getting rid of boredom." Xiao Qiu's eyes glowed with a deadly red, and he smirked, and using violence to eliminate trouble. Night fell upon the city, rain pouring down, signaling and restless night. The Kaijiang Investment Company headquarters stood tall amidst the rain, a den of trouble. Inside, two executives had just closed a lucrative deal, gleefully discussing their shares. "As long as we cooperate happily, we must earn money together." Under the heavy downpour, Xiao Qiu stood alone with his sword before the building, his eyes cold as ice, his killing intent ready. In the building's main lobby, the security guards stood watch, seemingly at ease. The glasses guard noticed the uninvited guest, frowning. "Oh?" Xiao Qiu silently stepped through the revolving door, his sword still in hand, a faint aura of death emanating from him. The glasses guard sneered at his colleague. "Damn it, another punk causing trouble on my shift." The muscular guard stepped forward to block his path, pointing a warning finger. "Kid, do you know where this is? Put down your weapon." Xiao Qiu didn't even glance at them, simply walking straight past. He swept past the two guards like a gust of wind, as if nothing had happened. Splat! A streak of blood unexpectedly slashed across the glasses guard's face. Before he could comprehend what happened, his body split open. The two guards exploded into a pulpy mess, blood splattering across the lobby to the horror of the office workers. A mission notification appeared. Mission: Blood Sacrifice Blade. Use Fei Ya to eliminate all enemy creatures for an upgrade. Xiao Qiu glanced at it, accepted the mission, and the hunt officially began. Immediately, a group of sword guards in black suits, katanas in hand, poured out from the corridors. Blood from Xiao Qiu's sword dripped onto the floor, surrounded by the remains of the two unfortunate guards. A captain among the sword guards roared a warning to his comrades. "Intruder, be careful." 4 elite sword guards immediately fanned out, forming a tight encirclement around Xiao Qiu. Without a word, 2 sword guards charged from 2 directions, swinging their swords. determined to take the intruder's life. Swish! Xiao Qiu deftly dodged the 2 sword strikes from the guards, Fei Ya in his hand ready to retaliate. Xiao Qiu's expression was icy, his speed far exceeding what the naked eye could follow. Thud! In just an instant, the heads of 2 unfortunate sword guards flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. The last sword guard in the first group stood frozen, facing an opponent he knew he couldn't possibly defeat. Xiao Qiu's eyes flashed with deadly red light, a thick killing intent enveloping the entire corridor. The sword guard broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by the horrifying pressure emanating from the intruder. He desperately swung his sword, but only met a cold clink, as Xiao Qiu parried the blow. Thud! Xiao Qiu thrust his sword straight through the chest of another sword guard, who had just rushed forward. The sword was temporarily stuck in the victim's body. Another sword guard charged from behind, plunging his sword straight into Xiao Qiu's back. A leading sword guard saw this and shouted in delight. His sword is stuck. This is our chance. The largest sword guard rushed forward, swinging his sword directly at Xiao Qiu's head, whose weapon was stuck. Ignoring the sword, Xiao Qiu spun around and delivered a punch straight to the face of the charging guard. Bang! Xiao Qiu's barehanded punch was so powerful it caused the sword guard's body to explode into a pulpy mess, leaving the captain stunned. Hez clearly a weapon user, so why is his punch stronger than a martial artist's? Xiao Qiu calmly pulled Fei Ya out of the corpse, his gaze unwavering. Leaving a long trail of blood and scattered corpses behind him, Xiao Qiu continued deeper inside, ignoring the office workers fleeing in panic. In a luxurious room, the blonde executive was arrogantly declaring his plan to seize the home of 2 sisters. Scoffing that no fool would dare oppose him, the blonde executive turned to Li Rongqi, his muscular accomplice, saying that once the land was rezoned, they would make a fortune. Bang! The room door burst open, and a surviving sword guard, pale as a ghost, rushed in, shouting, "It's over." He breathlessly reported as Li Rongqi, and the other accomplices' faces changed. Someone is slaughtering their way in. The surviving guard frantically reported to the bosses. Hez slaughtering everyone in the lobby. Hez all alone. The blonde executive scoffed. A single man dares to barge in here? He must have a death wish. Li Rongqi, the muscular boss, lectured. Our Kaijiang Corporation always chooses the right targets. We never pick fights with high-level professionals or those in power. Li Rongqi decided, "Let's go, see who's so bold." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rongqi grabbed a gigantic battle axe propped in the corner of the room, its blade sparking as it scraped against the floor. The 3 ringleaders, led by Li Rongqi wielding his axe, aggressively strode out of the room to see who dared to cause trouble. They all suddenly froze, sensing a chilling wave of killing intent from the hallway. At the end of the hallway, a guard was kneeling at the foot of the stairs, desperately pleading, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Whoosh! A pitch-black sword strike, trailing a vivid red light, slashed through the air, aimed directly at the pleading guard. The guard collapsed in a pool of blood, and a figure slowly emerged at the top of the stairs. Xiao Qiu stood there, his blood-red eyes glowing in the darkness, silently looking down at the small fry like a god of death. Li Rongqi broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the terrifying pressure Xiao Qiu exuded. He tried to reassure his companions and himself. What's there to be afraid of? We are 4 level 4 experts. Which one of us isn't a formidable opponent? Immediately, all 3 bosses activated their abilities. The blonde executive summoned ice crystals. Li Rongqi channeled red energy into his axe, and the gunslinger executive drew a pair of pistols emitting green mist. The blonde executive arrogantly pointed at Xiao Qiu. "Here are 4 level 4 experts. Are you scared now? Surrender, and I'll leave you a complete corpse." The goatee executive whispered to Li Rongqi, his face pale. "Boss, it's the guy who appeared at Yan Shizi's house. He's the one who knocked Tujing unconscious." Xiao Qiu smirked, thinking, dealing with 3 level 4 experts in human form would be a bit troublesome. Swish! He threw the flying fang straight up at the ceiling, embedding it deep within. The entire hallway suddenly plunged into pitch-black darkness, completely disorienting Li Rongqi and his group. The gunslinger executive sneered in the darkness, confidently boasting, "In the dark, I am king, the one who controls time and space." He activated night vision, his eyes glowing brightly, then immediately widened in horror as he looked down at his feet, where a pair of spiky, armored demonic legs had appeared without him noticing. In the darkness, Xiao Qiu had completed his transformation, a fully armored demon with swirling black energy, clutching the flying fang in his hand. The demonic face with glowing red eyes appeared, making the gunslinger executive utter in stunned silence. A monster? Outside the building, heavy rain began to pour, signaling a bloody night. The gunslinger executive named Joseph broke out in a cold sweat. Even with night vision activated, fear still enveloped him. From Joseph's perspective, the demon stood towering at the end of the hallway, exuding an indescribable, deadly pressure. Whoosh! The demon lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a blur in the air. Joseph frantically raised his pistols, trying to react before it was too late. Slash. A chilling strike had pierced Joseph's chest even before he could pull the trigger. Hearing the strange sound and smelling blood, Li Rongqi yelled into the darkness, "Joseph, are you there?" The answer was, Joseph's corpse slumped in a pool of blood, leaving Li Rongqi utterly stunned. A bolt of lightning tore across the night sky, illuminating the skyscraper for a fleeting moment. The lightning also revealed the culprit. The demon Xiao Qiu stood tall, the sword in his hand still dripping fresh blood. Without another word, Xiao Qiu lunged again. A vivid red sword strike slashing directly towards Li Rongqi. Clang! Li Rongqi exerted all his might, swinging his battle axe to parry the blow by a hair's breadth. The muscular man gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, thinking, "Just one moment slower, and I would have been dead." The blonde executive watched from a distance, his expression turning extremely grim as he saw his two comrades completely overwhelmed. He decided to act, roaring. Ice arrow technique, summoning a gigantic ice arrow that hovered in the air. The demon Xiao Qiu glanced over, completely unfazed by the high-level attack. The demonic hand with sharp claws rose, ready to meet the challenge. The ice arrow plunged down with terrifying destructive power, but the target had vanished, leaving only shattered floor. Whoosh! Xiao Qiu easily shattered the ice shards from the ice arrow technique with just one hand. Demonic breath exhaled. Dark energy surged around his body. The demon's crimson eyes glowed, locking onto its next target. Li Rongqi flinched at the strange sound, shouting in panic. What was that noise? Before he could collect himself, a gigantic dark figure loomed right behind Li Rongqi. Slash. A streak of blood spurted from Li Rongqi's neck. The burly man hadn't even realized what had happened. He touched his neck, his face pale, mouth agape in utter horror, only managing to utter a curse word. Whoosh! Li Rongqi's entire arm was severed, caught by Xiao Qiu's demonic hand. The blood crow was stained with fresh blood, dripping onto the floor, looking eerily terrifying. Hearing the scream, another squad of elite sword guards rushed in, short swords in hand, ready to surround him. One of the sword guards broke into a cold sweat, stammering incoherently as he faced the terrifying killing intent. Xiao Qiu stood there, silently observing the small fry who had just arrived. Whoosh! The demon's body vanished into thin air. He appeared right in front of the sword guard, too fast to react. Night fell, leaving only the demon's crimson eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. Slash, slash, slash. In a flash, the entire squad of sword guards was cut to pieces. Xiao Qiu stood amidst a battlefield of corpses, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from the stairs, enunciating each word. Enough. A man with messy black hair, holding a rapier, calmly blocked the path. His demeanor completely different from the soldiers just now. The demon snorted, recognizing the scent of a level 6 expert, while the other man analyzed. A demon? No. There's no demonic madness at all. The rapier wielder analyzed his opponent, wondering if Xiao Qiu was a transformation specialist, but then dismissed it because the demonic energy was too dense, not fake. He concluded that Xiao Qiu was a hybrid creature of human and demon, a species never before seen, and realized this was extremely valuable prey, enough to compensate for all damages. He smirked, declaring that whether demon or human, he would die, and revealed that capturing Xiao Qiu would please his superiors who were researching human-demon fusion. True to his word, the rapier wielder lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a lightning-fast attack towards Xiao Qiu. A sharp green energy slash aimed directly at the demon's head, clearly intended to finish him in one blow. But Xiao Qiu merely tilted his head slightly, the slash narrowly missing him, demonstrating his impressive reflexes. The rapier wielder showed surprise but also excitement. Fast reflexes. I didn't expect you to dodge that. He confidently declared that he had seen through the demon's limits, and the rapier in his hand began to gather energy. Whoosh, whoosh. A storm of green sword energy was unleashed, engulfing Xiao Qiu from all sides. The series of slashes struck Xiao Qiu's bone armor, creating deep cuts but not enough to pierce through. The rapier wielder sneered, mocking his opponent's defense. A demon as tough as a cockroach. He poured all his strength, preparing for the decisive blow. But this attack won't be so simple. The rapier shot forward like lightning, stabbing directly into Xiao Qiu's chest with terrifying power. Xiao Qiu was pushed back, seemingly having taken a fatal blow from the full power thrust. The rapier wielder smirked triumphantly, whispering, "You fell for it." It turned out it was all an act. He let go of the sword, revealing his true intention. From behind his back, he drew a shiny 357 Python revolver. This was the true finishing weapon. He aimed the barrel directly at Xiao Qiu's unguarded temple, a classic reversal. Click. His finger squeezed the trigger, without a moment's hesitation. Bang. A deafening blast, and Xiao Chu's head was blown off by the bullet at point-blank range. The rapier wielder smirked smugly, boasting that his move never missed. Though it was a pity he couldn't capture this new guy alive. He was still calculating the worth of Xiao Chu's corpse when the smoke gradually dispersed. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Chu stood tall, without a single scratch, his hell-red eyes staring directly at his enemy. The rapier wielder's smile froze, sweat pouring down him as he stammered, "Impossible!" He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that at such close range, there was no way to dodge the bullet. Xiao Chu spoke coldly, exposing his opponent's plan. "The only explanation is that I anticipated your feint." The rapier wielder was stunned, asking how he knew, and Xiao Chu replied curtly, "The 19 forms of Willow Sword." Xiao Chu meticulously explained the sword art, admitting that for someone of the rapier wielder's level, to master it to this extent was commendable effort. But then a shocking twist was revealed. Xiao Chu disclosed that he himself was the creator of this sword art, and had set the rule that it was only for justice, sarcastically adding that this was Mask's sword art, not his. The rapier wielder burst out laughing, trying to save face. "I'm eliminating monsters like you. If that's not justice, then what is?" Xiao Chu returned to his human form, questioning back. "Am I a monster? What about those who cause others to lose their homes because of you people? Is that justice?" The rapier wielder brushed him off, showing no interest in Xiao Chu's reasons for revenge. He began to preach, empowering his sword with green energy, proclaiming that anyone who hindered societal progress was a sinner. He yelled that he would forever stand on the side of justice, something a monster would never understand. With that, he charged, unleashing a series of green energy slashes towards Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu took the full force of the attack without a scratch, his icy voice echoing, "I understand. So this is your justice," he said as black and red energy tentacles began to erupt from his body. The blade-sharp tentacles swung up, and the rapier wielder only had time to widen his eyes in horror. A gigantic spear of dark energy shot straight forward with terrifying speed. The rapier wielder froze, utterly helpless against the overwhelming attack, only managing to utter in despair, "What the hell is this?" Whoosh! The dark spear tore through the air, piercing the rapier wielder's shoulder before he could even react. The impact created an explosion of dark energy, completely crushing the rapier wielder's body. He only managed to let out one last desperate scream before completely vanishing. Outside the building, rain poured down, and lightning tore across the night sky, signaling a bloody purge. Inside, Xiao Chu had pinned the rapier wielder's remaining upper body to the wall with numerous tentacles, the latter only managing to gasp. "This is a sneak attack." Xiao Chu's eyes were icy. The rapier wielder contemptuously asked back, "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" In his full demonic form, Xiao Chu replied sarcastically, "Didn't I already tell you my identity?" He growled, swinging the blood-stained finya. He retracted all his tentacles, letting his opponent's lifeless corpse fall to the floor. Suddenly, the finya sword in his hand vibrated intensely, and crimson energy began to surge. Thick blood energy enveloped the blade, completely transforming its shape. Xiao Chu raised the new demonic sword, and countless blood threads radiated from it throughout the room. A terrifying power was awakening. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the surging dark energy within. A system panel appeared with a notification. Equipment name, Blood Crow. Infinite Growth Weapon. Special ability. Unleashes an extremely powerful blood blade that tears through the ground. Xiao Chu murmured to his new weapon. "Blood Crow? Is this your new name?" He felt the pulse emanating from the sword, perfectly synchronized with him. An infinite growth demonic sword, accompanying an infinite growth monster like me. Truly a perfect combination. In a corner of the room, the goatee henchman's face was drained of all color, stammering, "Boss, wait." Xiao Chu turned, his hell-red eyes sweeping over the remaining survivors. The dark-haired henchman slumped to the floor, trembling and begging. Don't kill me." Xiao Chu silently raised the blood crow, preparing to deliver his final judgment. Xiao Chu whispered the name of the demonic sword's new technique. "Go." Blood Raven. A single slash unleashed a massive wave of blood energy, sweeping away everything in its path. The last surviving dark-haired executive only had time to see the crimson energy wall rushing towards him. He let out one final desperate scream before being engulfed and crushed by the energy surge. The Blood Raven energy was so powerful, it tore through several floors of the skyscraper. Under the pouring rain, the aftershocks of the slash burst out of the building, revealing its terrifying destructive power. Outside, the fully equipped special forces had formed a solid barrier, ready for battle. A soldier reported solemnly, "Commander Jiang, we have completely surrounded the Kaijiang building. All routes are blocked." Commander Jiang, an authoritative veteran, ordered his troops to wait, wanting to persuade those inside to surrender to avoid civilian casualties. But then he sneered, "Innocent? I'm afraid less than half the people in this building are innocent. But even so, judging them is the government's job. Commander Jiang's gaze was sharp and resolute. No matter how many excuses they make, they will still be punished accordingly. Suddenly, a soldier shouted in alarm as he saw a figure emerge from the building's main entrance. Xiao Chu, back in human form, calmly walked out, his clothes stained with blood, but his demeanor remained as cold as ice. Meanwhile, Yan Shishi received a call, her face changing color as she heard the news. He went to Kaijiang Company alone with a sword? Is he crazy? He's going to die. She was so panicked that she dropped the umbrella she was holding. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Shishi rushed out into the rain, ignoring Qianlia's helpless calls from behind. Big sister, wait for me. I want to go too. Yan Shishi ran to the scene, her gaze fixed on the military's encirclement. A special forces soldier stopped her. City Defense Force. Are you Yan Qianqian? Yan Shishi confirmed her identity, anxiously asked what had happened, and was asked to cooperate with the investigation. The soldier held up a device, its screen displaying an image of Xiao Qiu, and asked, "Do you recognize this man?" Yan Shishi's eyes widened, unable to believe it as she recognized the person in the photo. Xiao Qiu? Under the pouring rain, she pressed in a panic. What happened to him? Is he still alive? The Special Forces soldier replied coldly, holding his communication device. Not only alive, but very well. The scene shifted to the City Defense Force's exclusive prison, a gloomy and heavily guarded facility. Inside the interrogation room, Xiao Qiu sat motionless in a chair, his hands cuffed behind his back, but his face devoid of expression. Through the one-way glass, Commander Jiang frowned and asked his subordinate, "Still refusing to say who he is or where he's from?" The aide reported, "Yes, sir. He has confessed to attacking the Kaijiang Company, but other than that, we only know his name." The aide continued. While Xiao Qiu remained as still as a statue, his name is Xiao Qiu. No birth certificate, no purchase records, no travel history. He's like a ghost, completely outside government surveillance. The aide flipped through the documents. Further investigation revealed he's connected to a woman named Yan Shishi. Coincidentally, when we sought her out, the Secret Realm Oversight Bureau was also looking for her, related to a mysterious thief who could freely enter and exit secret realms. That thief is Xiao Qiu. Commander Jiang turned his back, deep in thought. Truly mysterious. And this Yan Shishi, what's her background? The aide reported clearly. According to our investigation, Yan Shishi is a level 2 professional healer, and her father was a level 5 expert. Commander Jiang raised an eyebrow. Oh? Level 5? The aide confirmed. That's right. He served in the military, but his power declined after being discharged due to injury. The aide continued, flipping through the file. Her father died in the Great Obscenity Incident a few years ago, and her younger sister, Yan Qianlio, was also permanently disabled after that event. In another room, Yan Shishi was giving her statement. At that time, I was exploring a secret realm with the Cutting Edge team, when I suddenly encountered Xiao Qiu. He appeared without any official report. This testimony completely matches that of the other survivors. Commander Jiang nodded, having grasped the whole story. So Xiao Qiu's reason for coming to Kaijiang was to kill. The Kaijiang people intended to maliciously seize Yan Shishi and her sister's land, and he acted for justice. He concluded with a meaningful tone. Truly a bloodthirsty swordsman. The door to the surveillance room opened, and a large man in a suit walked in. Commander Jiang immediately recognized him. Director Arthur. Director Arthur, with a determined expression, clenched his fist. Let's go. It seems we'll have to question him ourselves. The aide, standing behind the two important figures, thought to himself, Commander Jiang is a level 7 expert. Director Arthur is level 6. The two of them are already the strongest warriors in Dahe City. The kid inside surely won't be able to cause any trouble. Clang! The door to the interrogation room where Xiao Qiu was being held opened. Xiao Qiu, sitting in the interrogation room, glanced sideways with a cold expression. He smirked slightly, his eyes showing no trace of someone under arrest. Commander Jiang walked in, momentarily startled, wondering, is he looking at me? He realized Xiao Qiu's gaze wasn't aimed at him, but at his military uniform, and wondered why the kid seemed so nostalgic. Commander Jiang placed the file on the table and called out his name directly. Xiao Qiu, right? With Director Arthur standing behind him, Commander Jiang sat down and began the interrogation. With the crimes you've committed, you must know what's coming. He offered two choices, immediate execution or joining the Redemption Battalion, which had the highest mortality rate, to kill monsters and repay humanity. Commander Jiang further explained that most criminals in that battalion perished in their first battle. To survive and return, one had to face hundreds, even thousands of battles. Xiao Qiu replied sarcastically, his eyes darkening. So for you, fighting monsters on the front lines is a punishment? Commander Jiang questioned. Sounds like you've been on the front lines before, haven't you? Xiao Qiu confirmed he had been there for a while. but under a different identity. Director Arthur and Commander Jiang exchanged glances, showing suspicion at the prisoner's statement. Commander Jiang muttered that not many experts were skilled enough to survive on the front lines. A simple photo comparison could reveal his true identity. He told Xiao Chu directly, "We still have hope. Both Director Arthur and I were once stationed on the front lines." Director Arthur continued, claiming to be a veteran of nearly 10 years of war. But only Mask and the first generation of heroes were qualified to establish those front lines. Commander Jiang pointed to the medal on his chest, revealing, "This is a Mask medal. I also fought under Sir Mask." He admitted he was just a lowly soldier, only able to watch the legend's back from afar. Director Arthur slammed the table, his voice full of indignation. "Because you've been on the front lines, you must understand how hard humanity has struggled to achieve this peace," he growled, emphasizing the danger of causing instability right before the federal parliament. Director Arthur leaned his hands on the table, bending towards Xiao Chu, trying to overwhelm him with his presence. He roared, his eyes sharp. "Do you understand?" Director Arthur continued his lecture, warning Xiao Chu that his actions could cause the stable situation to collapse, leading to countless losses. Xiao Chu remained silent, completely ignoring the high-ranking official's threats. Both Director Arthur and Commander Jiang showed their displeasure at Xiao Chu's uncooperative attitude. Commander Jiang spoke up, sarcastically remarking that Xiao Chu's defiance against the federal government was nothing but futile resistance. The commander issued a final warning, threatening to transfer Xiao Chu to the federal capital, where no one would be as lenient as them, then turned and left. The interrogation room door slammed shut, leaving Xiao Chu alone in the darkness. Xiao Chu smirked, thinking to himself, "Transfer to the federal capital? I'd like to go back there and see." But he quickly dismissed that thought, as there was a more important mission now: the rebirth of Great Obscenity. A catastrophe-level monster named Great Obscenity appeared. A formidable entity with power equivalent to level 7 or 8. Xiao Chu recalled that he already knew this monster would return because it had happened in his previous life. Immediately after the trial, Great Obscenity found a host and was reborn, and Mask, who was Xiao Chu in his previous life, had just been deployed to the front lines when he had to rush back to resolve the crisis. Recalling the desolate scene, even though Mask had punched the monster into oblivion before it could cause further damage, he was still cursed by the crowd. The ungrateful civilians began their online tirade. How could a special hero be so late? So many people died. Mask must apologize. Amidst the wave of criticism, Mask, humanity's hero, was forced to stand before the podium. He had to bow his head and apologize to the entire public for a mistake he didn't cause. Returning to reality, Xiao Chu's eyes were icy cold. In this life, there is no hero Mask, only Xiao Chu. He told himself cruelly. So, what do the lives of those people have to do with me? Outside, Director Arthur lit a cigarette, asking Commander Jiang for his assessment after hearing Xiao Chu say he had been on the front lines. Commander Jiang admitted that he had never seen a kid on the front lines with such violent power. His speed and weapons were extremely bizarre. Director Arthur took a drag from his cigarette, bitterly concluding, "A genius? Others spend their entire lives without reaching the threshold of a level 6 expert, yet he easily decapitated a level 6 guy while still dabbling in multiple systems." Commander Jiang scorned, "A genius? Just a foolish genius. Selling your life to trash like Kai Jiang isn't smart at all." Director Arthur took a drag from his cigarette, a sneer on his lips. Indeed. After all, this is the Federation, where even Mask was dragged to trial. He crushed the cigarette, bitterly saying that compared to that, judging a genius kid was nothing. The scene shifts to the federal capital, Star City, a futuristic metropolis with modern skyscrapers. Although humanity survived the Dark Ages and rebuilt, most cities were only average. But Star City had risen as a symbol. A true sci-fi city. In a high-level meeting room, the federal council members were furious, shouting that the culprit had killed dozens of people and a level 6 expert in one night, disregarding federal authority. The blonde council president looked at the file, showing interest. "Oh? So young, yet he took down a level 6 expert. Seems like a talent." An angry councilman slammed the table in protest. "So what if he's talented? The more talented, the more dangerous. He must be publicly executed as a warning," he muttered to himself, enraged that the Kaijiang company, his cash cow and money laundering front, had been wiped out, costing him a fortune. The blonde council president coldly ordered, looking at Xiao Chu's photo, "I know. Send this prisoner to the front lines. Assign him to the 1st Division of the Redemption Battalion." The angry councilman's jaw dropped, utterly shocked. Not a public execution? He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that if he didn't punish those who dared to challenge him, his other subordinates would no longer be loyal. The blonde council president waved him off. "No need for more talk. We have more important matters." He abruptly changed the subject, roaring angrily at the entire meeting room. "Why is there still no news about Mask?" The entire meeting room fell silent before the president's fury. He continued his delusional speech, claiming that Mask couldn't have disappeared and must still be lurking somewhere nearby. He slammed the file with Xiao Qiu's photo onto the table, yelling that Mask couldn't be allowed to suddenly appear and create a deadly surprise. Another member tried to calm him. "President, please calm down. Mask has lost all his power. How could he pose a threat anymore?" The blonde council president immediately retorted, "No power? Then how did he vanish from the courtroom?" The skeptical councilman spoke up, arguing that everyone felt Mask had crippled his own power, leaving him with only meager abilities. So what could he do? The skeptical councilman asserted that the smear campaign against Mask had been too effective, with support plummeting, confidently asking, "What threat can a lone man pose to us?" The blonde council president smirked to himself, knowing that an uncontrollable threat was always a problem, but currently, he was the one in charge of this federation. He recalled how many concessions he had to make to the councilmen for them to agree to expel Mask, the thorn in his side. The council president concluded the matter. "In short, for the common good, we must find and control Mask, then quickly move on to the next topic." A long-haired councilman reported the tense situation. "At the front lines, the number of monsters appearing has increased by 32% compared to last month, the first time since the Federation's establishment." The blonde council president irritably covered his face with his hand. "Without Mask, have these guys become useless? It's only the first month, and they can't even hold on." The glasses-wearing councilman was sweating profusely, muttering the terrifying number. 32%. The glasses-wearing councilman tremblingly asked a foolish question. "Did we push Mask too far? If he just remained a special hero, it wouldn't affect anything, as he never interfered with our affairs." The council president's face darkened, his eyes burning red with killing intent as he glared at the other man. "Are you questioning the collective's decision?" The glasses-wearing councilman turned pale with fear, hastily waving his hands in denial. "I wouldn't dare." The council president slammed the table, roaring at the entire meeting room. "Are all of you so lacking in confidence? Will this federation cease to exist without Mask?" He proposed deploying the most elite troops from various cities to weaker areas, arguing that these soldiers had grown accustomed to peace, their combat strength had declined, and they were just a waste of money. The long-haired councilman immediately objected, stating that the city defense force was the last line of defense, and hasty deployment would lead to unforeseen consequences. Another sharp-eyed councilman sneered, bluntly exposing him. "Humph. Your words sound good, but in reality, you're worried about the profits you make from the defense force." He continued to expose. "Your family supplies equipment to countless guards in the Federation. Cutting the defense force is like destroying your lifeline." The long-haired councilman was furious, yelling, You're slandering me." But the council president slammed his hand down and shouted, "Enough." The blonde council president delivered the final verdict. "It's decided, the city defense force will fill the gaps in other areas. There hasn't been a disaster in a long time, so cuts are necessary." He held up the file with Xiao Qiu's photo. "By the way, send this criminal to the capital as soon as possible. It would be a good example." The scene shifts to the Dahe City Defense Force building, a modern and imposing structure. Outside the building, an official informed Yan Shishi and Qian Liu, who were in wheelchairs. "This doesn't concern you two. You can go home. If there are any changes, well, call. You might be summoned as witnesses in court." Qian Liu's face was cold, wondering about the witness role she was assigned. A female officer explained that the indictment against the vicious criminal was being drafted, and their presence was mandatory, as it was a major case. Qian Liu immediately retorted, "Vicious? Why is he considered vicious? He's clearly punishing the scum of the earth." The female officer stammered, weakly trying to defend. His hands are stained with the blood of dozens. Killing is wrong, no matter what." Qian Liu snapped without reservation. "Were the people killed by that vicious Xiao Qiu good citizens?" She leaned back in her wheelchair, her eyes sharp. "That scum has ruined countless families. When it comes to viciousness, they are the epitome of cruelty." An authoritative voice echoed from behind. "You are right. Those people truly harmed countless families, and each of them deserves to die." The female officer startled and turned, surprised to see her superior. "Commander Jiang." Qian Liu looked up at the old commander, silently waiting to see what the old man was up to. Commander Jiang continued with a stern expression. "But, even if they deserve 1,000 cuts, judgment belongs to us, not an individual." Qian Liu questioned him directly. "Then why don't you act?" While Commander Jiang replied with a bunch of empty theories about darkness and sacrifice. Qian Liu didn't accept that nonsense answer. "So, we have to endure this darkness?" She looked him straight in the eye, her voice full of challenge. "Are we not even allowed to fight against the darkness?" Commander Jiang's gaze darkened. He was clearly cornered by such a direct question. Commander Jiang declared condescendingly, looking down at the girl in the wheelchair. "Your individual rebellion is unjust." Hearing this, Qian Liu gripped the armrest of her wheelchair. beginning to lose patience. If she lowered her head, her voice trembling with anger. If even fighting back is wrong. Qianliu suddenly looked up, screaming in despair, her aura exploding. Then the existence of this world is a mistake. Yan Shishi witnessed it all, thinking to herself, Qianliu, I've been through too much injustice. I can no longer scream like Qianliu. Yan Shishi gently called her friend, sister, let's go home. Qianliu bowed her head, accepting to leave. After the two girls left, Commander Jiang sighed. If only that young girl could stand up, how wonderful that would be. The female officer beside him wondered, why do you say that, Commander Jiang? Commander Jiang analyzed like an old veteran. Anger is often a sign of incompetence, but it can also be a source of strength. If I were to rate this source of strength, that girl would definitely be among the top. Meanwhile, Yan Shishi pushed Qianliu's wheelchair in the park, and Qianliu thought to herself, if only I had that kind of strength from anger back then. The female officer remained unconvinced, believing that anger was useless when Qianliu was permanently bound to a wheelchair. She concluded that it was just a useless rage, while the two girls had arrived back at their yard. Upon arriving home, Yan Shishi told Qianliu to go rest in her room, while she would clean the yard, and promised to find a way to resolve Xiaochu's situation. Qianliu silently entered the room, her head bowed low, looking exhausted. But as the door closed, a deadly glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Qianliu sat alone in her room, the wheelchair like a prison holding her will captive. She told herself, if there are places in this world where the sun cannot reach, then I will become the light. And then, she slowly placed her feet on the floor. If there are places of eternal darkness, then the sun has no reason to exist. She exerted force, and the tiles beneath her feet began to crack. Leaving the wheelchair behind, Qianliu trembled as she stood upright on her own 2 feet. Step by step, the girl who was once disabled could now walk on her own. Yan Shishi, carrying a trash bag, called out, Qianliu, I forgot the room is a bit messy. But when she looked inside, she froze, stammering, You can stand up. Qianliu, standing tall, called out sister with a somber expression. Her hand emitted a strange green light, and she frantically screamed, Quick! Run! Immediately, dark tentacles sprouted from Qianliu's body, radiating deadly energy. At the same time, in the City Defense Forces meeting room, officials were arguing fiercely about troop deployment and the wave of mass desertions. During the meeting, Commander Jiang was speaking about the purpose of summoning the officers. Suddenly, he paused, a familiar murderous aura catching his attention. The aide with glasses wondered, Commander Jiang, what are you looking at? While the commander mumbled, This aura, it can't be. His expression darkened as he realized it was the aura of the Great Obscenity, a catastrophe-level monster. The aide and his colleagues were shocked, thinking Commander Jiang was joking because that monster had been destroyed by Mask long ago. Without explanation, Commander Jiang punched through the glass, roaring, Activate the emergency military plan. Evacuate all citizens of Dahe City. He rushed out, declaring firmly, I will bear all consequences, his entire body erupting with energy, ready for battle. Meanwhile, the streets below were still bustling, the citizens completely unaware of the impending disaster. A young man with glasses was walking, watching the news on a large screen about the culprit at the Kaijiang building being apprehended. He smiled upon seeing the roses blooming by the roadside, exclaiming, Spring has arrived. He wondered if the warmer weather was causing the flowers to bloom so early. The roses began to tremble unusually, not from the wind. Suddenly, a flower grotesquely burst open to an enormous size. An entire bush of flowers simultaneously split open, looking like gaping monster mouths. The young man with glasses froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. From within the mutated flowers, a giant bee with bat-like wings soared into the sky. The monster landed on a colossal flower, its sharp legs digging deep into the soft petals. It began to suck the nectar, and the other flowers also transformed, growing jagged, saw-like leaves. The romantic scene had now transformed into a garden of death, petals falling profusely through the air. The traffic light mindlessly turned green, signaling that normal life had officially ended. Amidst the crowded streets, citizens still passed by carelessly, completely unaware of the impending disaster. A young man called to his friend, Hey buddy, it's green, let's cross. The afro-haired young man stood still, seemingly sensing something amiss. Suddenly, several thorny branches began to sprout from the afro-haired man's temples, his face contorting in pain. Horrifying. Countless thorny rose branches pierced through his flesh, blooming directly on the unfortunate young man's face. His companion froze, stammering in horror. Monster! Pop! The first victim exploded into a gooey mess of tentacles and petals, splattering everywhere. Amidst the chaotic scene, rose petals still drifted poetically. An office lady civilian reached out to catch the petals, marveling. So beautiful. She completely ignored the screaming crowd behind her, who were fleeing for their lives. Whoosh! A giant pink flesh mass suddenly lunged forward, swallowing the bewildered girl. That grotesque flesh mass was formed from countless petals, with human faces eerily grinning on its surface. From the flesh mass, a new monster emerged, its body that of the office lady civilian, but its head replaced by a giant rose. Just as danger peaked, a muscular swordsman appeared, carrying a great sword and roaring. "Don't panic! I'm here!" The civilians rejoiced as if they'd struck gold, cheering. "It's an expert! We're saved!" The spiky-haired swordsman strained, the great sword in his hand flaring with brilliant energy. Boom! A fiery slash struck the grotesque flesh mass directly, creating a terrifying explosion. The swordsman landed coolly between the two halves of the monster, smugly declaring, "Humph, a monster like this dares to challenge an expert? It's practically begging for death." But suddenly, he flinched, feeling something was wrong. From his arm, green tentacles began to sprout, and the swordsman realized in horror. Didn't I just kill it? Could it be an infection? Xiaoqiu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the green light emanating from the infected area was an extremely bad omen. A hideous giant flesh flower monster was sweeping through the city, causing someone to exclaim in panic, "Is that the great obscenity?" A subordinate officer roared in frustration, not understanding why the monsters had appeared and what the hell the Supervision Bureau was doing. Commander Jiang flew in with his subordinates, analyzing the situation rapidly. "It's not the great obscenity. The victims aren't rotting. They're turning into flower-headed monsters." The subordinate officer gritted his teeth, realizing that despite the different methods, the goal of destruction and corruption remained identical. Commander Jiang landed on a building, naming the new threat. Flower-headed monsters, a very fitting name. Standing with his team, Commander Jiang warned, "Don't use conventional logic to perceive these monsters. They can evolve beyond imagination." Commander Jiang gave the combat order. "Each person is responsible for one street. Monitor from a distance. Absolutely do not let the flower-headed monsters spread, and do not make contact." From above, dark energy tendrils spread throughout the city, signaling that the catastrophe had officially begun. A civilian ran, screaming for help, his hand already infected by the deadly green energy. Another person pointed in despair, witnessing the flower-headed monsters tearing apart and devouring civilians in the street. Commander Jiang roared a stern command. "Get down!" He yelled directly at two civilians standing frozen like statues. "Don't just stand there on the ground." Energy erupted from Commander Jiang, his beard blazing with golden flames, signaling that his power was about to be unleashed. Commander Jiang unleashed a move, summoning a giant beast of fire and lightning that plunged straight into the streets. A civilian could only cover his head, enduring the terrifying pressure from the strategic level attack. A colossal pillar of fire swept across an entire street, incinerating everything in its path in the blink of an eye. The terrifying heat slowly dissipated, leaving behind a desolate scene, with no trace of the monsters. A civilian who miraculously survived, still smoking, stammered in horror, "We're saved." Another blond man also escaped death, but his eyes were still dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. A civilian screamed tragically as his face exploded, transforming into a hideous mass of flesh under the influence of the green energy. Commander Jiang stood, observing his results, but what grew from the lifeless corpse was a grotesque rose. He was stunned to realize a horrifying truth. Even the ashes contained the seeds of the great obscenity. Looking down from above, the entire city was being invaded by a terrifying network of green vines. Skyscrapers were now merely trellises for the mutated plants, which grew at an astonishing speed. The streets were now the domain of the flower-headed monsters, former civilians now shambling in their new forms. Director Arthur stood amidst the chaotic scene, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "This is a green hell." Giant, spiky roots furiously smashed against an energy shield protecting an important building. Commander Jiang turned, giving a decisive order to the Special Forces team. "Abandon all firepower. Do not use fire to deal with this defiled spring," he emphasized, his eyes sharp. "Not a single fragment of these flower-headed monsters must escape. They are extremely contagious." Director Arthur stepped forward, questioning bluntly, "Commander Jiang, what the hell is going on here?" Commander Jiang did not turn around, his voice lowered, encapsulating the entire situation in one word: catastrophe. Director Arthur, who had directly faced the obscenity event, pressed, "Is this monster the return of the great obscenity?" but then denied it himself. "No, it doesn't smell like it." Commander Jiang explained the monster's concept of immortality, stating that even being reduced to ash was merely an appearance. He gave the example of the immortal jellyfish in nature, a creature that can theoretically reverse its life cycle and live forever. "This type of monster's immortality was only discovered a few years ago," Commander Jiang said. "Immortality is only relative. If their habitat is eradicated, even the strongest demons will die." It turned out that the great obscenity was not just a calamity-level monster. It also left behind radiation that created an environment for its own rebirth and transformed other monsters. Director Arthur flew into a rage, roaring with indignation. Those bastards. Commander Jiang turned, frowning as he asked, "What do you mean?" Director Arthur recalled the scene where Mask had warned the officials about thoroughly dealing with the Great Obscenity's radiation, and they had agreed, even issuing military orders to ensure it. But right after Mask left, those bastards completely disregarded his orders, the director recounted bitterly. They not only ignored cleaning up the remnants of the Great Obscenity, but also embezzled the relief funds. Director Arthur buried his face in his hands, gritting his teeth in regret and fury. If only they had listened to Mask from the beginning. Commander Jiang cut off the director's thoughts, pointing at the invaded city. "We can deal with that later, Director Arthur. Your Supervision Bureau can monitor energy fluctuations. What's the current situation? Has the infectious radiation spread outside?" Commander Jiang's gaze was sharp as a razor. "Where is the strongest energy fluctuation? Can you pinpoint the exact location of the Great Obscenity?" Director Arthur cried out in alarm. "Why are you asking? Are you planning to handle it alone?" "Commander Jiang, it's too dangerous. That's a natural disaster-level monster, level 10. Blue lightning energy flashed in Commander Jiang's hand, and he confidently declared, "I can sense it." Dahe City currently has no level 10 monsters, not even level 9. Standing tall amidst the ruins, Commander Jiang explained his plan. The Great Obscenity is currently just a new life form, a mutation. This is the best time to destroy it, before its power fully recovers. Commander Jiang concluded with a firm statement. "In short, if we don't destroy it now, we will have to pay a much heavier price later." Director Arthur could only remain silent, unable to refute the old commander's reasoning. Finally, the director accepted, placing a hand on the commander's shoulder and instructing, "Be careful with everything. Don't get infected by the Great Obscenity's radiation. I'll have someone from the Supervision Bureau send over the energy data map immediately." The scene shifts to a modern, peaceful, futuristic city under a clear blue sky, a complete contrast to the current disaster. An elevated train glided through the city, while breaking news appeared. Shocking news. To reinforce the frontline military forces and ensure the safety of the citizens, on the train, passengers scrolled through their phones, paying little attention to the news about the city council's decision to deploy the local defense force to the front lines. The news screen showed a man wearing a cap exchanging documents with a blonde female reporter. The blonde female reporter's expression suddenly changed, her voice becoming urgent and panicked as she read the emergency bulletin she had just received. On the TV screen inside the train, the reporter announced shocking news that left all passengers stunned. In the Southeast Administrative Area, a suspected natural disaster-level monster has appeared in Dahe City. A full view of Dahe City appeared, now transformed into a deadly forest with gigantic, grotesque vines growing over the skyscrapers. Someone was browsing social media, their phone screen displaying images of the invaded city. Netizens began to discuss, "Dahe City? Isn't that where the Great Obscenity once wreaked havoc, then Mask wiped it out?" The online community started calling out Mask's name. "Did you forget? Mask announced his retirement." Another person argued, "That's a lie. Hess definitely hiding somewhere, just waiting for the government to announce it, and Mask will appear. You'll see." Another social media post shared horrifying photos from the scene, showing grotesque flower-headed monsters walking like zombies through the desolate city. Netizens started gossiping, one wondering if the green vegetation was a natural disaster and why a humanoid demon was seen inside. A survivor who had just gotten into an escape vehicle quickly updated the situation. The city is still in chaos. The defense forces are unable to stop the monsters, and the experts are also helpless because the enemies were originally transformed humans. This person also revealed that the commander of Dahe City's defense force, the very person who annihilated the Great Obscenity last time, had personally taken action. Breaking news was broadcast. Dahe City's military commander has single-handedly charged into the horde of monsters. The blonde female reporter announced that, according to reliable sources, this disaster-level monster is not yet strong. Its reactive energy is only comparable to a level 7 monster. The blonde female reporter confidently declared that their television station had connected with the media in Dahe and would broadcast the battle live. The entire landscape of Dahe City now resembled a deadly forest, with skyscrapers tightly wrapped in gigantic vines. In the heart of the enemy territory, a lone figure stood amidst dozens of colossal vines lunging as if to tear him apart. But Commander Jiang's skill was genuine. He glided like the wind, and the sluggish vines could only strike at empty air. He easily dodged every obstacle. The speed of a level 7 expert was not to be trifled with. Commander Jiang stopped. He had found his target. Before him was a vine-covered building, with flower-headed monsters scattered about, and a figure reigning at the top. Commander Jiang narrowed his eyes, recognizing the enemy. "Is that you?" On a giant rose, Qian Liu, with plant armor and one eye covered by a flower, stood there with an arrogant demeanor. Commander Jiang showed his contempt, playing at being a god again. Do you think donning this magnificent appearance will make others worship you? I've seen many like you. He recalled the past, when monsters imitated divine figures to deceive humans, making fanatics willing to sacrifice their lives. From the command center, the director yelled over the comms, "Commander Jiang, be careful. Its energy is the great obscenity after its rebirth. Don't let its feminine appearance fool you." Commander Jiang calmly touched his earpiece, replying curtly, "I know." He looked directly at the enemy. "I didn't expect you to transform into this state after only a few hours." The monster provoked. "Do you regret it?" Commander Jiang growled. "I regret it." He clenched his fist, and blue lightning violently sparked. Blue lightning exploded violently, engulfing a corner of the ruined city. Commander Jiang roared, unleashing his full fury. "My only regret is not killing you when you were still in that wheelchair." A destructive surge of lightning was fired with terrifying speed. The colossal lightning bolt completely swallowed Qianliu and the flower where she stood. The monster's upper half of its head instantly vaporized under the power of the lightning. On a nearby helicopter, a news cameraman exclaimed, "Wow, truly a level 7 powerhouse." With that attack, the monster must be vaporized, not even a gasp left. Commander Jiang hovered in midair, his aura overwhelming, believing the battle was decided. But he suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong. Did the attack have no effect on it? From its headless neck, green plant sprouts grew at a frantic pace, regenerating the lost part. Qianliu fully regenerated her face, sneering defiantly. "It's useless." Giant vines erupted from the ground, reaching towards the operating helicopter. The monster stood tall, its entire body without a scratch, its life energy terrifyingly abundant. Its eyes glowed, one still covered by the flower, exuding absolute confidence in its power. It smirked, its remaining blue eye looking at Commander Jiang as if watching a farce. Commander Jiang gritted his teeth, recognizing the opponent's formidable ability. High-speed regeneration. The news cameraman cried out in panic. "That's insane. Half its face just vaporized. How is it not dead? Isn't it just a monster?" Commander Jiang growled, one eye turning fiery red, his energy erupting more fiercely than before. "What about this then?" He unleashed an even more powerful lightning punch, focusing all his strength into a single point. The lightning converged into a destructive beam, firing directly at Qianliu. The monster was once again engulfed by lightning, but its body immediately began regenerating, defying all laws of physics. Qianliu smirked, her eyes full of mockery. "Is this all the so-called light that dispels darkness amounts to?" Commander Jiang ground his teeth, killing intent flaring at the monster's blatant provocation. The old man darted forward like a flash of lightning, but green vines sprouted from the ground, reaching out as if to seize him. The senses of a level 7 warrior screamed, signaling an immense danger approaching. Commander Jiang broke out in a cold sweat. The monster suddenly appeared right behind him, its voice full of sarcasm. "Is that all the speed you have?" Whoosh! A green streak flashed past, so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Commander Jiang was stunned, unable to believe his opponent's speed. It's faster than me?" Qianliu sneered, whispering into the old man's ear like a judgment. "With such meager power, you dare to dispel darkness? How ridiculous." Rumble, rumble. Countless giant vines erupted from the ground, tightly coiling around Commander Jiang, while ceaseless blue lightning struck down. The monster laughed arrogantly, mocking those who were waiting for him. They're afraid they'll die in vain before they can do anything. Blue lightning engulfed a corner of the city, its terrifying destructive power shaking everything. On the helicopter, the news cameraman gaped, stammering, How can this be?" Commander Jiang, tightly bound by vines, finally realized the monster's trick. It's not actually moving fast. Qianliu stood amidst the vines, a triumphant look on her face. But it's changing its position by using the plants. At the command center, Bureau Director Arthur slammed the table, shouting into the comms, "Commander Jiang, retreat immediately. You can't win against it." He pointed at the screen, explaining in despair, "As long as the flowerhead monsters aren't completely destroyed, it can't be killed. Any number of attacks will be useless." Bureau Director Arthur yelled, giving a decisive order. "We must deploy large-scale weapons to level this entire area." In the middle of the battlefield, Commander Jiang was exhausted, the lightning around him gradually weakening. The old man looked at the flowerhead monsters slowly advancing from all sides, bitterly realizing he was cornered. In this situation, can I still escape? Commander Jiang stood upright, facing the enemy's encirclement, his eyes no longer holding confidence, only a resolute determination to fight to the death. Amidst the rubble, Commander Jiang bent down to pick up his military uniform. The old man touched the metal, a final spark of determination flashing in his eyes. A grim smile appeared on Commander Jiang's lips. He had decided to fight to the bitter end. The reborn abomination sneered. "Clever, but knowing it's useless won't change anything." Your current state is truly pathetic. Bound tightly by vines, the electrical energy around Commander Jiang weakened, making him look no different from a trapped beast. No, the old man growled, his hand beginning to flare with a deadly crimson energy. Commander Jiang's entire body blazed with a red aura, a completely different power being unleashed. He roared, muscles bulging. This is how I live and die. A colossal pillar of red energy shot straight into the sky, shaking a corner of the city. Within the energy storm, Commander Jiang's figure stood tall, his power pushed to a new level. The cameraman cried out in panic, believing that elemental experts weren't immune to their own effects, and that Commander Jiang was committing suicide by overloading his energy. At the command center, Director Arthur gritted his teeth and explained, "It's not an overload suicide. This is an ultimate release, by burning life force to increase his level." Director Arthur yelled into the comms in despair, "Commander Jiang, are you insane? Jiang!" The reborn abomination showed interest, knowing this technique well. Ultimate release? Maintaining full body power at its absolute overload limit. With that power, a level 7 can fight on par with a level 8. It continued to explain the price. Blood vessels and cells will rupture. After using this technique, the expert will become an ordinary person, or even crippled. The monster smirked provocatively. Am I not right? Ignoring the provocation, Commander Jiang braced himself, enduring the tearing pain as the raging crimson energy surged through his body. The old man unleashed a direct attack. The stream of red energy shot forth like a drill, destroying everything in its path. The monster easily dodged the attack, appearing in a different spot and scoffing. It's useless. As long as I shift my consciousness, I can teleport instantly. Commander Jiang didn't bother with words. The old man charged straight at the reborn abomination with terrifying speed, crimson energy exploding. The reborn abomination froze, unable to believe it. What? His punch is faster than my own thoughts. Commander Jiang roared, swinging his fiery steel fist, determined to go all out with one strike, even as his body was falling apart. The old man gritted his teeth, enduring the skin-flaying, flesh-tearing pain as his body was constantly infected, then purified by lightning, a hellish cycle. On the helicopter, the cameraman yelled in exhilaration, "Incredible! Commander Jiang is too strong. He wiped out the calamity-level monster in one hit." At the command center, Director Arthur delivered a sobering blow. No, Great Obscenity isn't dead. The energy scan screen showed that the signal hadn't disappeared. On the contrary, it was surging, growing stronger and stronger. The director sternly announced to all staff, "Everyone, that is absolutely not Great Obscenity." An aide with glasses asked in confusion, "Director, what do you mean?" The director began to explain an ancient legend about the giant Antaeus who was invincible as long as he stood on the ground. He growled, revealing a horrifying truth. This mutated Great Obscenity is Antaeus. Tens of thousands of assimilated people in Dahe City are all its source of power. You can't kill it unless you eliminate all of them. The entire Dahe City was covered in green foliage. All of it was part of the monster. The aide with glasses turned pale, stammering, "It is one, but also tens of thousands?" The aide was stunned, realizing the problem had far exceeded all expectations. Suddenly, the energy screen turned crimson, and the aide shouted, "Energy surge! It has reached the highest secret red energy level." Director Arthur broke out in a cold sweat, yelling in despair. It has become a level 9 natural disaster, and its power is still increasing too rapidly. In the city that had become a jungle, Commander Jiang stood alone atop a colossal vine, facing despair. The reborn abomination looked at the old man burning his life force, whispering in admiration, "Unbelievable. To think human experts can reach this realm through self-immolation." Commander Jiang stood with his back turned, red energy still surging, as he recalled a youthful dream. "I once fantasized about becoming such a mighty warrior, roaming the world with a single sword." The reborn abomination questioned Commander Jiang. "With such power, why didn't you use it to dispel the darkness? Why did you let so many innocent people drown in it?" Its question, "Why?" echoed throughout the city, emanating from the mouths of tens of thousands of flower-headed monsters. A forest of monsters repeated the question in unison, creating a terrifying psychic attack. The monster's entire plant system trembled, amplifying the old man's mentally torturous question. In another area, the special forces were trying to erect a yellow energy shield to hold on, but it was already cracking. A soldier cried out in despair, "Damn it, I can't hold on any longer." The flower-headed monsters easily pierced through the flimsy defensive shield. Whoosh! The plant monsters rushed past, ignoring the exhausted soldiers. A soldier breathed a sigh of relief, unable to believe he was still alive. They're retreating. I thought I was a goner." The other soldier remained vigilant, panting, "No, it's not over yet." Suddenly, he noticed the ground below was transforming strangely, and he yelled, "What the hell is that?" All the flower-headed monsters across the city were merging, green energy surging violently. A colossal green energy explosion erupted, marking the birth of a new form. At the epicenter, a figure was slowly forming, long hair flowing in the energy smoke. The new entity's emerald green eyes slowly opened, gleaming with absolute evil and power. Qianliu appeared in a more perfect human form, standing on a colossal lotus platform. She looked at Commander Jiang, who stood opposite her on a tree branch, and repeated the question. "You ask why?" Commander Jiang growled, his hand flaring with the crimson energy of extreme rage. "It's because of this damn world." The old man unleashed all his remaining life force, creating a colossal blood-red lightning pillar that shot straight into the sky, a suicidal attack. Commander Jiang, eyes blazing, roared about this damn world as his hand erupted with crimson energy. The old man declared that in this world, death was nothing new. The energy in his hand had condensed into a spear. And of course, living is nothing new either. Commander Jiang charged straight at his enemy like a blood arrow, determined to deliver a decisive blow. Qianliu stood still, taking the hit, Commander Jiang's energy spear piercing directly into her chest. The attack pierced through the monster's body, red lightning spreading throughout her as if to tear everything apart. All the destructive energy from Commander Jiang's life force was pumped directly into Qianliu's body. On the TV screen in the subway, a triumphant news report blared. "It's pierced. Commander Jiang has defeated the monster." The civilians on the train erupted in joy, a child even asking their mother to let them learn to control lightning to be as cool as that uncle. But the harsh reality was, the crimson energy within Qianliu's body was being absorbed back by her own tentacles. The monster smirked, coldly replying, "If living is nothing new," green vines extended from her body, easily stopping and enveloping Commander Jiang in midair. The old man's eyes widened in horror as he was tightly bound by the vines, completely helpless against the enemy's power. A colossal hand of verdant plant energy formed, squeezing the old man tightly. Qianliu captured Commander Jiang in her palm, calmly declaring, "Then why don't you go to hell, along with this damn world?" Commander Jiang looked straight at his enemy, fearless even in the face of death. The old man's eyes flashed with a final gaze, resolute and without regret. Splat! The energy hand squeezed tight, crushing Commander Jiang into a shower of rose petals and blood. The entire city fell silent, rose petals slowly falling like a farewell. Qianliu spread her blood-stained hand, scornfully saying, "Just a pebble against a rock." In the command room, the bureau staff stared in stunned silence at Qianliu's image on the large screen, the city map being engulfed by her power. The bureau director gritted his teeth, realizing a horrifying truth. Commander Jiang's energy has vanished. On a subway train, the civilians stared in shock at the news about the monster on a small screen. A mother quickly covered her daughter's eyes, but the innocent child asked, "Mommy, why won't you let me watch? The old man just turned into such beautiful petals." The crowd on the train began to panic. A desperate young man asked, "This is it, isn't it? Where's Mask? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Another person replied dejectedly, "Mask resigned as a hero. He's been completely out of contact for a month now." The girl next to him screamed in fear, "Why? What are we going to do without Mask?" The atmosphere on the train plunged into a deadly silence and despair. Everyone realized they were about to die. On social media, people were also erupting, calling out to the government and heroes, but all was in vain. A wave of indignation surged. Many people began to regret. "I told you, don't treat Mask like that. Where are all you people who cursed Mask? Come out and see the consequences you've caused." Amidst the storm of comments, a haunting question echoed, "Where is Mask?" At the same time, in a prison, the alarm blared loudly. "Natural disaster level monster detected in the city center. All personnel initiate emergency evacuation." Inside a cell, Xiao Chu sat on the ground, heard the announcement, and smirked. "Natural disaster? Are you kidding me? This isn't a combat drill, is it?" Xiao Chu's eyes were sharp. Clearly, he didn't believe a word from that cheap loudspeaker. Back in the council meeting room, the blonde council president slammed his hand on the table and roared. "A bunch of trash." He continued to curse. "You all talk a big game, but when it's time to sacrifice, everyone's afraid to die. In another hour and a half, this entire Dahe city will be wiped out by the disaster." Other members of the Federal Council also agreed, criticizing the cowardly and selfish, those who had forgotten the glory of humanity. Amidst the tension, a calm subordinate calmly spoke up. "We shouldn't have treated Mask so cruelly from the beginning." That remark was like a bucket of cold water splashed on the blonde council president's face, leaving him stunned and speechless. The blonde council president slammed the table and stood up. The atmosphere in the meeting room was as tense as a stretched bowstring. A skeptical councilman presented the final plan. "President, if we don't want all of Dahe City to be wiped out, we have nuclear weapons. Just a small one would be enough to blow away the natural disaster-level monster." The politicians all chimed in, arguing that sacrificing a small portion of the populace to save the majority was perfectly acceptable. As soon as the president nodded, they would flatten that area immediately. Sinister voices echoed in the blonde council president's head, tempting him with promises that the rest of the city would hail him as a savior. The blonde council president gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down as he looked at the cold-blooded politicians before him, muttering, "You lot." Just then, a panicked aide rushed in, shouting into his phone, "President, something's happening at the scene in Dahe City. Something just appeared." The blonde council president spun around, pressing, "What is it? Is it the team of experts we sent?" The aide pressed the earpiece tightly, his face tense. "No, it's not. The report says it's a humanoid creature." The aide's face turned pale, and he screamed in horror as he heard the information from the other end of the line. A monster? The scene shifts to the City Defense Force's exclusive prison, where a giant hole had just torn through the roof, and dark red energy was still billowing out. The tear in the roof looked like the claw marks of a giant monster, exuding terrifying killing intent. The dark energy was still seething, indicating that whoever caused this had only recently departed. A prison guard collapsed to the ground, trembling as he witnessed a sight beyond imagination. Another prison guard ran over, looked at his dazed colleague and the empty cell, and shouted, "What's going on? Where's the prisoner?" The prison guard trembled, pointing at the hole in the ceiling, stammering, He escaped." Meanwhile, in the city center, green vines had covered the buildings, and the Special Forces team was being completely overwhelmed by plant monsters. A soldier reported in despair, "Commander Jiang, he sacrificed himself. Those plants are surging again." The morale of the troops shattered. A soldier turned and fled, screaming hysterically, "No, I don't want to die." A commander tried to rally the formation, roaring, "Don't run, there's nowhere to hide." But it was too late. The ranks were in complete disarray. While the soldiers were fleeing, a Special Forces commander decided to stay and fight to the death, roaring, "Damn it, I'll fight these bastards to the last drop." He charged in, swinging his energy weapon, but was immediately seized and constricted by hundreds of grotesque vines. The commander's entire body was swallowed by a giant mass of vines. Another soldier could only watch, screaming in despair. "Captain," inspired, that soldier also channeled energy into his hand, deciding to charge in and save his comrade. "I'll fight with you too." Suddenly, a series of black and red energy slashes tore through the air, whizzing past the soldier. In just an instant, all the vines were shredded into hundreds of pieces by the overwhelming storm of sword energy. The Special Forces soldier collapsed to the ground, trembling amidst the monster remnants. Not understanding what had just happened, he quickly helped the squad captain up, both stunned to realize they had narrowly escaped death. They looked up, seeing Qian Liu hovering in the city center, surrounded by green energy. The squad captain stammered, "We're saved." On a helicopter, the pilot informed the cameraman that they had received orders to retreat and asked him to stay seated so they could fly higher. The cameraman suddenly spotted something through the lens and quickly shouted, "Wait!" He cheered excitedly upon seeing a new force join the battle. Reinforcements have arrived. A colossal surge of dark energy, like a spear from heaven, plunged straight down into the invaded city center. Elsewhere, the new team captain and civilians were monitoring the situation on a large screen, glad that the Federation hadn't given up, but regretful that reinforcements had arrived too late to save Commander Jiang. On the screen, dark slashes were wiping out the plant monsters. A civilian cheered, "That's it, Hes clearing them out one by one." The one taking action was none other than Xiao Chu in his fully armored monster form, a true war demon. The civilians were speechless. Is this our hero? A quest panel appeared before Xiao Chu. The Monster's Path. The main quest was Rebirth of the Green Obscenity. The objective was to eliminate the new natural disaster, and the reward was the core of the Great Obscenity. Xiao Chu realized that the Great Obscenity's aura, this time, was completely different from its previous incarnation. When it only symbolized decay and destruction, he narrowed his eyes, sensing the nature of the new enemy. But this time, the Great Obscenity symbolizes, Xiao Chu analyzed, the essence of this disaster is life. A primitive life form that develops wildly and transforms everything into its territory. He concluded that if the original Great Obscenity was merely a demon, then this new entity was the ultimate evil, something that would turn the entire planet into a single living organism, submerged in false comfort. Nevertheless, Xiao Chu was determined to seize the core of the Great Obscenity to gain the power to confront the monsters from the void in the future. Amidst the ruined city, Qian Liu appeared in her giant tree goddess form, her cold eyes looking down, while Xiao Chu resolved, "I must kill it." Qian Liu began her seductive song. "Living in this filthy world is truly painful. Come to me. Submit to me with all your heart." She spread her arms, promising to lead him to a beautiful world free from sorrow, pain, and injustice. Qian Liu explained that she was no longer herself, but had merged with the flowers, the lives she had assimilated. She smirked eerily, revealing that soon, many more would join this family free from worries. Whoosh! Countless green specks of light, representing the assimilated lives, suddenly exploded and vanished. Qianliu immediately sensed something amiss, her eyes widening in shock, as she realized a large group in the south had been wiped out. She roared in panic and fury. "Who's there?" It turned out, the one sweeping through the vines was Xiao Chu, who shot forth like a dark arrow, tearing apart everything in his path. Xiao Chu was also somewhat surprised to realize that she was the mastermind this time. While his slashes continued to rip through the plant monsters, he glided past the colossal branches, leaving a trail of deadly dark energy in his wake. Qianliu was deeply shocked to see him completely unaffected by her assimilation ability. She realized, this aura isn't human, but even if you're a monster, you can't be immune to me. Despite her furious shouts, Xiao Chu charged like a ghost, slipping past the hand trying to grab him. He landed directly on Qianliu, making her shriek in horror. "Get off me!" Xiao Chu said nothing, the blood crow in his hand, ready for a finishing blow. Slash! He swung his sword, aiming straight for Qianliu's hand, which was radiating green energy. Xiao Chu unleashed a storm of red-black energy spikes, tearing apart the surrounding space. One of the spikes plunged into Qianliu's plant arm, and dark energy began to corrode her. From the wound, Qianliu's green energy surged out, and rosebuds began to sprout. The rose minions emerged from Qianliu's body, ready to fight like a mini army. One of the rose minions gathered energy, preparing to fire a brilliant green orb of light. Boom! A colossal energy explosion aimed directly at Xiao Chu, its destructive power enough to flatten everything. But Xiao Chu was too fast. He easily dodged the attack and continued to glide across Qianliu's colossal body. He moved like a phantom, evading a barrage of green energy explosions hot on his heels. The rose minions frantically fired, creating a deadly fireworks display. But it was useless. Xiao Chu still glided through the hail of bullets, without a scratch. On the helicopter, the news cameraman shouted excitedly, "So fast! At this speed, even disaster-level monsters wouldn't stand a chance." On the streets below, the civilians along with the new team captain watched the battle on the big screen, holding their breath. The new team captain muttered, disbelieving his eyes. "Can a monster fight like this? Or is this an expert in monster form?" The screen replayed the scene of Xiao Chu dodging each explosion by a hair's breadth, proving this was peak skill, not luck. The captain broke into a sweat, admitting that this monster's combat intelligence far surpassed even a level 9 expert. He trembled, realizing this was definitely a human, and a fear crept into his mind. If monsters one day surpass humans, what should I do? Qianliu stared at the wound on her shoulder, where Xiao Chu's energy was still corroding her body, her eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Chu roared. Dark energy surged violently, beginning to transform into a new form. 2 giant pink petal-shaped wings burst from Xiao Chu's back. A new power, beautiful yet deadly, was ready to be unleashed. Qianliu watched in astonishment as Xiao Chu unfurled his radiant pink energy wings, a completely new form of evolution. The civilians on the street stared blankly at the screen. Didn't it just dodge the explosion to move forward? How can it suddenly fly? The new team captain was different. He excitedly realized this was a brilliant deception. Clever. It deliberately got close to the monster's head before suddenly flying up. Truly a bold move. Without wasting a second, Xiao Chu gathered dark energy and pink light in his hand, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. A gigantic spear-shaped energy blast shot out, tearing through the air and heading straight for Qianliu's head. Boom! The gigantic plant monster's head exploded into pieces under the destructive attack. On the helicopter, the news cameraman yelled in delight. It worked! It split the monster's head in half. Immediately, countless rose minions on the ground simultaneously froze, motionless like statues. A whole sea of monsters covering the city suddenly fell silent. The battlefield abruptly became still. The news cameraman couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, did we win? Did that monster just clear a national-level disaster? But then, all the rose minions simultaneously uttered a single question, their voices echoing everywhere. Who are you? That question didn't just come from the monsters. It seemed as if the entire plant-covered city was speaking. A new entity appeared, a plant goddess with a glowing vine crown, repeating the question with full authority. The entity stared at Xiao Chu, her voice cold. That blade. Blood Raven, why is it in your hands? After a moment of silence, she concluded. So, you are also a monster. Qianliu's beautiful face appeared, and she unexpectedly proposed. We don't need to fight. She extended her hand, offering an invitation. If we merge, we will have the power to change this rotten and dark world. A legendary item appeared before Xiao Chu. The core of the great obscenity, something only those acknowledged by it can use. Xiao Chu stared at the core, thinking to himself that this was indeed a tempting final reward. Qianliu continued to entice him, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Don't you want to break free from this filthy world? Come, join us. Qianliu's voice echoed across the heavens and earth, declaring that she would run to the ends of the world. She spread her arms wide, claiming to be the embodiment of rivers and seas, an entity of nature. Amidst the city transformed into a jungle, the plant minions spoke in unison. If this world harbors darkness that cannot be illuminated, we will destroy it. Hovering above the sea of green trees, Qianliu roared her declaration of war, determined to cleanse the world along with its darkness. On the helicopter, the news cameraman clutched his chest, his heart pounding like a drum at the chorus of roars from myriad monsters. Is this an immortal-level disaster? He realized an even more alarming truth. These two formidable monsters seemed to know each other. Xiao Chu, in his demonic form, hovered silently, facing Qianliu's tempting invitation. Seeing his lack of response, Qianliu sneered. I understand. You just want to end this disaster, don't you? She challenged him directly, a mad glint in her eyes. Then prove it. Either you finish me, or I will wipe out this filthy world. With that, Qianliu's head exploded in a dazzling green energy burst, initiating an attack. Xiao Chu, with the speed of a phantom, darted away to evade the surprise attack. From the energy explosion, countless verdant vines shot out like a rain of whips, pursuing their target. The sharp vines tightened, binding Xiao Chu's demonic body firmly, immobilizing him in midair. Qianliu, her head regrown, let out a roar, putting all her strength into tightening the grip to crush her prey. His entire body bound by vines, Xiao Chu tensed, enduring the assault, his demonic wings closing like a cocoon. Suddenly, his wings burst open into a storm of bone spikes, tearing every vine, binding him into shreds. Successfully freed, Xiao Chu transformed into a gigantic bone spider, lunging straight into Qianliu's agape mouth. She only just realized her fatal mistake, hastily closing her mouth. Too late, a punch of dark energy from Xiao Chu had already pierced straight through Qianliu's eye. She let out a tragic scream as the fatal attack embedded itself directly into her head, green blood splattering. Xiao Chu flew in his monster form, recalling how he had annihilated tens of thousands of these creatures in his past life. The only problem was that he hadn't found its true form yet. He deduced that if the true form wasn't in the brain, then it was highly likely located elsewhere. A mini version of Xiao Chu plunged straight into Qianliu's body. Xiao Chu swung his blood crow sword, preparing for an attack from both inside and out. The mini version inside Qianliu's body also acted, creating a giant cross-slash from within her organs. Fiery red energy slashes tore through the vines from within, preparing to shatter her body. A terrifying green energy explosion erupted from Qianliu's back, signaling that the attack had hit its mark. Giving the opponent no time to breathe, Xiao Chu unleashed a storm of sword techniques, tearing Qianliu's plant body into hundreds of pieces from within. The blood crow sword continuously slashed at the regenerating fragments of her body. Each decisive slash, without hesitation, ravaged everything in its path. Qianliu's entire plant body was engulfed in a sea of destructive energy. Amidst the vortex of energy and shattered vines, Xiao Chu's monster face shone with determination. He maintained his offensive, continuing to tear through everything in search of a fatal weakness. Xiao Chu's armor began to crack under the pressure, but he did not falter. The sword continued to sweep away all obstacles, heading straight for the ultimate target. The sword slashes intertwined like a cage, tightly enclosing a glowing energy core, hidden deep within the vines. The energy core, Qianliu's true form, was completely exposed after her torn-apart defenses. The armor on Xiao Chu's face cracked slightly, but he had identified his target. This is it. He poured all his strength into the blood crow, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Qianliu's true form now had no retreat, facing the blade of death head-on. Qianliu's true form, a young girl, coldly faced the blade about to take her life. Slash. The blood crow pierced through Qianliu's chest, red blood splattered, and her eyes widened in shock. Xiao Chu held his sword to her throat, sneering, I can't believe you managed to bite off more than you can chew again. But right after, the energy tentacles around Xiao Chu vanished, and he admitted, I'm out of mana. Whoosh! Giant vines erupted from the ground, tightly coiling around Xiao Chu, completely immobilizing him. Qianliu stood there calmly, watching Xiao Chu tightly bound. The tables seemingly turned. Xiao Chu's monster mask cracked open, revealing his tired face and helpless eyes. What now? Qianliu suddenly smiled, her tone full of hidden meaning. I realize you look even more handsome than mask. Xiao Chu was stunned, his mask shattered further, revealing almost his entire true face at his enemy's words. Qianliu calmly reassured him. Don't worry, you've already killed me. I'm just using a bit of leftover energy to hold on. Outside, Qianliu's giant plant body still stood tall in the city, a massive hole in her chest beginning to glow. On the helicopter, the news cameraman's face was drained of color. He stammered in despair. Are we defeated? Dahe City is doomed. He screamed in panic as he witnessed the disaster continuing without any sign of stopping. The entire Dahe City was submerged in a deadly green of vegetation, and the sky began to pour rain. On the ground, The special forces could only look up helplessly. One heavily wounded member slumped to the ground. Vines and trees had completely swallowed the tall buildings, transforming the bustling metropolis into a primeval forest. The sky suddenly turned a gloomy red-orange, signaling an even more terrifying omen. A fiery streak of light tore through the clouds, plummeting straight towards the city center like a fated meteor. The streak of light grew larger and larger, carrying unimaginable heat and destructive energy. The cameraman froze, realizing the true nature of the savior falling from the sky, and exclaimed in horror, "A nuclear bomb!" In the empty meeting room, Yahello received a shocking report. The Federation has gone all in, deciding to use a nuclear bomb. He slumped his face onto the table, his voice filled with regret and despair. "What the hell have I done?" In the plant city, Qianliu looked down at the exhausted Xiao Chu and spoke bitterly. "They are truly heartless, willing to sacrifice you, me, and this entire city." She looked up at the crimson sky, declaring, "At the very least, before I'm gone, I must show the whole world." Through his cracked armor, Xiao Chu's gaze still followed, silently waiting. How cruelly those Federation scumbags treated Mask. Qianliu's body began to disintegrate, merging with the giant green vine vortex below. Energy erupted. Countless giant vines shot straight into the sky, beginning an earth-shattering transformation. From the vines, small rose minions sprouted, like soldiers for the final battle. Qianliu spread her arms wide, her body becoming the epicenter, growing into a colossal tree at an unimaginable speed. Her arms deformed, extending into a giant branch, reaching straight into the air. The branch continued to grow, sprouting vigorously, forming a dense canopy. A giant world tree had risen in the heart of the city. A final life shield. The nuclear bomb, like a fiery meteor, plunged straight into the magnificent canopy. Standing from afar, the civilians could only gape, stunned by the majestic yet tragic sight. The impact occurred. A giant fireball completely engulfing the colossal tree. A blinding white light enveloped everything, the terrifying heat vaporizing everything in sight. The entire city was submerged in a sea of fire and destructive light, leaving nothing but deadly silence. The rose minions were wiped out in a millionth of a second, vanishing without a trace. In a painful flashback, Xiao Chu's body was pierced by countless pitch-black spikes, a testament to the betrayal he once endured. In a daze, Xiao Chu recalled the painful scene of his demon armor being pierced. A giant cocoon woven from tree roots tightened, seemingly to protect something within. The earth-shattering nuclear explosion erupted, forming a mushroom cloud that swallowed the entire sky. A destructive shockwave swept through the city, high-rise buildings crumbling like toys. Everything in the path of the fireball was vaporized in an instant, leaving only blinding white light. Amidst the firestorm, a honeycomb-shaped energy shield suddenly appeared, enveloping the civilians. The crowd of civilians stood frozen inside the shield, incredibly safe from the destructive power. When the shockwave passed, the ground was barren, but those protected remained intact. A pair of civilians trembled as they looked outside, hesitantly asking each other, did it succeed? The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the colossal tree still standing tall, though its crown was charred black. Flames were still consuming the tree's peak, the price for directly confronting a nuclear bomb. At the command center, the Glass's subordinate breathlessly reported to the bureau director. The giant energy object has vanished. The natural disaster. The bureau director roared, triumphantly completing the sentence. Has been successfully dealt with. But then he gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and bitterly acknowledged the price. Commander Jiang. Dahe City has been preserved. In the sky above the devastated city, Commander Jiang's body in his tattered military uniform was slowly falling. The medals of honor on his chest were still intact, a testament to a hero's sacrifice. Elsewhere, the new team members watched on screen, discussing with skepticism, did that disaster intentionally crash into the missile? Suddenly, a new team member shouted and pointed directly at the screen. Look! On the screen, the charred giant tree trunk suddenly cracked open from within. A stream of pure green energy and countless shattered crystal fragments erupted from the tree's core, signaling a new transformation. From the giant dead tree trunk, countless glowing pink petals flew up, covering the sky of Dahe City like a meteor shower. The entire city, from the ground to the skyscrapers, was suddenly covered in lush green vegetation in the blink of an eye. Surviving civilians stepped out onto the streets, bewildered by the sight of the concrete jungle now transformed into a vertical forest. A young blonde girl looked up at the falling petals, her eyes shining with enchantment. So beautiful. A man hastily shouted a warning to the girl. Don't touch those petals. Be careful. You might be assimilated or mutated. Despite the warning, the girl still reached out her hand to catch the delicate petals, without a hint of fear. The man was stunned to see the girl completely unharmed, with no signs of transformation. In another space, Xiao Chu, in his monster form, sat leaning against a rock, holding Qianliu in his arms amidst a scene of trees and falling flowers. Qianliu, with a serene expression, was peacefully sleeping in his arms, her body still in its plant form. She gently opened her eyes, smiled, and whispered, "I hadn't realized." Her hand reached up into the air, towards the fluttering petals. That spring could be this beautiful again. Qianliu's hand gradually became transparent, emitting a green light before dissolving into the air, leaving only a single petal falling. Xiaoqiu now sat alone. Qianliu had completely vanished from his arms, leaving only silence. A system notification appeared before Xiaoqiu. The Monster's Path. Main quest. Rebirth of the Great Obscenity completed. The quest reward was also announced. Quest reward delivered. Core of the Great Obscenity. A brilliant green energy mass, shaped like a heart, hovered above Xiaoqiu's armored hand. The green energy heart pulsed gently, radiating a pure and powerful life force. Xiaoqiu mused. This is the heart of the Great Obscenity. And it is also Qianliu's heart. He cleared his throat, making a decisive choice as the system panel displayed the command, Equip Core of the Great Obscenity. But instead of absorbing it, Xiaoqiu's body emitted countless particles of light, sending the heart elsewhere, along with a brief notification. Sent. In Dahe City, a purple teleportation gate still stood amidst the plant-covered ruins, marking the end of a brutal battle. At headquarters, the bureau staff cheered wildly as the large screen announced, Dahe City Catastrophe, defeated. But as they all cheered, long live humanity. On the battlefield, the flowerhead monsters still stood tall, signaling trouble. Something strange began to happen. The leaves and thorns covering a body gradually dissolved, revealing the human form within. A series of human-shaped plant monsters began to shed their forms, transforming back into the civilians who had been assimilated earlier. The crowd watching the livestream was stunned, their celebratory smiles frozen on their faces as they witnessed the unbelievable sight. A young captain broke out in a cold sweat. He was one of the few perceptive enough to realize the truth. All the human-shaped flowers killed by the bomb were actually people. Immediately, social media erupted in debate. One side argued that sacrificing a few people to save the entire city was worth it, while the other questioned whether the bomb was truly necessary. Another comment directly pointed out the issue. If Mask had been here, we wouldn't have been so helpless. The catastrophe would have been nipped in the bud. A strong wave of support for Mask surged, asserting that if the true hero were still around, the entire city wouldn't have had to pay such a heavy price with a nuclear bomb and countless lives. Immediately, the authorities intervened. The live broadcast signal was cut, and online discussions were erased without a trace. Everything vanished as if it had never existed, leaving only the message, "This content has been deleted," on the screen. At the main headquarters in Jingdu City, the Federal Council held an emergency meeting in tense silence. A councilman named Walter reported that although public opinion had been temporarily controlled, the situation was difficult to resolve because too many people had seen the truth, especially with lingering sentiments about Mask's ostracization. President He Yao could only hold his head in helplessness, speechless before the political mess. Walter gnashed his teeth bitterly, secretly thinking that the bomb should have killed even more people. Only then would he have enough pretext to overthrow He Yao today. Another councilman, Member Song, stood up with a sinister smile, declaring that since Walter had mentioned Mask, the solution became extremely simple. Member Song casually said, "It seems everyone has agreed to use nuclear weapons. But regarding the matter of destroying monsters, how can Mask be completely unimplicated?" Walter retorted blankly, arguing that it was absurd because Mask wasn't even present at the scene, and no one knew if he was alive or dead. Member Song played his trump card, his voice full of cunning. Precisely because Mask wasn't present, this is his responsibility. Think about it. If he had been there, we wouldn't have had to pay such a heavy price. Member Song began his deceptive monologue, claiming the Federation had given Mask everything, yet he simply walked away, and his irresponsibility caused the tragedy in Dahe City. With a smug smile, he concluded, "Therefore, everything that happened in Dahe City is closely related to Mask." The entire Federal Council meeting room fell silent. No one dared utter a word against his absurd logic. Only Member Song and President He Yao remained in the vast room, the air thick with the scent of conspiracy. Member Song confidently reassured him, "Mr. President, you don't need to worry. I will take care of everything, down to the smallest detail." But He Yao growled, his eyes sharp and cold. "I'm not worried. The core issue is our lack of firepower. If we had a powerful pawn like Mask, even with just a tenth of his strength, things would be different." He Yao's crimson eyes gleamed with cruelty as he cut straight to the chase. "How are the preparations for the Sunrise Project coming along?" Member Song, sweating, reported that the plan was progressing rapidly after the success of Experiment 268, but the hosts would quickly collapse when activating the new human state. He regained his confident demeanor, asserting firmly, "The fusion between humans and monsters is entirely achievable." Member Song placed his hand on the table, his voice filled with ambition. Mr. President, if Mask was the one who pulled humanity out of the swamp of extinction, then we will be the ones to push humanity to unprecedented heights. He turned his back to the window, beginning his ode to a mad future. No. If we can make humanity possess the power of monsters instantly, everyone will become strong. And we will be, under the moonlight. Member Song spread his arms like a fanatic and roared. Gods. World history was revealed. Due to tectonic plate movements over hundreds of years, a vast new land had formed, becoming a bloody battlefront between humans and monsters. Before Mask appeared, monsters, including giant dragons, continuously poured out from dimensional rifts, devastating cities, and ceaselessly killing. That land became known by an even more terrifying name, the birthplace of calamity, the origin of all disasters. Only after Mask appeared, with unstoppable power, did he single-handedly suppress the land of devils, forming the battlefront as it is today, saving humanity from the brink of extinction. The scene shifted to a dense coastal forest. A mysterious blue light flashed among the trees. A swirling blue teleportation gate suddenly opened, and 4 heavily armed soldiers stood stunned before it. One soldier nervously spoke. Who's going to explain this to Captain Jiang? The group began to shirk responsibility. No one dared step forward to take on the difficult task of reporting to their fearsome commander. The soldiers stood at attention, waiting, when one of them spoke. She's here. A pair of rugged combat boots stepped out from the teleportation gate, exuding an overwhelming aura. The blonde sub-captain muttered in awe. The final boss was a level 7 demon, and she cleared it in half an hour. She's truly formidable. A cool, white-haired female warrior appeared, spear in hand, her aura overwhelming. Truly a legendary genius. Sharp amber eyes behind the gas mask seemed to pierce through the hearts of those facing her. Seeing the soldiers' distorted faces, the white-haired girl wondered, why do your expressions look so strange? The black-haired soldier hesitantly reported, Captain Jiang, we have something to report. Jiang Ling asked directly, without a trace of emotion. Is it handled? The soldier replied that it was. But, the black-haired soldier cried out, delivering the grim news that her father, Commander Jiang, had sacrificed himself in the battle at Dahe City. Jiang Ling merely replied coldly, I know, then turned and walked away, ordering, to the next dimensional rift. The subordinate soldiers froze, sweat pouring down their faces at their captain's indifference. The entire team silently followed her deeper into the forest, the atmosphere heavy as lead. The soldiers began to whisper, worried about Jiang Ling's state, believing she had lost all emotion and was now known as the immovable ice. Suddenly, Jiang Ling spoke from the front, her voice sharp as a knife. If you two are so idle, I can send you to a re-education camp. The team stood before a new teleportation gate, where dimensional rifts continuously formed, and only strong teams like Jiang Ling's could clear them quickly enough. The blonde sub-captain cautiously asked if the entire team needed to follow her into the dimensional rift this time. He lamented that it had been a long time since the team had entered a dimensional rift with her. At this rate, they would turn into a cheerleading squad. Jiang Ling turned, her sharp gaze fixed directly on the sub-captain. She growled, a challenging glint in her eyes. Am I to assume you are looking down on me? The blonde sub-captain flinched, quickly waving his hands in denial. No, absolutely not. Jiang Ling didn't even glance back, carrying her war spear straight into the swirling blue secret realm gate, leaving the blonde sub-captain watching her go. Her silhouette gradually disappeared into the gate, leaving the sub-captain alone to face the empty space. Behind them, the soldiers sighed in relief. The blonde sub-captain wiped away sweat and admitted, damn, our captain's aura is truly like that of a high-level monster. The black-haired soldier added a critical remark. Speaking of monsters, I think our captain is more like an emotionless monster who knows no pain. Inside the secret realm was a vast, gloomy, and damp underground cave, with only faint light emanating from the water's surface. Jiang Ling ventured deeper alone, her figure utterly solitary amidst the silent space. She gripped her war spear tightly, purple energy currents beginning to gather around the spearhead, ready for battle. With the spear poised in her hand, Jiang Ling walked cautiously, her mask covering half her face, but her eyes remained sharp as blades. Suddenly, her amber eyes widened, detecting something unusual ahead. Before her was a battlefield. The corpses of an entire swarm of fish goblins lay scattered, blood staining the cave floor. The cave stretched deep, the air growing heavier and more dangerous with each step. Jiang Ling bent down to examine them, realizing all the wounds on the monsters were caused by the same type of weapon, clean and fatal. She frowned, wondering if someone else was also traversing this secret realm alone, just like her. Sensing a sound, Jiang Ling immediately shifted into a defensive stance, her vigilant gaze sweeping around. Whoosh! A dark shadow darted past the monster corpses, moving at astonishing speed. Jiang Ling instantly adopted a battle pose, the spear in her hand radiating a dense killing intent. Her eyes were highly focused, ready to confront whatever was about to appear. Roar! A muscular shark warrior, with bloodshot eyes, swung its machete, and charged out from the darkness. But its target wasn't Jiang Ling, it was Xiao Chu, who was single-handedly fighting with dual swords amidst a swarm of shark warriors. Jiang Ling watched from a distance, unable to hide her surprise at the stranger's skill. Wow, this guy is low level, but his combat skills are insane. This guy is clearly severely injured, and his abilities are heavily affected, Jiang Ling thought to herself. If he were an ordinary person, these three monsters would have finished him off long ago. Yet, in this situation, he was still holding on, relying on his own skills. Suddenly, Jiang Ling gripped her war spear tightly, and purple energy erupted fiercely. Whoosh! The spearhead tore through the air, hurtling forward at terrifying speed. She charged straight into the midst of the shark warriors, the spear in her hand carving deadly purple arcs. A horizontal spear sweep, lightning fast, aimed directly at the nearest monster. Thud! The spearhead pierced through the shark warrior's chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Without a second's pause, she spun around, thrusting her spear directly into the monster, charging from behind. A streak of purple energy shot straight through the monster's back, clean and decisive. Blood sprayed everywhere as Jiang Ling withdrew her weapon, and the monster collapsed on the spot. In an instant, 3 shark warriors lay sprawled on the ground, while Xiao Chu could only watch from afar. After clearing out the small fry, Jiang Ling approached, pointing her spear at Xiao Chu, and questioning, "Which team do you belong to? What's your name? Why are you alone in this secret realm?" Her amber eyes gleamed sharply, scrutinizing every detail of the stranger. Xiao Chu looked utterly pathetic, his face bruised, his breathing heavy. He staggered, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground, creating a small whirlwind before his body collapsed. The man passed out, his face clearly showing extreme exhaustion. Passed out? Jiang Ling frowned, looking disappointed. "I thought he was the real deal, but turns out he's just dead weight." Just then, the nearby water began to bubble, and a series of bloodshot eyes emerged. A new swarm of shark warriors, weapons in hand, waded from the water onto the shore, more numerous and ferocious than before. Jiang Ling clicked her tongue, her eyes clearly showing annoyance. Tsk, what a bother. Jiang Ling took her stance, her combat spear accumulating a deep purple energy, ready to clear the area. Her high-tech mask glowed as she muttered coldly. These monsters. The image of Commander Jiang, her late father, appeared in her mind, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Jiang Ling's amber eyes blazed with surging killing intent, her patience completely gone. "You all deserve to die," she roared, unleashing a storm of purple lightning that swept away everything around her. The entire area was engulfed in a destructive sea of lightning, not a single monster having a chance to survive. Outside the secret realm, an elite squad of soldiers stood guard, waiting beside the Azure teleportation gate. The soldiers began to chat, thinking that with such a pathetic secret realm, their captain should have emerged long ago. She must be venting her anger over Commander Jiang's matter. The group continued to babble, admiring Commander Jiang's courage for daring to solo a calamity-level monster, admitting that they themselves would have just run away. Suddenly, the teleportation gate flared with dazzling light, and a soldier shouted, "Stop talking, the captain is out." Jiang Ling stepped out of the spatial gate, carrying the unconscious Xiao Chu over her shoulder like a sack. The soldiers were stunned, one of them asking, "Captain, who is this guy? Could he be a monster from the secret realm?" The scene shifted to the front line of military camp number 5, a massive military base built to combat the monsters. At the heart of the base was a hospital, where ordinary doctors still bore the responsibility of treatment due to a severe shortage of healing specialists. Xiao Qiu lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in wounds, yet his pulse still beat, indicating he wouldn't die. A doctor reviewed the medical records, reporting in astonishment to Jiang Ling that the man's internal organs were so severely damaged that an ordinary person would surely die, but his self-healing ability was incredibly formidable. Jiang Ling, now having removed her armor, listened with folded arms and admitted, "His recovery ability is terrifyingly strong." The doctor continued his analysis, discovering a small amount of nuclear radiation in his body, which also caused the burns on his face. He suggested keeping the man in a special isolation room at the hospital, promising that with his self-healing ability and their care, he would soon recover. Just then, a white-haired commander appeared at the door, giving a decisive order. "Take him back. No need to stay at the hospital." A powerful figure appeared, his aura overwhelming, introduced as the Supreme Commander of Military Camp No. 3, Liang Zhengye. Jiang Ling immediately recognized him and called him Master. While the doctor also bowed to Commander Liang, the scene shifted to the headquarters of Military Camp No. 3, a modern and sturdy building. At the infirmary, Liang Zhengye had entered the room, standing beside Xiao Chu's hospital bed. While the TV reported on the recent disaster, the news report honored the fallen soldiers, including a photograph of Commander Jiang. The image of Commander Jiang, Jiang Ling's father, was clearly shown as a deceased hero. Liang Zhengjie looked at Jiang Ling, stating firmly, "He sacrificed himself gloriously." Jiang Ling merely nodded silently, her eyes heavy as she faced the truth. The old commander revealed that he had refused media interviews for her, protecting her from scrutiny, and affirmed that dying on the battlefield was a soldier's most glorious return. He continued to advise her, saying that her father's choice back then was not wrong. Anyone, including him or even herself, would have done the same. Liang Zhengjie concluded, "Your resentment is merely you struggling with yourself." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Ling alone, slumped by the hospital bed. Before leaving, he added one more instruction, telling her to ask the man for combat information once he woke up. The old commander muttered to himself, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Someone who can wield that sword is very interesting. Xiao Chu's sword was placed right next to the bed, appearing to be a unique item. Jiang Ling immediately grew curious, pressing her master about the sword and the identity of the strange man. Liang Zhengjie merely coughed a few times, then ignored the question, leaving the room and keeping the secret to himself. Left alone, Jiang Ling turned to stare at the unconscious man on the bed. She leaned down, thinking to herself that perhaps the only way was to wait for him to wake up to question him. At that very moment, Xiao Qiu's eyes suddenly snapped open, waking up to everyone's astonishment. Just waking up from his daze, Xiao Qiu cast a sharp, challenging gaze. Jiang Ling flinched, unable to believe the dying man could spring up so quickly. With the reflexes of a top-tier warrior, she immediately grabbed her war spear, ready for battle. Jiang Ling retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from the mysterious man on the sickbed, her body tense. She muttered, sweat pouring down, "This is the first time I've felt threatened by someone." In stark contrast, Xiao Qiu merely smirked calmly, his eyes devoid of any fear. The man spoke, his tone like a command. "The IV bag can be removed now." Xiao Qiu sat up, getting straight to the point. "Which military camp is this?" Jiang Ling replied curtly, "N3. After confirming she was the one who saved him from the secret realm, Xiao Qiu introduced himself, and Jiang Ling also revealed her identity. Both fell silent, the atmosphere in the sick room growing heavy, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Suddenly, the TV screen in the room turned on, showing a politician rambling about Mask's sudden disappearance being an irresponsible act. He Yao continued to lay blame, arguing that since Mask had used Federation resources to grow stronger, he had an obligation to repay the people. Jiang Ling looked at the screen, commenting with a sarcastic smirk, "They're worried." She explained the nature of the politicians to Xiao Qiu. Mask is truly a convenient commodity. When present, he solves all problems, but when absent, he becomes a trash bin for all blame. Jiang Ling turned back, her eyes sharp, warning Xiao Qiu, "I don't know your identity, but as long as you don't endanger the camp, you can leave once you've recovered." She growled, her threat undisguised. "But if you dare threaten the military camp, your abilities aren't bad, but I can break every single one of your bones." Xiao Qiu responded to the challenge coldly. "You can't do it," he asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering. "You can't break my bones, you won't defeat me." Being openly disrespected, Jiang Ling was so furious that veins popped on her forehead, and she gnashed her teeth. But instead of flying into a rage, she flashed a combative smile. "Very well. If you say so, I'll look forward to the day I get to solo you." Jiang Ling tossed a curt remark at Xiao Qiu, clearly showing her indifference. "Your time's up. I still have a secret realm to clear." As soon as she left the room, Jiang Ling's soldiers gathered, discussing why the commander wanted to bring that man back to headquarters. The group began to speculate about Xiao Qiu's identity, from being a member of some unfortunate team to possibly being the commander's illegitimate child, but the answer remained unknown. A soldier suddenly realized the name Xiao Qiu sounded familiar, as if he'd seen it on TV, while Jiang Ling had already disappeared down the hallway. Two soldiers whispered to each other, sensing the intense killing intent from their captain, one of them asserting, "She's about to explode." Just then, Xiao Qiu walked out of the sick room, sword in hand, immediately drawing the soldiers' attention. The soldiers blocked his path, asking Xiao Qiu where he was going right after being discharged. As he still looked weak, Xiao Qiu replied bluntly, "To the secret realm," causing a soldier to be utterly shocked, asking if he had a fever to want to drag his frail body to farm monsters. He explained his current condition. His heart was fusing with the great obscenity, and his body was frantically craving life force. Xiao Qiu affirmed confidently, "As long as I kill monsters, I can absorb their life force to heal my wounds." A soldier raised another issue. "You don't have a team. Without a team, you're not allowed into the secret realm." Another soldier in the group had a more open mind, saying to just let him go. Having someone help clear the secret realm was a good thing. Suddenly, a dignified figure appeared at the end of the hallway, startling all the soldiers, who stammered, "Co-commander." Supreme Commander Liang Zhengjie, Jiang Ling's teacher, slowly approached with a calm yet powerful expression. A soldier tried to cite the rules, but Liang Zhengjie brushed him off. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Rules are made to serve people. He looked directly at the soldiers, his voice full of authority. And I am the commander of this military camp. This is my order. Do you dare disobey? All the soldiers turned pale with fear, sweating profusely, and shouted in unison. We wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. Xiao Chu merely observed in silence, his face maintaining a terrifying calmness despite standing before such an influential figure. Liang Zhengge looked directly at Xiao Chu, seemingly having made his own decision about this mysterious young man. He turned his back and ordered the soldiers. Don't waste any more time. Half of you go with Jiang Ling, the other half escort this young man. At a desolate secret realm entrance, Jiang Ling stood guard, her war spear emanating a chilling aura. The genius girl looked annoyed, clearly displeased with the guy whom Supreme Commander Liang Zhengge had exceptionally allowed to take a shortcut. Two subordinate soldiers rushed over to report. Captain, we finally found you. Jiang Ling immediately asked about the others. A soldier explained that the guy named Xiao Chu, immediately after waking up, insisted on hunting monsters. Coincidentally, Supreme Commander Liang Zhengge overheard, so he assigned a few people from the squad to escort him. Jiang Ling merely sneered upon hearing this, thinking Xiao Chu was just an arrogant kid seeking death, and felt sorry for those who had to suffer alongside him. Her eyes flashed with disdain. She clearly didn't believe an unknown nobody could accomplish anything significant. However, Jiang Ling wasn't foolish. She considered that Xiao Chu might have his own agenda, rather than simply being arrogant. A subordinate soldier curiously asked back, not understanding why the captain would think such a person could possess any real strength. A soldier began to praise Jiang Ling, revealing that she was the daughter of Commander Jiang, who had sacrificed himself in Dahe City, and was a born genius in lightning techniques. Meanwhile, in another area, the blonde sub-captain and the soldiers escorting Xiao Chu began to pry into his relationship with Supreme Commander Liang Zhengge. Xiao Chu's face was cold as ice, and he curtly replied with 2 words, none at all. The blonde sub-captain still didn't give up, muttering that Xiao Chu didn't look like someone who would know a legendary figure like the commander, which caught Xiao Chu's attention. The soldiers began to recount Supreme Commander Liang Zhengge's formidable prowess. Despite being blind, his sight was sharper than ordinary people's. He could locate targets by scent and sound waves like a bat, and his power was at least level 8, possibly even level 9. The blonde sub-captain crossed his arms, proudly stating that such a prominent figure was stationed at their camp, then dropped a bombshell. Did you know? The Supreme Commander once fought alongside Mask when the front lines were first established. The soldier continued to explain about the Monster Extermination Corps, the first army led by Mask and the Supreme Commander to fight against the monsters. Hearing the name Monster Extermination Corps, Xiao Chu's eyes flickered. He muttered, how many years has it been? Memories flooded back, images of Mask, who was Xiao Chu, standing amidst a sea of fire, leading 3,000 soldiers into a bloody battlefield when no one believed in them. The past unfolded cruelly. Monsters poured out from everywhere like a dark flood, relentlessly attacking humanity's vanguard. From 3,000, their numbers dwindled to 2,000, 500, 2,000, then only 1,000. Yet their flag still proudly waved over the land, reclaimed with blood. It was those surviving soldiers who sowed the seeds of hope, built bases, which then developed into small towns, ultimately creating the front lines between humans and monsters as they exist today. The group arrived before the secret realm entrance, a colossal green energy sphere hovering amidst the desolate land. The blonde soldier declared his trust in the Supreme Commander's judgment and offered support, while the bald soldier eagerly stated his knife hadn't tasted monster blood in a long time. Xiao Chu sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Help me? He turned away coldly, delivering a blunt statement to the bewildered soldiers. No need, I'm enough on my own. With that, Xiao Chu stepped alone directly into the teleportation gate, entering a dense forest within the secret realm. Stepping into the new land, he smiled with satisfaction, muttering that he liked these secret realms because they reeked of monsters. Red dark energy began to surge from his body, enveloping his surroundings. Because here, boom, Xiao Chu transformed into his bone-armored monster form, roaring, I can lose control and slaughter to my heart's content. Immediately, a wolf-like monster with jagged teeth sniffed out the intruder. An entire pack of black wolf monsters with glowing red eyes charged out from the forest, ready to tear their prey apart. The monsters surrounded Xiao Chu, but he merely stood there, completely unfazed. In his monster form, he calmly calculated 3 minutes. He reminded himself that his body hadn't fully recovered from the nuclear explosion, so he could only maintain this monster state for exactly 3 minutes. His demonic eyes flashed with a deadly glint. But 3 minutes is more than enough. Whoosh! Xiao Chu vanished right before the wolf's eyes, moving so fast he left only an afterimage. The entire pack of wolves was engulfed in a storm of dark energy, unable to react. Fresh blood splattered as razor-sharp energy tentacles tore the monsters to shreds. In an instant, The entire pack of wolves lay scattered on the ground, not a single one intact. Green life force specks escaped from the monsters' corpses and flew directly towards Xiao Chu, beginning his recovery process. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of the wolf monsters. Blood splattered everywhere. The green specks of life force were sucked dry from the pile of corpses, leaving nothing behind. Amidst the shimmering life force, Xiao Chu in his demon form stood tall, absorbing all the energy. He realized that the heart of the great obscenity was sucking the life force from the monsters. This abundant source of life force not only healed his body, but also significantly extended the time he could maintain his monster form. Outside the dungeon gate, 2 soldiers waited. One teased, "Hey, when we go in, will that guy be a corpse yet?" The other replied, "He's probably just loitering around the perimeter." The bald soldier sneered, thinking Xiao Chu might be cowering by the gate, waiting for time to run out to escape. Suddenly, the teleportation gate flashed, and Xiao Chu stepped out, cold and without a scratch. The 2 soldiers froze. The blonde sub-captain muttered that he came out too quickly. It couldn't have been because time ran out. The bald soldier stammered, You finished off the dungeon boss already?" Xiao Chu simply replied, "Yes." Xiao Chu casually added, his tone as if taking a stroll in the park, "It must be done." The monsters inside were too weak. None of them felt like a boss. He tossed out 2 sharp fangs, saying they were probably drops from the boss. They couldn't be made into knives or swords, but they could be used as arrowheads. The 2 soldiers were stunned when they realized Xiao Chu had cleared a level 5 dungeon in just 17 minutes, faster than even their commander Jiang. The blonde sub-captain calculated that Commander Jiang's fastest speed was half an hour, meaning Xiao Chu was twice as fast, and his strength must also be double. Xiao Chu paid no attention to the 2 chatterboxes analyzing behind him. He turned and walked straight ahead, declaring, "To the next dungeon." He walked away coldly, leaving the 2 soldiers still in deep shock, wondering what kind of monster had just walked past them. Standing before another dungeon gate, Xiao Chu uttered a single word. Next, the team moved to another teleportation gate in a forest, and the command remained unchanged. Next, Xiao Chu's hand clenched, ready for a new hunt, without a hint of hesitation. A soldier from Jiang Ling's team reported, "Teleportation failed. This dungeon has already been completely cleared by someone else." Jiang Ling noticed fresh footprints, confirming this was the group that had been ahead of them all day, while her subordinate wondered if this was the 4th or 5th dungeon snatched from them. The short-hair soldier suspected it might be Xiao Chu's group, but then dismissed the thought, believing that speed was impossible. It must be some other dominant force. The buzzcut soldier angrily concluded that a strong team from another military camp was deliberately coming here to steal their resources. Jiang Ling feigned indifference, ordering the team to return, but her eyes, however, clearly showed her frustration. She snorted, her pride provoked. She was determined to go back and see who dared to surpass her. Setting the scene. N3 Camp Management Office, where teams report their achievements in exchange for rewards, including private training sessions with the Supreme Commander. Jiang Ling's team had just entered the door when they saw Xiao Qiu's group standing at the reporting counter. Jiang Ling stood from a distance, deeply shocked when she heard the achievement. 17 dungeons? You cleared 17 of them in just one day? The bald soldier submitted the list to the management official, confirming that the energy signals of these dungeons had disappeared from the map, making the official stammer in confirmation. The management official was sweating, tremblingly asking how they could prove they had cleared all of them. Thud. A pile of rare, shimmering boss materials was poured directly onto the table as irrefutable proof. The bald soldier snapped. "Been sitting in the office so long your brains shrunk? These are boss drops. Go ahead and check their energy signals." The official was sweating profusely, admitting that no further checks were needed, as clearing so many dungeons in one day was something even Jiang Ling couldn't do. The bald soldier slung an arm around Xiao Chu, proudly introducing him as the master designated by the Supreme Commander himself, who single-handedly cleared all those dungeons. The management official, seeing a good opportunity, pulled out a difficult mission, an extremely dangerous level 6 dungeon that had devoured 2 teams from other camps. Xiao Chu took the paper, coldly accepting the mission, while the bald soldier grinned delightedly, knowing these trivial matters were nothing to Big Brother Xiao. The bald soldier added a particularly stinging taunt. "I'm not trying to compare, but Big Brother Xiao's strength is even superior to Commander Jiang's." The management official panicked and cleared his throat, glancing and signaling to the bald soldier. "Behind you! Behind you!" warning that Jiang Ling was standing right there and had heard everything. The bald soldier broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chilling killing intent from behind, as Jiang Ling appeared right behind him with a face that couldn't be less friendly. The bald soldier hastily bowed in apology, wiggling out of it by saying he was just showing off and didn't mean anything by it, while the management official standing next to him could only remain silent. A soldier accompanying Jiang Ling held up the paper, confirming to her, "Commander, This list of dungeons is exactly where we went today. Jiangling crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Chu. Did you do all of this by yourself? Xiao Chu coldly replied. Yes. Jiangling smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. No wonder you were so confident boasting while still in bed. Xiao Chu was speechless, thinking to himself how persistent this woman's grudge was. Without bothering to argue, Xiao Chu turned to the management official and declared directly, Earlier outside, I heard about a level 6 dungeon that was too difficult. I'll take that mission. Jiangling immediately joined in, her eyes sparking with challenge. This time, let's see which of us takes down the dungeon boss first. Jiangling, Xiao Chu, and the short-hair soldier immediately set off, leaving the soldiers escorting Xiao Chu standing bewildered. The bald soldier clapped Xiao Chu on the shoulder, grinning. Boss Xiao, you've successfully stirred up our captain's competitive spirit. Xiao Chu looked at the dungeon information sheet and suddenly realized, seeing this dungeon, I finally understand why the system wanted to bring me to the front lines of the human-monster war. His gaze deepened. Memories of a significant event on the front lines after the great obscenity incident in his previous life began to flood back. The blonde sub-captain standing nearby suddenly flinched when he caught a glimpse of Xiao Chu's face and sword. The sub-captain stared at Xiao Chu, a chilling sense of familiarity rising in his mind. Suddenly, the blonde sub-captain's jaw dropped, his face changing color as he realized he had seen this person somewhere before. The scene shifted to the command center of Military City No. 3. Commander Liang Zhengge sat behind his desk, questioning solemnly. Are you saying the man named Xiao Chu, who was rescued from the dungeon near the river fork a few days ago, is the same Xiao Chu who massacred an entire company in Dahe City also a few days ago? The blonde sub-captain stood at attention, reporting clearly, Yes, Commander. The sub-captain continued to explain, asserting that although Xiao Chu's hairstyle and appearance had changed slightly, his face, physique, and especially his sword, perfectly matched the wanted poster. It couldn't be a coincidence. The blonde sub-captain stated firmly that Xiao Qiu's sword was identical to the criminal's, implying that when Dahe City was in chaos, he took the opportunity to escape from prison. He further argued that although he didn't understand why a criminal would run all the way to the front lines, with so many coincidences, the most unbelievable conclusion must be the truth. Liang Zhengye sat behind his desk, acknowledging that this deduction was reasonable, and declared that he would personally investigate tomorrow, after the target had cleared the dungeon. The blonde sub-captain smirked to himself, thinking of the great merit he would gain if he captured Xiao Chu. Scene change. A verdant dungeon portal opened in the middle of a grassland. Jiangling and Xiao Chu's team had fully assembled. Jiangling's soldiers insisted on following, one of them even taunting. Captain, are you afraid we'll improve too much and steal your position? Jiangling, now wearing a gas mask, shot a sharp glare, thinking to herself that these guys were just making silly excuses, because they knew this dungeon had already torn 2 other teams apart. She said little, shouldering her spear and heading straight for the portal alone, leaving the rest of the team behind. Jiangling turned back, coldly ordering the bewildered soldiers. Keep up. She turned to Xiao Chu, stating bluntly, Just so you know, this is between him and me. None of you are allowed to interfere. Xiao Chu remained silent, his gaze unwavering at the declaration of war. The dungeon portal swirled like a vortex, ready to swallow those who dared to enter. Meanwhile, outside, the blonde sub-captain was waiting, muttering. The Supreme Commander said he would come yesterday. Why isn't he here yet? Impatient, he decided to take a risk. Forget it, I'll go in first. Too late. The dungeon portal suddenly slammed shut and vanished just before he could reach it. Inside, the entire team had entered a pitch-black tunnel, the air extremely stifling. Xiao Chu held out his hands, and white energy particles began to gather, shimmering in the darkness. He used a scanning skill, and then announced concisely, Temperature and humidity are normal, the air is not toxic. 2 soldiers walking behind whispered to each other, starting to get nervous as they imagined facing strong monsters or a horde of them in this cramped, inescapable space. The entire team delved deeper into the pitch-black tunnel, the air thick with the scent of danger. Jiangling led the way, followed by Xiao Chu and the soldiers, all in a state of high alert. Suddenly, hundreds of glowing red eyes lit up from the murky darkness. They've been ambushed. The soldiers started to get nervous. So many monsters. Is this the difficulty of a level 6 dungeon? A horde of giant spiny crocodile monsters charged out, roaring ferociously, making one soldier exclaim, Why are there crocodiles in this dungeon? Without a hint of hesitation, Jiangling stepped forward, purple lightning beginning to gather around her feet. She stood shielding the entire team, the war spear in her hand thrumming with thunder, ready for battle. The crocodile monsters opened their jaws wide, charging madly, only a few meters away. Jiangling gripped her spear tightly, the purple lightning energy erupting fiercely, her eyes as cold as ice. She gave a concise order. Pierce through them. Lightning! Jiangling unleashed her full power, A massive surge of purple lightning shot straight forward, illuminating the entire tunnel and devouring everything in its path. The terrifying destructive power of the attack crushed and incinerated the entire horde of monsters. After the light faded, only smoke and crackling purple electric sparks remained in the air. Jiangling stood tall, her spear still trailing lightning, the path ahead cleared. The entire tunnel floor was scorched black, with no trace of the monsters remaining. The bald soldier gaped in astonishment. "Just one strike, and the whole horde is gone," Jiangling replied coldly, feigning modesty. "It's just because the terrain was favorable, and the monsters lined up in a straight row." The bald soldier turned and clapped Xiao Chu on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Buddy Xiao, Captain Zhang doesn't seem to be holding back this time. It'll be tough to beat her." Xiao Chu thought to himself, this game of seeing who kills more monsters or hunts bosses is truly meaningless. The footsteps of the entire team echoed in the dark, damp tunnel. A soldier remarked, "We've been walking for over 10 minutes, and there's no second wave of monsters. Looks like the captain really cleared them all out." Suddenly, the entire team stopped, wary of their surroundings. Jiangling wondered. "That's strange. 2 teams lost contact in here, but we haven't seen any bodies or equipment from them so far." The bald soldier flattered, saying that perhaps the others were wiped out in the first monster wave, and only the captain's skill could have stopped such an attack, to which Jiangling merely responded indifferently. Suddenly, Jiangling asked, "Does anyone hear anything?" A soldier pressed his ear to the wall, while the bald soldier and the black hair soldier affirmed they heard nothing, hoping it wasn't a new monster wave. The entire team immediately took defensive stances, ready to fight. Rumble. The ground and ceiling of the tunnel began to shake violently. A massive crack appeared on the ground, dust and smoke billowing up. From beneath the ground, a giant alligator boss with glowing red scales and piercing eyes emerged. Roaring, the monster tore through the ground, its entire body rising up, completely blocking the path. The bald soldier and the black hair soldier turned pale, shouting, "How are we supposed to fight something this big? Should have just stayed home." While the petty soldiers were panicking, Jiangling looked puzzled. Why are they so scared? Her amber eyes gleamed sharply, completely unfazed. The alligator monster roared, emitting an aura of extreme dread. Jiangling scoffed. "Cheap tricks," as purple lightning began to erupt around her. She growled, "Useless against me," then charged straight at the monster, her war spear blazing with destructive energy. While the entire team was focused on the boss ahead, Xiao Chu stood silently by himself, sensing that something was amiss. He smirked, swinging up his blood crow, his eyes glinting with madness as he discovered the true prey. Thud! Xiao Chu plunged his sword straight into the ground without hesitation, with terrifying force. At the same time, the giant alligator boss, still being pummeled by Jiangling, roared again, but a surge of purple lightning had already pierced through its jaw. Jiangling darted forward like a flash of lightning, thrusting her thunderous spear straight into the monster's head, blood splattering everywhere. Jiangling's amber eyes were sharp, completely focused on finishing off the prey before her. After the strike, she looked back at her petty soldiers, completely unaware that the real danger was right beneath their feet. From where Xiao Chu plunged his sword, the ground cracked open, and another monster emerged. The blood crow had pierced directly into the critical weak point on the head of the ambushing monster. The second giant alligator boss, no smaller than the first, emerged from underground to everyone's astonishment, blood gushing from the wound on its head. Its eyes glazed over. The ambushing monster died on the spot before it could do anything. It collapsed to the ground, while Xiao Chu coldly stood, observing his achievement. Xiao Chu thought to himself, "What a waste. If I were alone, I would have entered my monster state and absorbed all of them." The blonde sub-captain and the black-haired soldier turned pale, realizing that Jiangling's boss was merely a decoy for an ambush from underground. The bald soldier clapped Xiao Chu on the shoulder, his voice full of gratitude. "We almost got wiped out." Luckily, Xiao intervened in time. Jiangling stepped forward, standing on the monster's corpse, and asked Xiao Chu directly, "How did you detect it? Was it because the ground was shaking?" She admitted to herself that she had been too focused on the prey in front of her. Without Xiao Chu, her soldiers would have become dinner for the monsters. Xiao Chu replied nonchalantly, "That's right. The ground shook, so I knew it was coming. In a deep and quiet place like this, burrowing monsters are common." The short-haired soldier immediately retorted, "No way. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard nothing." "How could you distinguish the sound and pinpoint its weak spot at the same time?" questioned. Xiao Chu simply turned away in silence, sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, "How am I supposed to explain that? The vibrational frequency underground here is even easier to detect than the fluctuations of a space-ripping demon god." Standing on the alligator boss corpse, Jiangling concluded, "Anyway, we've dealt with 2 bosses. Both were strong, at least level 6, yet they were one hit. A regular team entering here would have been wiped out countless times." Jiangling unexpectedly denied. You're mistaken. They weren't bosses. She explained clearly that if they were bosses, the secret realm's treasure chest would have appeared by now. Furthermore, the teleportation gate to exit hasn't opened either. The short-haired soldier and Xiao Chu stood next to each other, and the soldier began to feel a chill down his spine. All the soldiers looked at the colossal monster corpse, their faces drained of color. If these aren't the bosses, then how big must the real boss be? Jiangling ordered decisively. Everyone stick close, don't go alone. It's very dangerous here. The soldiers obediently complied, one muttering, "Understood, Captain. We're troubling you again." Jiangling turned and walked away, her voice cold but full of trust. If we're on the same team, there's no such thing as troubling or not troubling. Hearing that, all the soldiers seemed to get a morale boost. Their eyes filled with admiration for their captain. The entire team advanced deeper and stopped before a colossal, ancient steel door. Jiangling assessed. Normally the boss would be behind this door. Xiao Chu, however, had a bad feeling. Jiangling made a decision. "Xiao Chu and I will go in. You all stay outside." The soldiers knew their place. "With our strength, we'd only be a burden to the captain and Zhao." The whole team chorused, "Captain, please don't let anything happen." "Well, wait here." Jiangling and Xiao Chu headed straight for the iron door, leaving the soldiers behind. Both of them simultaneously pushed hard on the two wheels on the door. Creak! The heavy door slowly opened, and a hazy, deathly stream of dust and air poured out. As the boss door opened, a thick, deathly aura surged out, enveloping the backs of Xiao Chu and Jiangling. Without hesitation, the two stepped directly into the deadly mist within. Thud! The colossal iron door slammed shut, trapping them both inside with whatever awaited. Inside was a vast, dark space. Xiao Chu and Jiangling advanced cautiously, ready for battle. Thump! A sharp, clawed foot suddenly stomped onto the floor, signaling the enemy's appearance. Jiangling immediately took a stance, assessing. Such light footsteps, it doesn't seem to be a large monster. From the darkness, a muscular, red-eyed crocodile man emerged, growling. Jiangling frowned, muttering, "A humanoid form. In monster classification, the more human-like they are, the more dangerous. What exactly is this secret realm?" The two faced the crocodile man from a distance, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The monster roared and shot forward like an arrow, with terrifying speed. Jiangling didn't flinch, her eyes sharp, such a massive energy buildup. "Prepare for battle." Whoosh! Jiangling burst forth with speed, charging forward, her war spear enveloped in purple lightning. She swung her spear, aiming straight at the charging monster, roaring, "Don't you dare underestimate us." The spearhead accumulated maximum lightning energy, ready to pierce through anything in its path. Xiao Chu observed from behind, assessing, "Good, her spear's speed has surpassed the speed of sound. If this monster gets hit, it'll be skewered instantly." Clang! Contrary to expectations, the crocodile man raised its hand and caught the supersonic spearhead with its bare hand. Jiangling's eyes widened, completely shocked by this unbelievable sight. The monster flexed its arm muscles, easily stopping the terrifying thrust from the lightning spear. Overwhelmed by absolute power, Jiangling was thrown backward, the ground beneath her feet cracking. Cornered, Jiangling didn't waver. She pulled out an energy gun charged with purple lightning. She flipped in midair, dodging the attack, and narrowly aimed the gun's muzzle at the crocodile man's mouth. Boom! Purple energy violently erupted from the gun's barrel. The crocodile man was completely engulfed in the blinding light of the explosion. A massive bolt of lightning shot through the monster's head, pinning it to the ground as Jiangling landed safely. The crocodile man's head smoked with thick purple fumes. Its body convulsed one last time before collapsing. One-shot kill. Xiao Chu walked over to Jiangling, who was panting after the risky maneuver. Xiao Chu remarked, "That was a reckless attack. Is that your style?" Jiangling retorted, "How can you achieve great results without risking your life?" Xiao Chu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Jiangling was secretly surprised. She had expected him to lecture her, but he agreed so easily. Jiangling's gaze shone with determination, mixed with a hint of curiosity about this new teammate. When she turned back to look at the corpse, the crocodile man's head cracked open, revealing a familiar human face inside. It was Christian, the blonde sub-captain, his face emerging from within the shattered monster skull. Xiao Chu asked if she knew him. Jiangling confirmed he was a level 6 expert, and his team were the first to vanish in this secret realm. Jiangling gritted her teeth, muttering, "What exactly is this damn secret realm?" Before she could process the information, another swarm of crocodile men slowly appeared from the end of the corridor. Xiao Chu and Jiangling stood side by side, ready for battle. Jiangling declared, "My left." Xiao Chu replied concisely, "My right." The monsters roared, then charged forward simultaneously like a flood. Both of them said no more, and simultaneously burst into speed, charging straight into the swarm of monsters. Jiang Ling leapt into the air, raising her spear, glowing with vibrant purple lightning, preparing to unleash a sweeping attack from above. Jiang Ling, without further words, brought her spear, glowing with vibrant purple lightning, straight down into the midst of the crocodile men. A destructive bolt of lightning swept across, blowing away everything in its path. All the monsters on Jiang Ling's left flank were instantly incinerated, their bodies charred and convulsing from the electric current. Suddenly, a tougher crocodile man slipped through, charging straight at her. Clang! Its sharp claws clashed with the spear shaft, sparking, the impact force indicating it was no ordinary foe. Jiang Ling spun around, dodging the attack, then delivered a retaliatory lightning thrust. The spearhead pierced the monster's chest. Purple electricity erupted from within, tearing its body apart. The crocodile man collapsed, its body split in half, blood splattering everywhere. Standing on the monster's corpse, Jiang Ling muttered, analyzing. After transforming into monsters, their strength and speed skyrocket. She narrowed her eyes, concluding, but without intelligence, they're just harmless beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, she sharply turned, alert to the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, on the right flank, Xiao Qiu was single-handedly taking on another group of crocodile men. He weaved through the horde, the blood crow in his hand dancing with deadly sword strokes. A clean slash sent the head of a roaring crocodile man flying. Xiao Qiu's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He unleashed a series of continuous slashes, tearing the monster in front of him into 100 pieces. The battlefield was cleared, littered with the scattered remains of the crocodile men. Jiang Ling approached Xiao Qiu, announcing, I just checked, they were all experts who had entered this secret realm before. She looked thoughtful, then continued, but there's one thing I don't understand. Xiao Qiu spun around, his eyes sharp as if he had detected something unusual. Deep inside the tunnel, 2 crocodile men stood guard before a grotesque sacrificial pillar. The monsters guarded vigilantly, the air around them thick with the scent of danger. The pair of crocodile men growled, their jagged teeth ready to tear apart anyone who dared to approach. Suddenly, both crocodile men knelt down, beginning a ritual of worship before the pillar. Jiang Ling hid in a corner, frowning in confusion. A sacrificial altar? What in the world are they trying to summon? The sacrificial pillar suddenly erupted with a surge of dark, reddish-purple energy, and eerie lights began to converge. Amidst the energy, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly materialized, just as Jiang Ling's purple lightning bolt struck. Jiang Ling flinched, realizing she had just provoked something she shouldn't have. She felt suffocated, her entire body chilling under the gaze of those eyes. Just being looked at by it makes me unable to breathe. Unable to stand by, Jiang Ling roared, her entire body enveloped in purple lightning, and charged forward to destroy the damned ritual. Her lightning attack struck directly at the kneeling crocodile men. One crocodile man was hit, collapsing in the purple electricity, but not yet completely dead. The red eyes on the altar continued to observe coldly, completely unaffected. In the darkness, the blood-red eyes gleamed with malevolence and absolute authority. It narrowed, and an invisible command echoed, demanding a halt. A destructive red energy beam descended, and the remaining crocodile man instantly vanished, turning to dust. Jiang Ling stood beside Xiao Qiu, her voice still trembling. What exactly were they trying to summon? And those eyes? They seemed to be looking at us, didn't they? Xiao Qiu replied calmly, his voice as cold as ice. That is the void demon god, and the only one it's looking at is me. Xiao Qiu's eyes sharpened, and he smirked. In any case, you could say we're old acquaintances. On a vast field, 2 teleportation gates were closing, leaving behind a small squad. Xiao Qiu and Jiang Ling led the way out of the secret realm, followed by the soldiers who had just finished their mission. A bald soldier cheerfully flattered, with the captain here, there's no secret realm we can't clear. The boss inside must have been incredibly tough, right? Jiang Ling brushed him off, ordering, that can wait, I need to return to the military camp to report something important urgently. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. An authoritative voice rang out from behind, accompanied by the tap of a cane on the ground. No need to go back to the camp to find me, I'm right here. The entire squad startled and turned around. Only Xiao Qiu maintained his impassive expression. Supreme Commander Liang Zhengye appeared, a meaningful smile on his face. Liang Zhengye led a heavily armed Special Forces squad, advancing with an imposing aura. A black-haired soldier broke into a sweat, his voice trembling. Supreme Commander, why have you brought the entire enforcement squad here? Liang Zhengye ignored him, reassuring the rank-and-file soldiers. Don't worry, this matter doesn't concern you. He turned, his gaze locking onto Xiao Qiu. However, it is intimately connected to you, Xiao Qiu. Liang Zhengye bluntly exposed him. Or should I call you the culprit of the Dahe City massacre, Xiao Qiu? Xiao Qiu's entire team, including Jiang Ling, froze in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The soldiers began to whisper, unable to believe it, thinking that Xiao Qiu wasn't that kind of person. Blonde Sub-Captain Christian suddenly spoke up, asserting confidently, "No mistake. I secretly observed and compared. He's definitely the culprit." Jiangling spun around, her eyes filled with anger and disbelief, as she stared at the comrade who had just betrayed them. Xiao Chu merely sneered, the skin on his old wound beginning to peel as he calmly admitted, "That's right." Xiao Chu confirmed his identity coldly, without a hint of hesitation. "I am Xiao Chu." Blonde Sub-Captain Christian triumphantly shouted, pointing at Xiao Chu. "See everyone, it's his face. My analysis was correct." Xiao Chu faced Supreme Commander Liang Zhengye, asking directly, "So now what? Planning to arrest me and send me to Star City?" Liang Zhengye declared sternly, while a Special Forces soldier held out handcuffs. "By law, an escaped criminal must be arrested and sent to the front lines. The only place fit for a criminal is a redemption camp." However, a knowing smile unexpectedly appeared on the commander's lips. Liang Zhengye suddenly changed his tone, full of sarcasm. "Arresting you is the Federation's law, but what the hell does that have to do with my military camp N3? The heavily armed Special Forces soldiers froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. The commander looked directly at Xiao Chu, admitting, "I've investigated you, and it's not bad. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing," he continued, his voice full of understanding. "I might have even gone further than you." Xiao Chu replied calmly, believing that this era could only truly improve if everyone was like him. Liang Zhengye turned to the soldiers, his voice sharp with command. "What happened today ends here. Back at Camp N3. I don't want anyone to mention this again." He narrowed his eyes, delivering a final warning. "Otherwise, I'll have to ask him to leave my camp." The two sides stood facing each other in the field. On one side, Xiao Chu and his team. On the other, the Supreme Commander and his fully armed enforcement team. Jiangling stepped closer to her master, asking permission to speak. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Xiao Chu's group stood far away, discussing and wondering what had happened between the captain and Xiao Chu in the secret realm to make the situation so tense. The bald soldier admitted he was extremely curious, but didn't have the courage to approach that terrifying guy. Jiangling reported the entire incident, then asked her master directly if he knew anything about the altar and what the monsters were worshipping. Liang Zhengye pondered, his gaze distant, and uttered a terrifying name: Abyssal Gods. Jiangling was utterly shocked, her eyes wide with horror. Abyssal gods? Gods of monsters? Do monsters have gods too? Liang Zhengye began to lecture Jiangling, stating bluntly that no matter how many secret realms humanity cleared, they had never managed to break through the monsters' defenses. He concluded with a concise, mysterious statement. "It's all because of the source." The old commander explained that clearing secret realms was merely treating the symptoms. As long as the source remained, monsters would sprout like mushrooms, and this war would never end. Jiangling put her mask back on, questioning directly, "So where is the source? Why don't we go destroy it?" Liang Zhengye revealed the harsh truth. "The source of the secret realm is the Abyssal God, or rather, the master of the altar you saw." He continued to reveal shocking information. Abyssal gods are catastrophe-level entities from other worlds. Just a tiny bit of their aura leaking out is enough to create an entire secret realm. Compared to them, the great obscenity boss from back then was just a sneeze. Jiangling was utterly stunned, unable to believe that the secret realms they had to shed blood and sweat to clear were merely tiny fragments of the Abyssal gods' bodies, rendering all human efforts meaningless. But Liang Zhengye sneered, asserting that humanity wasn't sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and a few Abyssal gods had already fallen at human hands, though only one person was skilled enough to do it. Jiangling suddenly realized, uttering the legendary name, Mask. The old commander returned to the main topic, warning that the appearance of the altar was a sign of a monster uprising, and that an abyssal god might be awakening. A terrifying scenario unfolded. If a sea of monsters surged forth, the stable secret realms would shatter, and the army's entire defense line would vanish in an instant. Jiangling recalled thoughtfully that back when Mask was still around, the number of fallen soldiers was countless. Now that he was gone, the price the front lines would pay would be even higher. Liang Zhengye ordered Jiangling to temporarily halt clearing secret realms. He would personally write to the other camps, as he had a premonition that this time, the sea of monsters wouldn't be as simple as before. He also advised her to consider this trip a vacation, warning that living like a fighting machine would eventually lead to a point of no return. Jiangling hesitated, about to refuse. "Master, I don't." Commander Liang Zhengye interrupted, ordering her to bring both Xiao Chu and his team on this messenger mission. As he walked, he explained that since Xiao Chu's identity had been recognized, he needed to conceal his appearance for ease of action. The commander ordered a mask to be prepared for Xiao Chu. While he stood silently listening, whoosh, the scene shifted to a desolate desert, signaling the start of a new journey. Whoosh! An armored train sped away at terrifying speed, tearing up the desert ground. The train, a true mobile fortress, cut through the wind, charging forward as dust billowed everywhere. Inside the train car, Jiangling calmly sat, resting beside her spear, while the soldiers huddled together, playing cards to pass the time. Xiao Chu, now wearing his new mask, sat quietly in a corner, his aura completely detached. The bald soldier turned to strike up a conversation with Xiao Chu, asking how it felt to ride on the front line's finest for the first time. He began to boast about the train's power, bragging that it could traverse forests and cross rivers, making its own path where there was none. The blonde sub-captain wearily cut him off, saying he had repeated this story many times, but the bald soldier merely shrugged, claiming he was too bored not to talk. The black-haired soldier, looking at his cards, wondered why they were using a messenger instead of radioing, as they were scheduled to arrive at Camp M too soon. The bald soldier declared sagely, "What's there to think about? It must be top-secret documents." Then he foolishly wondered if monsters could hack radio waves. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from above, interrupting their discussion. The soldiers immediately threw down their cards, springing to an alert stance, staring up at the roof of the train car. A voice echoed down from the train roof. Target spotted at 224 degrees. On the train roof, the buzzcut soldier was already in position by the heavy machine gun, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets. The black-haired soldier looked out the window and grumbled. Must be Camp M, 2 soldiers. Clearing the secret realm as slow as turtles, letting monsters escape. The rules of this world were simple. If a secret realm wasn't cleared within the time limit, the seal would break, and monsters would pour out, which was why the old civilization had perished. A military jeep was speeding across the desert, running parallel to the train. Standing on the bumpy vehicle, an archer maintained his balance, aiming his warbow with extreme precision. Whoosh! The arrow shot like lightning, embedding itself directly into the forehead of a pitch-black demon wolf. But taking down one was nothing. The entire pack of demon wolves still charged wildly, as numerous as ants. The archer on the jeep cursed, blaming the useless desk-bound officials for letting an entire pack of level 4 monsters escape. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had run out of arrows in his quiver. The situation was critical. The archer could only raise his empty bow in despair. A demon wolf seized the opportunity, charging straight at the soldier, intending to tear him apart now that he had run out of options. Suddenly, a fiery bullet tore through the air and sped towards them. Boom! The demon wolf's head exploded like fireworks, saving the archer's life by a hair's breadth. The soldier shouted in joy, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. From a distance, the armored train loomed in the desert, truly heavy-duty reinforcements. But instead of aiming at the monsters, the guns from the train opened fire fiercely. A volley of bullets struck the jeep, sparking and blowing out its tires. The jeep lost control, flipping several times in the air to the soldier's astonishment. The archer couldn't believe his eyes, growling as he wondered why their allies were attacking them. Before he could collect himself, a giant shadow obscured the entire sky. A giant griffin monster appeared, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The monster swooped down, swinging its dagger-sharp claws at the overturned jeep. Just as the monster was about to finish off the soldiers, a red flash of light gleamed, piercing its head. Black blood gushed from the fatal wound on the griffin monster's head. The giant monster fell with a thud to the ground, lying dead next to the smoking jeep. The jeep soldiers crawled out of the wreckage, and the archer soldier realized in shock. They're saving us. In the middle of the desert, the giant iron monster screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bang! The side hatch of the transport lowered, ready for deployment. An elite squad shot out like arrows, led by Xiao Qiu and Jiang Ling, heading straight for the monster horde besieging in the distance. The archer soldier from the overturned vehicle frantically yelled, "Don't come over here, there are too many of them, you can't handle them all." But then he froze, rendered speechless by the scene that unfolded right after. Jiang Ling wielded her spear like a war god, purple lightning sweeping away the wolf monsters, making the archer soldier disbelieve his own eyes. How can this be? The entire squad charged into the battlefield, each taking a corner, turning the monsters' siege into a one-sided massacre. Jiang Ling's spear spun, creating a vortex of purple energy that tore apart everything in its path. Xiao Chu was no less impressive. Each of his sword strikes instantly wiped out several monsters. The archer soldier realized his mistake. No, not the whole squad, but the 2 leaders. They're just too overwhelming. A wolf monster charged forward, only to be impaled through the throat by Jiang Ling's lightning spear. Standing atop a monster's corpse, Jiang Ling coldly ordered, "Get the wounded onto the transport, clear the battlefield, and collect materials." The entire battlefield was littered with wolf corpses. Jiang Ling's squad stood at attention, awaiting orders, their combat efficiency on a completely different level. The M2 survivors helped each other over, stammering their thanks before asking, "Are you from the N3 military camp?" The bald soldier in Jiang Ling's squad was surprised. "Huh? How did you know we're from N3? The bald soldier chuckled, explaining, "We're from the M3 military camp. but we've heard of your captain. Controls lightning, uses a long spear, wears a mask, and most importantly, is terrifyingly strong. The archer soldier looked at Xiao Chu, who was cleaning his sword, and wondered, but he seems to be on par with your captain. I haven't heard of N3 having another figure of this caliber. The bald soldier stammered, glancing at Xiao Chu, seemingly finding it hard to speak. The bald soldier clapped Xiao Chu on the shoulder, grinning as he introduced. Ah, this is Xiao Chu. Has just been transferred to our camp. Isn't that great? The archer soldier nodded, his eyes full of admiration. I've never heard his name before, but I think he'll soon be as famous as your captain. The bald soldier questioned the M2 survivors. What the hell did you do to get chased by an entire horde of monsters? You're lucky you ran into us. Otherwise you'd be dead for good. The archer soldier cursed angrily, blaming the shoddy oversight of the secret realms, which caused the seals to shatter without anyone knowing. Jiang Ling cut him off, directly asking about the status of the seals, and the M2 survivor confirmed that the rate of secret realm formation had skyrocketed, with the number of broken seals far exceeding expectations. Jiang Ling's eyes turned sharp and cold. She had a premonition that this was a sign of an impending monster tide, and the situation was deteriorating too quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ling decisively ordered, "Head to M2 military camp as fast as possible." In the vast desert, the M2 military camp's fortress appeared, a sturdy stronghold in the Deadlands. On the fortress wall, 2 guards were on observation duty, vigilant for any movement on the horizon. The bearded guard used his binoculars, muttering about how many squads had left the camp, yet few had returned in the past few days. The brown-hair guard suggested it was due to the increased workload of clearing secret realms, but the other guard still felt something was amiss. Suddenly, the bearded guard flinched, his eyes widening as he spotted something through his binoculars. His comrades saw an armored train approaching and sighed in relief. Don't worry about nothing. It's just a train from another camp. Prepare to open the gates. A signal soldier stood on a high watchtower, waving a flag to signal the train to slow down for inspection as per regulations. But the guard remained glued to his binoculars, his face paling in horror as he realized the unbelievable was happening. Crash! A colossal, pitch-black object, like a stone cross, plummeted from the sky, gouging into the earth. The impact created a storm of sand and debris, its terrifying destructive power shaking the ground. When the dust settled, the strange object lay sprawled on the ground, a deadly and menacing sight. The M2 soldiers on the ground ran over, all struck silent by the bizarre structure that had just fallen. Creak! A metallic screech echoed as the hatch on top of the object slowly opened, revealing a profound darkness. Whoosh! Something was hurled out from inside the hatch at an incredibly high speed. Thud! A soldier's mangled corpse flew out, slamming onto the ground right in front of the M2 soldiers, who were petrified with shock. An M2 soldier stared blankly at his fallen comrade's body, realizing the attacker was a professional. Immediately after, a colossal dark figure landed directly in front of the soldiers, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the dust, a gigantic humanoid mantis lord stood tall, leaving the M2 soldiers gaping in horror. The dark bunker door rattled once more, signaling that there were still more inside. Countless shadowy, insect-like figures began to emerge from the deep darkness of the door. Whoosh! A swarm of smaller mantis monsters poured out like a disturbed beehive, charging straight towards the soldiers. The M2 soldiers were caught off guard, one of them screaming in panic, unarmed. Another soldier, quicker-witted, immediately raised his gun and unleashed a volley of bullets at the charging monsters. Despite the continuous gunfire, the mantis monsters were as numerous as ants, overwhelming them completely. Swarms of flying mantis monsters filled the sky, turning the entire factory complex into a sea of flames. The scene was one of utter chaos, a vast area engulfed in smoke, fire, and screams. Amidst the sea of flames, the Mantis Lord stood defiantly, observing its swarm wreaking havoc. The Mantis Lord's soulless compound eyes reflected the devastation it had wrought. Its compound eyes swept across the battlefield, cold and deadly. Scene change. The armored train continued to speed through the wasteland. On the train, a worried subordinate soldier, pale as a ghost, asked Jiang Ling if the military camp was under attack by monsters from all sides. Jiang Ling crossed her arms, coldly replying that it was impossible, as their commander was a level 7 expert who ate monsters for breakfast. She glanced out the window, saying she wished things were that simple, but her eyes sharpened, warning that if it truly was a sea of monsters, even a level 9 expert would be wiped out, let alone a level 7. Jiang Ling's amber eyes flashed, realizing the situation was far more serious than imagined. From the train window, M2 military camp in the distance was nothing but pillars of black smoke and raging fires. Inside, a panicked soldier pointed out, "That's M2, military camp." The radio crackled with a desperate plea for help. "This is M2 camp. We are under monster attack. Emergency situation." The signal weakened but still screamed, "The monsters are inside the camp." Repeat. Send reinforcements immediately. The reporting soldier's face turned ashen, shouting the final grim news from the radio. The commander has fallen. M2 camp has been breached. In the distance, massive explosions erupted continuously, lighting up the entire night sky. The entire military base was engulfed in a sea of flames, a sign of a merciless slaughter. Jiang Ling's entire team, including Xiao Qiu, were stunned by the shocking news. Jiang Ling narrowed her eyes, realizing this was no ordinary attack, but a true sea of monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, she gave a decisive order. No change of course, continue straight to M2 camp. The bald soldier questioned her, but Jiang Ling coldly replied that the objective wasn't to save the camp, but to rescue any survivors and uncover the cause of this disaster. The reporting soldier angrily punched the wall, letting out a curse. He bitterly yelled, blaming the city's higher-ups and reminiscing about the Golden Age, when Mask still held the front lines. The black-haired soldier nodded in agreement, remarking that the monsters seemed to have sensed Mask's disappearance, which was why they were running rampant. All the soldiers fell silent, the atmosphere tense as they realized the harsh truth. The bald soldier tried to break the silence, asking if anyone noticed anything cool to ease the tension. He crossed his arms, looked directly at Xiao Qiu, and pointed out. Xiao Qiu wears a mask, and his physique and silhouette look exactly like Mask's. Everyone started murmuring. Another soldier admitted, "Don't say it, but from the front, there's a resemblance. Who knows? Maybe Mask retired and is doing undercover missions." The bald soldier slung an arm around Xiao Qiu's shoulder, smirking as he asked directly, "Hey Xiao Qiu, do you think you're Mask?" Xiao Qiu glanced over. Without a hint of superfluous emotion, his firm voice rang out, "Yes, I am Mask." Xiao Qiu's answer stunned the soldiers, while the bald soldier smirked as if head won the lottery. The tense atmosphere dissipated. The bald soldier clapped Xiao Qiu on the shoulder, excitedly asking for an autograph because his 3 younger brothers were huge fans of Mask. Jiang Ling crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Qiu, her voice full of challenge. "Then well, see if you're worthy of the name Mask later." On the speeding armored train, Jiang Ling glanced out the window, observing the desolate battlefield ahead. In the distance, M2 camp was engulfed in a sea of flames, thick black smoke columns rising, signaling a catastrophic battle had just occurred. From within the smoke, a swarm of gigantic flying insect monsters poured out like disturbed bees, the sound of their flapping wings creating a symphony of death. Jiang Ling narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation. Did this swarm of bugs really cause M2 camp to fall? In the vast desert, desperate cries for help echoed from a group of people running for their lives. They were the M2 survivors, a ragged group of soldiers and civilians desperately trying to escape death's embrace. The swarm of flying insect monsters had spotted their prey, descending like a black storm, cutting off the survivors' escape route. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Ling drew her energy pistol, firing a rapid burst towards the monster swarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purple energy bullets tore through the air, piercing the heads of the flying bugs, causing them to explode in a bloody mess. After clearing the vanguard, she holstered her gun and summoned her war spear, her primary weapon, which was immediately enveloped in purple lightning. She stomped her foot firmly on the ground, taking a stable stance, as all her energy began to gather at the spear's tip. With a perfect spear swing, Jiang Ling unleashed a massive vortex of lightning energy towards the enemy. The wave of purple lightning swept across the battlefield, tearing apart every monster in its path. The swarm of flying insect monsters, as numerous as ants, couldn't resist. They were swept away by the energy surge. A colossal electromagnetic explosion engulfed the entire bug formation, turning the sky into a sphere of purple lightning. After the blinding light, only charred fragments of the monsters' corpses rained down onto the ground. The entire monster swarm was wiped out in a single strike, the ground littered with scorched corpses, proving Jiang Ling's overwhelming power. After clearing the battlefield, Jiang Ling and her team advanced towards the group of survivors huddled in the distance. Jiang Ling inquired about the situation at M2 camp, and a soldier among the survivors profusely thanked her for saving their lives. The convict leader, who looked like a captain, reported in despair, "M2 camp has completely fallen. Don't go there. Our commander has also sacrificed himself." He recalled the horrifying scene. A 2-meter-tall mantis lord had twisted his commander's neck in less than a minute. The convict leader frantically ran to stop her when he saw Jiang Ling still seemed intent on going, shouting that it would be suicide. Jiang Ling remained silent, putting her gas mask back on, completely disregarding his warning. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's spear tip pointed directly at the convict leader's throat, freezing him in shock. Jiang Ling's soldiers were also bewildered. The bald soldier called out, "Captain Jiang, what's going on?" Jiang Ling coldly declared a harsh truth. "They are prisoners from redemption camp." Her words struck them like lightning. The prisoners disguised as soldiers turned pale. A convict hastily denied it, bringing up the plea of survivor solidarity as an excuse. while the convict leader chimed in. But Jiang Ling was no amateur. Her eyes were sharp as she firmly stated, "They killed the experts escorting these civilians." She exposed the fakes. "You can't even properly hold the weapons in your hands. They're clearly scavenged from others." With her spear tip pressed against the convict leader's ear, she pointed out a bullet wound. "This wound is from those you killed resisting, isn't it?" Exposed, the convict leader and another henchman dropped their act, revealing their ferocious true faces. The two convicts charged recklessly, determined to silence them. Jiang Ling merely swung her spear shaft lightly, a perfect and lightning-fast horizontal sweep. Whoosh! Two heads flew into the air in an instant, fresh blood splattering, clean and decisive. The remaining convict leader froze, sweat pouring down him as he saw his comrades wiped out. Out of options, the convict leader turned towards the civilians, shouting his final, cowardly intention. "If you want to live, we'll have to use these hostages." The M2 survivors froze, not understanding what had just happened. Before the convict leader could pull any dirty tricks, a spear thrust from Jiang Ling pierced straight through his neck. His head flew one way, his body another. The convict leader was officially gone for good. The spear plunged powerfully into the ground. Jiang Ling thought coldly to herself, "No wonder I have no memory of these guys. The army wouldn't have such fake professionals." A soldier asked Jiang Ling if they should continue to Camp M2, but she firmly refused, stating that carrying the civilians now would be too dangerous. The buzz-cut soldier reported another piece of bad news. "Captain, the train's boiler burned out and broke down." In the midst of the deadlock, a voice rang out from the survivors. "If it's a mechanical problem, I can take a look." Just a moment later, the train's smokestack spewed out a column of thick black smoke, and the engine roared back to life. Evelyn Clark wiped sweat, humbly saying it was just a coincidence, while the soldier's eyes and mouth were wide open in astonishment at the miraculous repair speed. Jiang Ling was impressed. She turned to the girl and asked directly, "What's your name?" Evelyn Clark saluted energetically in a military fashion. Evelyn Clark, my dream is to become the best mechanic." Thanks to the help of the young mechanic Evelyn Clark, the armored train continued its journey across the wasteland. The entire group, including Jiang Ling, Xiao Qiu, and the survivors, gathered around the map, discussing their next destination after abandoning Camp M2. The Glasses survivor analyzed. Camp L4 is closer but lies directly in the path of the monster's advance, while Camp Y5 is safer but would take 5 days to reach. However, Xiao Qiu insisted on going to Camp L4, and Evelyn also confirmed that the train's fuel was only enough for a maximum of 2 days, making it impossible to reach Y5. Faced with the choice between running out of fuel amidst a horde of monsters and heading into a dangerous zone, the group had no other option but to accept the risk and proceed towards Camp L4. Xiao Qiu sat alone in a corner, his gaze thoughtful, as if calculating something. Jiang Ling walked over and questioned him directly. "Why are you so insistent on going to Camp L4? She stared intently at him, suspicious. "Could it be that you already knew the train didn't have much fuel left?" In Xiao Qiu's mind, an image of a city engulfed in flames appeared as he reminisced. According to memories from the previous world, Zone Y was the first to fall. It became a playground for monsters. Jiang Ling faced Xiao Qiu, her eyes sharp and cold, beginning an intense interrogation. She brought up the news. "The newspaper said my father personally arrested you. What kind of person was he?" Xiao Qiu sat on the ground, looked up and stated bluntly, "He was an upright man." "Upright?" Jiang Ling sneered, clearly not believing that simple definition. Her amber eyes narrowed, filled with doubt and painful memories. In her mind, an image of a city engulfed in flames reappeared, proving that the words of the world were nothing but a joke. Amidst the ruins, a flying insect monster hovered like a giant moth. A transformed civilian lay dead on the ground, its body transformed into a hideous half-human, half-insect monster. An entire swarm of flying insect monsters filled the sky, turning the desolate landscape into a living hell. Whoosh! A sword flash appeared, slicing a monster in half, blood splattering everywhere. A new ruler appeared. The gigantic humanoid Mantis Lord, standing tall amidst the battlefield. At its feet lay the corpse of a dead M2 soldier. Amidst the sea of flames, this intelligent Mantis Lord calmly sat on the rubble, reading a human newspaper. It muttered thoughtfully, "Moon. Sun." The Mantis Lord stood up, still holding the newspaper, its domineering aura overwhelming the entire space. Its gigantic compound eyes gleamed with a complex expression, as if analyzing and evaluating the world. It gnashed its teeth and growled a single meaningful word: humanity. A turquoise aura erupted. The Mantis Lord's 4 wings spread wide, ready for a destructive blow. Crash! A gigantic energy sword descended from the sky, plunging straight into the ground. The power of the attack created an earthquake, blowing away everything within its range. Back on the train in reality, a group of rescued civilians, including women and children, huddled in fear and despair. A buzz-cut soldier tried to reassure everyone, boasting that they had a professional guide and an absolutely safe route. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiu looked outside, seeing the black smoke growing larger, and wondering how devastated the M2 army camp had become. The rescued civilians, including a mother holding her child, huddled together with exhausted and desperate expressions. A civilian suddenly stared out the window, his face pale as he stammered, "That's not smoke." The smoke turned out to be a swarm of gigantic flying insect monsters, as numerous as locusts, covering the entire sky. Leading the swarm was the Mantis Lord, hovering in midair with an absolutely overwhelming aura. The bald soldier ran to Jiangling, his voice panicked. "Captain, I see them." Jiangling gritted her teeth, assessing the extremely tense situation. If that human-shaped monster killed the M2 camp commander there, we might not survive. The image of the Mantis Lord and its army was clearly reflected in Jiangling's amber pupils. Conversely, in the Mantis Lord's compound eyes, Jiangling's defiant image was multiplied hundreds of times. The Mantis Lord spoke in an icy voice, its objective crystal clear: exterminate humanity. A soldier mantis flew nearby, just a small fry in an entire sea of monsters. Without a word of warning, the Mantis Lord seized its own subordinate. Crack! It crushed the monster, green blood splattering, a cruel display of power for the humans below. With its arm still stained with its subordinate's blood, the Mantis Lord growled, "Humanity is locked on target." It shot forward like a bullet, tearing through the air and creating a powerful shockwave. Boom! A terrifying collision erupted. The giant transport vehicle was flung into the air like a cheap toy. Inside, the civilians screamed in terror, tossed around like puppets in the chaos. Evelyn Clark lost her balance and was thrown from the vehicle as it flipped in midair. Crash! The giant transport vehicle overturned, skidding across the ground in the pouring rain. In midair, Evelyn Clark was caught by a firm hand. She hadn't even registered what had happened. Xiao Qiu landed safely, carrying Evelyn Clark on his shoulder, while Jiangling stood waiting with a cold expression. He set the engineer down, and the two looked at each other, the situation clearly extremely tense. All three stood before the overturned transport vehicle, a colossal obstacle blocking their path. Without a wasted word, Xiao Qiu and Jiangling tensed, their steel arms digging into the vehicle's body. Jiangling gritted her teeth, channeling all her strength into her hands, her gas mask concealing her determined expression. Xiao Qiu also let out a roar, his muscles bulging, his eyes sharp as knives. Their feet sank deep into the cracked ground, as they put their entire body weight into performing an impossible feat. Creak! With a terrifying push, the 10,000-ton armored vehicle was slowly righted. To everyone's astonishment, Evelyn Clark gasped, stammering, "Good heavens!" The 10,000-ton armored vehicle was pushed aside as if it were nothing. Inside, the civilians and the bald soldier could only utter two words: amazement, astonishment, at such divine power. Zhang Ling immediately took command, shouting towards the troops, "Everyone, protect the vehicle." Turning to Evelyn Clark, she ordered decisively, "Engineer, repair the wheels, check for faults, and prepare for a breakthrough." Jiang Ling thought to herself. In this moment of life and death, civilian lives were negligible. They had to keep the vehicle at all costs to avoid being stranded on the front lines. She looked up at the sky, blackened by the swarm of mantis monsters, and coldly declared, "Only by saving the strong first can there be a future." Whoosh! Zhang Ling's war spear blazed with deadly purple lightning, ready to fire. A streak of purple light tore through the night, heading straight for the center of the insect monster swarm, as numerous as ants. Boom! A colossal lightning explosion engulfed a corner of the sky, wiping out the mantises in an instant. Jiang Ling charged through the remnants of the monster swarm, her war spear still crackling with destructive electricity, clearing the battlefield. Jiang Ling fought fiercely, her lightning spear sweeping away the insignificant mantis monsters like mowing grass. The M2 survivors were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Is this woman really just a level 6 expert? How can a level 6 be this formidable? Another soldier confirmed that he had seen their former commander at M2 camp in action, but their skill was nowhere near this refined. The bald soldier concluded, affirming that Jiang Ling was definitely level 6, but would soon be promoted, then urged the others, "Stop chattering. There are still a few that slipped through. It's time for us to get to work." In the middle of the battlefield, the Mantis Lord stood tall, taking several explosions head-on without a scratch. From the transport, a rescued civilian frantically pointed outside. "It's it. That's the monster." The Mantis Lord stood with crossed arms amidst the corpses of its kind, its eyes filled with disdain. It was the one who tore apart their former commander. Xiao Qiu and Jiang Ling stood facing the boss, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. Jiang Ling didn't say much, channeling lightning energy into her spear tip before charging straight forward. She unleashed a flash of lightning aimed at the Mantis Lord, and the ground cracked open. But the boss merely tilted its body slightly, easily dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Jiangling's spear tip pierced through a blurry shadow. It was just an afterimage. Jiangling froze when she realized the Mantis Lord had appeared right behind her at some point. Too fast! That was the only thought that flashed through her mind as her amber eyes widened in shock. Not giving its opponent time to recover, the Mantis Lord delivered a devastating kick. The terrifying force of the kick sent Jiangling flying backward like a bullet. Crash! She plunged straight into the ground, creating a deep crater with dust and dirt billowing everywhere. Her soldiers could only gape and cry out in despair. "Captain!" In the air, the Mantis Lord swooped down, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Its arm gathered a surge of deadly green energy, aimed straight at the crater where Jiangling had just fallen. The Mantis Lord's bone scythe gathered with green energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. It plunged down like a meteor, aimed straight at Jiangling, who was helpless in the crater. Jiangling could only close her eyes and await death, no longer having the strength to resist. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked the fatal attack right in front of her. Clang! A pitch-black longsword neatly parried the monster's scythe. The one who appeared was none other than Xiao Qiu. Sparks flew from the collision. The power of both sides was clearly extraordinary. Jiangling opened her eyes wide in astonishment, unable to believe the person who had just saved her life. Whoosh! Just before the aftershocks of the blow shattered the ground, Xiao Qiu embraced Jiangling and dashed away with incredible speed. He carried her and leaped out of the danger zone in an instant. The Mantis Lord's impact created a terrifying explosion, wiping out a whole section of the forest. After landing safely, Jiangling was still stunned, stammering his name. "Xiao Qiu?" Xiao Qiu coldly ordered, "I'll handle this. You go clear out the small fry monsters with the others." Jiangling turned her face away, muttering worriedly, "Don't you dare die." The Mantis Lord displayed terrifying speed, gliding through the forest like a gust of wind, trees toppling behind it. Thud! A pitch-black, clawed foot of Xiao Qiu landed heavily on the ground, signaling a transformation. As the dust settled, Xiao Qiu stood facing the Mantis Lord in a desolate clearing. A vast area had been leveled. Only the two apex predators remained, staring at each other. The Mantis Lord stared at Xiao Qiu, speaking with astonishment. A human. It noticed something unusual. "You smell like us. Exactly like us?" Xiao Qiu was stunned, his hand going up to touch his mask, wondering, monster or human? Xiao Qiu turned his back, a piece of his broken mask falling to the ground as he coldly declared, "I am neither." His blood-crow sword hovered, dark energy beginning to surge forth. A dense stream of black energy enveloped Xiao Qiu, signaling an overwhelmingly powerful transformation. The dark energy dissipated, revealing Xiao Qiu's complete bone-armored demon form, as he declared, "It would be more accurate to describe me as a monster." In his demon form, Xiao Qiu looked directly at the Mantis Lord and provoked, "Now I can unleash my full power." "You're thinking the same, aren't you, Bloodcrow?" The moment Xiao Qiu transformed, the Mantis Lord suddenly felt a wave of unease run down its spine. Its instincts told it to strike first, unable to allow its opponent any more time. It charged forward with tearing speed, determined to launch a preemptive strike. The Mantis Lord closed the distance in an instant, aiming directly for Xiao Qiu's face. Crash! A heaven-shattering punch landed squarely on the bone armor covering his face. The impact force from the punch was so strong that the surrounding ground cracked open. Thick smoke and dust billowed up from the epicenter of the collision. When the dust cleared, the Mantis Lord remained in its punching stance, but Xiao Qiu's dark silhouette still stood tall. Its punch had been effortlessly blocked by Xiao Qiu's armored hand. Xiao Qiu tilted his head, his demonic eyes gleaming with disdain. "Is that all the strength you have?" The Mantis Lord was stunned, unable to believe its full power attack was useless. It frantically flapped its wings, creating sharp, green wind slashes to attack Xiao Qiu. Another massive explosion occurred, devastating an entire forest behind them. But the attack was still easily blocked. Xiao Qiu gripping its wing tightly and growling, "That's enough." Xiao Qiu's demonic eyes flashed with deadly intent as he declared, "Now it's my turn to smash you." The Mantis Lord was stunned, unable to move, as Xiao Qiu held it firmly. Xiao Qiu's fist, encased in grotesque bone armor, reflected in the monster's compound eyes, signaling a finishing blow. Crash! A single punch tore straight through the Mantis Lord's steel-hard chest, green blood splattering. Xiao Qiu stood tall in his demon form, radiating an overwhelming aura as dark energy continued to surge around him. The monster chosen by God had been defeated. The system confirmed it was a demon god named Cunning Wisdom. The Bloodcrow sword began to absorb the demon god's blood, initiating its second evolution. A vortex of green energy enveloped the sword, its power being transformed. Inside the energy vortex, a blazing red demonic eye opened, signaling the birth of a new power. The Blood Crow sword had gained a new skill, Crow Tide, capable of transforming into a sea of crows that drain the enemy's blood. Xiao Qiu held the newly upgraded sword, muttering to it, "You've grown stronger again." The battlefield now only held the corpses of insectoid monsters, with survivors standing near the armored train. Christian reported to Jiangling that the sky was clear of insects and there were no casualties on the train. The bald soldier anxiously asked Christian, fearing that Xiao Qiu had sacrificed himself to lure the monster away. Jiangling remained silent, her gaze pensive behind her mask, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, the black-haired soldier shouted joyfully, "He's back! Xiao Qiu is back!" From the dark forest, Xiao Qiu, in his tactical gear and familiar mask, slowly walked out. His demeanor was completely calm, holding the Blood Crow sword, without a single scratch. The bald soldier ran over and asked directly, "Xiao Qiu, did you deal with that monster?" And received a concise reply, The bald soldier broke into a sweat, stammering that the monster was so strong it had killed a level 7 commander, then pressed, "So, is your rank perhaps even higher than level 7? Instead of an answer, the Blood Crow sword lay on the ground, radiating a sharp, oppressive aura. Inside the train car, Evelyn Clark was carefully bandaging Christian's wounds, while the black-haired soldier rested his injuries in the back. In another corner, Jiangling and Xiao Qiu sat opposite each other, maintaining a tense silence. Jiangling broke the silence, her voice muffled behind her mask. "Thank you for earlier." Xiao Qiu smirked, replying indifferently, "Thank me for what?" Jiangling looked directly at him. "Thank you for saving my life." Xiao Qiu simply replied, "It was nothing." Jiangling thought to herself, his power growth was as illogical as the legendary mask, reaching a level ordinary people couldn't touch in an instant. Evelyn Clark unexpectedly delivered bad news to Jiangling, stating that the radio couldn't reach the nearest military camp and they weren't receiving any replies. Jiangling ordered, "Just say it." Evelyn Clark hesitated. "Actually, I don't think the problem is with the equipment." Evelyn Clark's face turned serious. "It's as if our signals are being blocked by something. We can't send them out, nor can we receive any from outside." The Blood Raven, lying still on the ground, suddenly vibrated slightly, signaling an invisible danger as Evelyn Clark concluded, "We've become an island." Xiao Qiu flinched, seemingly sensing a familiar energy interfering with the area. A mission notification appeared before Xiao Qiu. Path of Monsters. Main mission, Sea of Monsters. Describing an all-out war led by a demon god. The mission objective was crystal clear, clear the Sea of Monsters, and the reward was overwhelmingly powerful, partial evolution into a demon god. The armored train continued to speed through the wasteland, heading into an uncertain and perilous future. Suddenly, the radio crackled with static, and a broken voice echoed, "Bzzl, Forbes's camp." The bald soldier, Jiangling, and Xiao Qiu all flinched, realizing it was a communication signal from military camp L4 requesting a response. Jiangling turned to Evelyn Clark, admitting, "So the radio really had no signal yesterday. I believe you. Answer them first." Evelyn Clark grabbed the comms, reporting the situation. "This is a team from Camp N3, currently on a mission aboard an armored train. We've rescued civilians and were attacked by monsters around the M2 camp area." The other side immediately replied, "This is the radio tower at Camp L4. We've received your message. We know Camp M2 has fallen. Please come here quickly for protection." Evelyn Clark informed the team, "We'll reach Camp L4 in less than 3 hours. The Red Iron is also running low on fuel. We can resupply there." The soldiers and civilians breathed a sigh of relief, believing they would soon be safe, and rested at Camp L4. Suddenly, the radio crackled once more, and a strange, urgent voice warned, "Don't." The desperate voice screamed through the static. "Don't trust the message from Camp L4. They are monsters." The rescued civilians froze, their faces turning pale at the grim news. Evelyn Clark couldn't believe it, wondering how unintelligent monsters could use radio equipment and mimic human voices. Jiangling immediately pieced things together, realizing this wasn't the first time monsters had shown signs of mimicking humans. Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched the comms. Jiangling's voice was strained as she questioned the stranger. "Who are you? Why do you say the signal from Camp L4 was sent by monsters?" The distorted voice explained that they were survivors, and Camp L4 had fallen 2 days ago because cunning monsters had deceived their intelligence. A soldier broke out in a cold sweat, stammering upon hearing that the camp commander and 3 level 8 experts top warriors had all perished. The survivor on the radio confirmed that the monsters possessed human intelligence and provided coordinates for a temporary camp. Just then, the original radio signal from Camp L4 echoed again, demanding the armored train respond and come to the rendezvous point for handover. The situation became chaotic as the survivor's voice screamed, "Don't answer," while the fake signal continuously called out the train's name. Christian expressed doubt, asking Jiangling why a core city like L4 could fall so easily without any signs of a large-scale monster wave. The civilians began to argue, suggesting that the so-called temporary camp was actually the trap trying to deceive them. Jiangling remained silent, her face hardening as she faced a life-or-death decision. Out of options, she turned to the only one who had remained silent so far. Xiaoqiu, what do you think? Xiaoqiu crossed his arms, calmly giving an answer that stunned everyone. We're not going anywhere. He smirked, his sharp gaze revealing the truth. Because both are traps. In Xiaoqiu's mind, memories from his previous world surfaced. Humanity's front lines collapsed so quickly, precisely because some monsters had been enlightened by the cunning wisdom demon god, granted intelligence and cunning no less than humans. In Xiaoqiu's recollection, under the command of the Mantis Lord, the monsters began to use cunning tactics, turning humans into hounds to deceive their own kind. Xiaoqiu recalled that in the old timeline, L4 camp was an extremely strong stronghold, which should have held out until humanity counterattacked, not fallen so easily. He deduced that because he wasn't there to hold back the demon gods in this life, the Mantis Lord had more freedom to organize an unprecedented large-scale war. This world had deviated from the trajectory he knew, and he wasn't sure if this change was for better or worse. But then Xiaoqiu smirked, telling himself that no matter how bad it got, it couldn't be more catastrophic than the apocalypse of his previous life. Back in reality, since the train's fuel would only last for 4 more hours, the group had no choice but to proceed to the temporary camp. Upon arrival, before their eyes was indeed a camp built by humans, with military vehicles already parked. A group of soldiers came out to greet them, claiming to be survivors from L4 camp. But the harsh truth was, they had become hounds for the monsters, tasked with luring other groups into traps in exchange for their lives. Before the traitors could play their part, Xiaoqiu acted first. A swarm of crimson energy crows flew from the blood crow, tearing them all to shreds in an instant. Even after clearing the trap, Evelyn Clark still sobbed uncontrollably, blaming herself for causing the deaths of 4 members who went to exchange goods. Inside the train car, Jiangling sat recording a journal about the conspiracies and deceptions humans faced to survive in the dark era. She closed the notebook, her heart heavy with worry, as she thought about the situation of the other military camps. Jiangling's eyes gleamed with steely determination, ready to face a war that required not only strength but also intellect. Xiaoqiu explained to Jiangling that L4 camp had also lost contact at the same time as them, which might be why they made the wrong decision and fell into the monster's trap. Jiangling was deeply shocked, asking if the monsters truly possessed intelligence and knew how to use tactics. Xiaoqiu coldly confirmed that a portion of them had been enlightened. He further revealed that the Mantis Lord wasn't strong in destruction, but specialized in cunning, imitating human methods to destroy humans. Moreover, this entity was extremely skilled at disguise, and never showed its true face. Even in his previous life, when Xiaoqiu fought to the death, he had never seen its true form. Jiangling looked at Xiaoqiu's sword, praised its power, and asked its name. He replied simply, "Blood Crow, a gift from a friend." Xiaoqiu turned his back, a thought flashing through his mind. If Yan Shishi knew I killed Qianliu, would she still consider me a friend? Evelyn Clark screamed amidst the flames, clutching her comrade's corpse. "You monster! He was your friend. He clearly could have recovered. Why did you do that?" Xiaoqiu coldly retorted, not even glancing back. "I've been through too many things like this. There are some things you'll never find answers to, no matter how much you rack your brain." With that, he turned on his heel and vanished, leaving behind fury and burning flames. In the vehicle, a frantic soldier ran up to report to Jiangling. Captain, look outside." Jiangling immediately grabbed her binoculars, her sharp gaze sweeping across the wasteland. On the horizon, a colossal dust cloud was rolling in, signaling something far from ordinary. From within the dust screen, a massive chimera beast slowly emerged, its roar shaking the ground. The sky was no better, covered by a swarm of skeletal, pitch-black wyverns. Jiangling reported in a tense tone. "Their direction of movement is towards A1 camp, just like us. Their numbers must be at least several thousand." The buzz-cut soldier suddenly shouted, pointing in another direction. "Captain, look!" A convoy of heavy military armored vehicles was aggressively approaching from afar, kicking up clouds of dust. Without a word, all firepower from the turrets simultaneously opened fire, creating a rain of artillery shells that tore up the ground. The colossal monster was engulfed in an earth-shattering explosion, its destructive power enough to blow away everything around it. The wyverns in the sky also couldn't escape their fate, shot down and disintegrated like fireworks by anti-aircraft fire. Jiangling murmured, showing admiration, splitting the vehicles into multiple groups, using artillery to lure the enemy, then dividing and attacking them one by one. An interesting combination. Clearing these creatures is only a matter of time. Xiaoqiu's blood crow sword vibrated slightly, as if sensing the fierce battle. A bald soldier joyfully waved towards the approaching Humvee convoy. Finally, our allies have arrived. A Black Ops soldier jumped out of the vehicle shouting, "Everyone, we are from N3 military camp." But before he could finish, the dry click of a rifle being cocked echoed. The Black Ops soldiers simultaneously aimed their rifles at the group of survivors, growling, "Don't move." Jiang Ling's team, Christian, and the black-haired soldier were all stunned when their own side pointed guns at them. Xiao Qiu, unmasked, stood surrounded by the black-clad soldiers, looking unusually calm. The bald soldier roared, cutting Xiao Qiu off as he tried to explain. "I told you not to move, otherwise I'll execute you traitors on the spot." The bald soldier continued his flawed logic. "Walking alongside monsters without a scratch? Clearly, you're their lackeys. Shut up." Despite Xiao Qiu's attempts to explain, it was just a coincidence. Just as tension mounted, a tall man with his head wrapped entirely in bandages stepped forward and said concisely, "Don't be so tense. I recognize them." Commander Liang Zhengye appeared, his face full of battle scars, his gaze stern. He began to explain about Camp A1's isolation facility, which was a repurposed old prison. The policy here was extremely cruel. Better to capture the wrong person than to let a traitor slip away. All survivors from outside were thrown in here to be screened for traitors. Liang Zhengye looked at them with sympathy, admitting that reaching this place certainly wasn't easy. Behind the bars, Jiang Ling was reassured by her teacher that Camp N3 had safely evacuated here, leaving only an empty trap for the monsters. Jiang Ling fell silent, understanding that the situation was so dire that the higher-ups had to accept abandoning even cities built with blood and sweat. He further explained that many camps had fallen because traitors opened the gates, so suspecting them was mandatory, and hoped they wouldn't hold a grudge. Jiang Ling questioned her teacher. "Teacher, why do the monsters possess human-level intelligence this time?" Liang Zhengye frowned, his voice deepening. "The demon gods are the source of all changes in the monsters." He informed her that she would be investigated for a few days, but afterward, she would be assigned new duties because the camp was severely short-staffed. Liang Zhengye turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Ling alone in the cold cell. His last words were like a bombshell. "You might know the answer to all of this." Leaving Jiang Ling stunned, she turned back, her eyes full of thought, trying to decipher the hidden meaning in her teacher's words. In another cell, Jiang Ling saw Xiao Qiu intently looking at a large screen displaying a military map. She curiously asked what he was looking at. Xiao Qiu replied concisely, "Next to Camp A1, there's a mountain and a hot spring. I'm checking if it's an extinct volcano." Xiao Qiu silently pondered, his face hidden behind the tactical mask. On the screen, a group of politicians were putting on a show. Councilman Song Ming, boasting about how the Federation had dispatched supplies to the battlefield due to the unprecedented monster situation. Song Ming continued to bluster, calling on the warriors not to fear, as the Federation was fully prepared for this large-scale battle. Jiang Ling glared at the TV, despising the glib talkers, but also admitted that Federation members, with even the weakest being level 8, heading to the front lines was a good sign. Two guards standing outside the prison bars announced, "Jiang Ling, Xiao Qiu, there's a new order from above. The investigation is cancelled. You two are assigned to command an army." A guard handed Jiang Ling her combat spear, informing them that both would be deployed today. Xiao Qiu received his blood raven, sheathed in a staff, and the guard asked them to confirm their weapons. Jiang Ling wondered. Had the front lines deteriorated so badly that they had to send even suspects like them into battle without a proper investigation? Xiao Qiu told the officer directly, "I need support personnel. Her name is Evelyn Clark." The officer immediately agreed, said he would arrange it, then invited them to meet their team. Here group of redemption camp prisoners, with menacing glares, all hardened gangster types. Jiang Ling and Xiao Qiu stood before 100 prisoners lined up. This was the army assigned by their superiors. The officer explained this was a last resort, because all professional soldiers had been deployed, leaving only these prisoners. He even consoled them. "At least there's a large number. 100 of them." Jiang Ling snapped. "Quality, not quantity. These people have poor combat strength, low morale, zero discipline. What good is a large number? It'll only make them harder to command." The officer awkwardly opened a box full of walkie-talkies, trying to change the subject. He explained these were anti-interference walkie-talkies, capable of communication within 3 kilometers. But Jiang Ling brushed him off. "That's not what I'm talking about." Xiao Qiu picked up a walkie-talkie, and the officer immediately flattered him. "You have privileges, a map, and can choose your operational area. It's much better than being thrown into a death trap." The officer pointed, his voice full of hidden meaning. "The situation in the northwest perimeter isn't good. The monsters are concentrating their attacks there. I suggest you choose this area." Without a second thought, Xiao Qiu replied concisely, "We'll go there." Jiang Ling, standing next to him, flinched. The officer broke out in a cold sweat. stammering, asking again, Go where? The officer shouted in panic. Did you hear what I just said? That's the most dangerous area. 3 sides have already fallen. The military has officially declared it abandoned. Xiao Qiu calmly replied to the officer, I know. That's why I chose it. But in return, I need 20 military maps of this area, along with some miniature nuclear devices and tripwires. Jiang Ling concluded coldly, ordering the sweating officer. Listen to him. We have chosen this area. The officer was speechless, staring at the 2 madmen before him with disbelief. You too. Both of you. He reluctantly accepted. All right, but don't regret it. You'll try to request the items you need. Once your team is confirmed, head straight to the transport unit. On the way, Jiang Ling questioned Xiao Qiu. Let me guess. The prisoners from the redemption camp would never obey orders under normal circumstances. You plan to push them into a death trap so they have no choice but to obey, don't you? Jiang Ling still disagreed with the overly risky plan. Even if we corner them, what good will it do? We can't possibly fight off an entire monster horde. We'll be wiped out sooner or later. Xiao Qiu remained silent, not bothering to explain his plan further. Evelyn Clark, a blonde technician sent to assist, warned. Who gets wiped out depends on your efforts. 2 hours later, Evelyn Clark's face was pale with extreme panic. No, this is a death sentence. We're doomed. She mumbled in despair as she saw the treacherous battlefield terrain. It's just us and the prisoners, and we have to defend the most brutal front line. We're dead, for sure. As the prisoners were being escorted, Xiao Qiu turned to reassure the panicking Evelyn Clark. If we don't try, we'll never know. He handed a muscular prisoner a crate containing cylindrical devices. You should be able to install these. Xiao Qiu ordered the prisoners, following the positions I've marked on the map, install these devices with Jiang Ling. The prisoners exchanged cunning glances. One of them picked up a walkie-talkie and started playing tricks. Xiao Qiu stepped forward alone, facing the gathered prisoners. He stood before them, his voice full of sarcasm. Excellent, you scum. I'm very pleased with the look in your eyes. The muscular prisoner couldn't stand the provocation. He grabbed a gun and roared. Damn it. Do you want to die, you bastard? The prisoner pointed the gun directly at Xiao Qiu's face, growling. We've cooperated enough with your little charade in prison. Now, be sensible. The prisoner suddenly chuckled, slinging an arm around Xiao Qiu's shoulder as if victory was assured. He glanced at Jiang Ling and Evelyn Clark, uttering filthy words. We can spare you, but those 2 soft-skinned girls are going to have some fun with us. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ling's eyes sharpened, showing no mercy. Jiang Ling's war spear shot out like a purple lightning bolt, while Evelyn Clark could only stand frozen. The armed prisoner's face drained of color, utterly shocked by the terrifying speed. The prisoner gaped in horror, unable to comprehend what was happening. Jiang Ling pinned the prisoner's arm to the ground, coldly asking Xiao Qiu, Is it all right to kill one? No problem, but next time, don't ask. Just do it, he replied. The armed prisoner coughed up blood, his entire body convulsing from the purple electricity before he stopped breathing. Whoosh! Jiang Ling retracted her spear. The prisoner's head flew off, and his body collapsed to the ground, cleanly dealt with. The remaining prisoners' faces were pale, guns trembling in their hands, not daring to utter a single word. Thud! Jiang Ling slammed the butt of her spear onto the ground. A massive surge of purple lightning erupted, shaking the entire area like a stern warning. All the prisoners were speechless, sweating profusely, knowing they had just provoked something terrifying. Xiao Qiu stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. Obey my orders, or die. Don't even think about escaping. 3 sides are monsters, and the remaining side is blocked by the army. Suddenly, a loud noise from afar made Xiao Qiu look up. All 3, Xiao Qiu, Jiang Ling, and Evelyn Clark, simultaneously looked with vigilance towards the source of the sound. Through the binoculars, a hellish scene unfolded. A sea of monsters was sweeping through the army's defensive line, tanks exploding like fireworks. An armored quadrupedal beast bit off a soldier's head in an instant. The defensive line had completely collapsed. The monsters were pouring in like a flood. Evelyn Clark lowered her binoculars, reporting with a trembling voice. The defensive line has been breached. We're completely surrounded. The prisoners heard this and fell into extreme panic, shouting curses. You bastard! Are you— Xiao Qiu maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. Very good. We're surrounded, which means there's no escape. If we don't fight, we'll all be torn to shreds like garbage. In this desperate situation, Xiao Qiu declared with certainty, just follow my orders, and I will lead you to survival and create a miracle. The redemption camp prisoners looked dumbfounded, speechless at his arrogant confidence. Xiao Qiu began assigning tasks like a true commander. 10 people per team. Each team gets a walkie-talkie and a military map. Turn off public channels. Only report to me. Your lives aren't as important as these walkie-talkies. Understand? He began deploying his forces, dividing the crowd into many small groups moving in predetermined directions like pieces on a chessboard. Xiao Chu turned to ask Evelyn Clark, "Do you know how to install these miniature nuclear devices?" She confidently replied, "I can install them, and even connect the tripwires." The walkie-talkie in Xiao Chu's hand began to crackle. The first emergency signal had arrived. A panicked voice from the other end rang out. "This is Team B. We've encountered monsters, so many monsters." The redemption camp prisoners, Team B, were fleeing for their lives in the dense forest, shouting through the walkie-talkie. "We can't hold on any longer. We're done for. Retreat. Tell the military camp to send planes to rescue us." Xiao Chu replied coldly, giving precise orders to each team. Team B, retreat 300 meters southwest. Team D, advance 200 meters northeast and throw tactical grenades. The redemption camp prisoners, Team B, cursed as they ran, unable to believe the order. "Huh? Are you serious? Do you have telepathy or something to know where the enemy is?" The prisoner team, ordered to throw grenades, began sprinting across a clearing in the forest. They reached the bank of a river, with another dense forest on the other side. Suddenly, from the forest on the opposite side, a horde of skeletal monsters slowly emerged, their red eyes staring intently at them. The leading redemption camp prisoner was stunned. There really are monsters? With no way back, the entire team desperately threw all the grenades they carried across the river. "Damn it, who cares? Throw them all." A terrifying explosion ripped through the riverbank, blowing away rocks and trees. Amidst the sea of fire, a skeletal monster still stood firm, its body almost completely unharmed. The monster slowly walked out of the flames, its body smoking profusely, but showing no signs of serious injury. It tilted its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, challenging those who had just attacked it. From a distance, Xiao Qiu maintained a calm expression. He picked up the walkie-talkie and gave his final order. Team A, detonate the remote-controlled mines in 4 seconds. Boom! Following Xiao Qiu's command, the remote-controlled mines exploded, creating a massive fireball that swept clean the riverbank. From afar, Xiao Qiu coldly directed his forces via walkie-talkie. Team F, turn back and advance 400 meters north. Team C, advance 300 meters east. The remaining teams, guard the cliff and prepare grenades. The redemption camp prisoner teams arrayed themselves on the cliff, facing the horde of skeletal monsters surging from the mountain. The skeletal monsters were as numerous as ants, roaring as they charged towards the intruders. A blonde redemption camp prisoner was stunned. "How the hell did that guy calculate our exact meeting point?" Another redemption camp prisoner, full of hope, growled. "If we just follow this guy's orders, we might actually survive." As ordered, another redemption camp prisoner team on the cliff simultaneously roared and threw all their hand grenades towards the monster horde. An entire hillside was engulfed in a sea of fire, continuous explosions tossing the skeletal monsters into the air. Success! The redemption camp prisoners cheered as they saw the plan work. The monster horde had been stopped. After completing their decoy mission, the redemption camp prisoner group successively retreated to the mountaintop as instructed. Next, according to Xiao Chu's arrangement, Jiang Ling used her lightning abilities to activate the pre-placed mini-nuclear bombs. The terrifying explosion ripped open the surface of the dormant volcano, releasing a massive amount of water from underground. A horrific landslide swept away boulders and trees, creating a flash flood that submerged the entire mountain as if the sky had fallen. The monster horde within a 100-meter radius were immediately swallowed by the current, their bodies, along with rocks and earth, forming an even more terrifying tsunami that swept away everything in its path. The dead end had been cleared. Xiao Chu, Jiang Ling, Evelyn Clark, and the redemption camp prisoners stood before the floodwaters. A path to survival had opened. At headquarters, the military commanders, who were agonizing over the collapsing front lines, received news that a group had successfully held back the main monster horde forces. They were even more shocked to learn it was a bunch of criminals. However, no military commander was willing to admit inferiority to a group of prisoners, so they all credited Song Ming, He Yao's confidant, even though he did absolutely nothing. Despite stealing the credit, Song Ming generously arranged for transport planes to bring the group back from the volcano, playing the role of a hero perfectly. The criminals thought they would receive reduced sentences after their great achievement, but to their surprise, they were sent straight back to prison, while the trio of Xiao Chu, Jiang Ling, and Evelyn Clark were quickly dispatched to the next location. Afterwards, upon learning that their efforts had been completely stolen on TV, the redemption camp prisoners flew into a rage, smashing furniture in their cells. The prisoners' demand for justice ended in a sea of blood, as the prison guards mercilessly opened fire, citing riot suppression. At the private residence of the A1 commander, a confidential conversation was taking place. The A1 commander sat opposite Song Ming, directly asking about the prison riot. Song Ming questioned why all the prisoners who had just returned from the front lines had to be killed. The A1 commander sneered, explaining that these prisoners were bad seeds. Letting them live and run their mouths would only cause trouble, asserting that they brought death upon themselves. He added that besides the criminals, there were 3 individuals from other military camps, and he would have them closely monitored. Song Ming looked shrewd, declaring that everything had been arranged and no similar incidents would occur in the future. The A1 commander changed the subject, mentioning a special weapons shipment Song Ming brought and expressing concern about the tense situation on the front lines. Song Ming smirked confidently, asserting that if everything went according to plan, the shipment would have already reached the front lines. Meanwhile, in a desert trench, a special forces team was taking position, weapons at the ready. Standing on the front line, they looked out at a vast empty expanse, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. From the horizon, a horde of hideous monsters of all shapes and sizes was rushing towards them at terrifying speed. The special forces soldiers broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale at the sight of the monster horde, numerous as ants, swarming towards them. A frontline commander suddenly ordered everyone to retreat to the second line of defense. A soldier protested, arguing that they had just established the defensive line, and retreating now would be a waste of effort. But the commander brushed him off, saying that reinforcements from the port city had arrived to replace them. A giant bare foot suddenly appeared right behind the soldiers, and a powerful voice ordered them to quickly disappear. A line of muscular giants in black suits and red masks advanced, followed by the scientists in white lab coats. One of the bioweapon soldiers puffed out his chest, the test tubes embedded in his back glowing, ready for battle. A scientist holding a document coldly announced, "Check complete. You may attack." The leading bioweapon soldier roared, "Charge!" and the entire bioweapon army simultaneously rushed towards the monster horde. A bioweapon soldier tensed his body, muscles bulging as if about to explode. He pressed a button on his arm, activating the system to inject the drug directly into his body. The test tubes containing red liquid on his back began to bubble, pumping directly into his circulatory system. The giant roared in pain as red veins, like blood vessels, bulged all over his body, his power being forcibly amplified. A grotesque mass of muscle swelled on his back, looking like a mutated heart throbbing. The bioweapon soldier's entire body had now transformed, his skin turning a ghastly gray, looking even more terrifying than a monster. His glowing red goggle eyes flashed, locking onto the target in front of him. 3 bioweapon soldiers simultaneously charged like predators, roaring, "Kill." The entire bioweapon army plunged straight into the sea of monsters without a moment's hesitation. A scientist remarked that these soldiers were truly insane, injecting themselves right at the start of battle. But his colleague replied that such madness was precisely the trademark of the Special Weapons Unit. A bioweapon soldier swung his sword, utterly shredding a monster, blood splattering everywhere. The Special Forces soldiers watched in horror, one of them stammering to his comrade, "Who exactly are the monsters here?" Another sword strike was unleashed, and the heads of countless monsters flew off like falling leaves. The bioweapon soldier scoffed, "Too weak. These guys aren't even enough for an appetizer." 2 bioweapon soldiers coordinated seamlessly, turning the battlefield into a meat grinder. Viewed from above, the bioweapon army was just a small group, yet they were tearing through an enormous sea of monsters. A Special Forces soldier couldn't take it anymore, grabbing the scientist by the collar and yelling that charging into the sea of monsters was suicide, demanding they be stopped. The scientist calmly pushed the soldier's hand away, replying coldly, "Suicide? Impossible." He adjusted his collar with a smug smile, explaining that only by plunging into the sea of monsters could they unleash their true power, because here, their strength was still restricted. The Special Forces soldier stood frozen, utterly unable to believe what he had just heard. A bioweapon soldier stood tall amidst the monster horde, ready for a bloody hunt. He licked his lips through his mask, a savage and bloodthirsty gesture. Suddenly, the bioweapon soldier felt a terrifying pressure from ahead, muttering, "So suffocating." A flaming skull monster and a stone man appeared. The skull monster sneered, "What's wrong? Feeling the same aura from me? Don't be mistaken. My power isn't on the same level as yours." Another humanoid demon with glowing red eyes also growled excitedly, "Finally, I can unleash myself and play around a bit with you small fry." Facing the new bosses, the bioweapon soldier roared, ordering, "Administer the second dose." He didn't hesitate to punch his chest hard to activate the stimulant injection mechanism. The test tubes containing glowing red liquid on his back began to bubble, preparing to inject directly into his body. Glowing red blood vessels bulged all over the soldier's face, and his eyes blazed with a frenzied power. His entire body swelled, red blood vessels like lava flowing beneath his skin. His hands transformed, claws growing long and sharp like those of a true beast. The elite monsters, from dragons and wolf monsters to grotesque beasts, all charged forward to attack. The transformed bioweapon soldier easily grabbed the snout of an incoming wolf monster. Thwack! With just one hand, he crushed the wolf monster's head like a tomato. With blood-soaked hands and a savage grin, he declared, "Let the slaughter begin." He swung his arm, creating a red energy slash that swept across the battlefield. The soldier plunged into the monster horde, each slash sending several heads flying, blood splattering everywhere. From above, the bioweapon soldiers were like reapers of death, effortlessly tearing through the sea of monsters. The entire battlefield was left with only corpses and blood. An absolute one-sided massacre. The frontline commander witnessed the unbelievable sight, his voice trembling as he reported, "The sea of monsters has been repelled. They actually did it." The lead scientist smugly declared that the experiment had far exceeded expectations, as just 100 men had wiped out an entire sea of monsters. He laughed maniacally, self-satisfied that with just surgery and medication, even a civilian could become a true expert. Piles of wolf monster corpses formed mountains, evidence of the one-sided slaughter that had just occurred. The bioweapon soldiers strode across the blood-soaked battlefield, emotionless killing machines. The head of a high-level monster lay sprawled on the ground, a testament to the destructive power of this army. The scientists and special forces approached a corpse, the lead scientist remarking that this specimen was rare and worth preserving. A bioweapon soldier growled, saying his heart felt like it was burning and needed fresh monster blood to quench the fire, demanding to be sent to the next defensive line immediately. The scientist stopped the soldier, condescendingly telling him not to be so eager to prove himself and to let him perform a check. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The scientist flinched, looked up, and wondered, "What the hell is that?" His smug expression instantly turned to extreme panic, sweat pouring down him. From beneath the ground, a colossal black shadow emerged, standing like a mountain of flesh, obscuring the sky. The colossal corpse golem, formed from thousands of corpses, extended its grotesque hand. A bioweapon soldier realized this wasn't an ordinary monster, but something created from the corpses of their own kind. But another soldier didn't care, roaring, "Who cares what it is? As long as it's a monster, I'll kill it." He stomped his foot down, preparing to charge into battle. The bioweapon soldier leaped into the air, raising his sword high and aiming straight for the corpse golem. A fiery slash struck directly at the monster's colossal arm. The soldier was stunned. It seemed his full-power attack barely scratched the defense of this monstrous entity. The bioweapon soldier stood tall on the corpse golem's colossal arm, raising his sword, ready to deliver a finishing blow. From the safe zone, the leading scientist tremblingly reported, "Their reflexes are too fast. They're level 8 monsters. No, perhaps even level 9. The scientist broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had severely underestimated this terrifying entity. Despite the warning, the bioweapon soldier roared, "Are you kidding me? If I don't inject the serum, am I just supposed to die here?" He declared arrogantly, "As long as there's a chance to live, I have to try. These monsters are just trash. Watch me kill them." With that said, he activated the injection mechanism on his body. 3 syringes containing a fiery red solution pierced directly into his back, injecting the forbidden drug. The soldier let out a roar of extreme pain as his body began to transform. His muscles swelled, tearing apart his specialized bodysuit. He transformed completely, turning into a hulking muscular demon with horns, fangs, and bloodshot eyes. The scientist stood frozen, shrieking in horror. No, the demon let out a savage roar, swinging a hand covered in sharp claws. The Special Forces soldiers watched the scene from afar. One of them exclaimed in shock, "A monster? He's turned into a monster?" The bioweapon's claws dug deep into the corpse golem's arm. He poured all his enhanced strength into the attack. Veins bulged all over his body. He roared, "Die!" He used both hands, trying to tear off the golem's arm, but it was useless. The bioweapon was stunned to realize the monster's arm didn't budge. His attack was like a mere tickle. In the shadow of the colossal golem, its glowing red eyes lit up, staring at the tiny creature clinging to its arm. The corpse golem's colossal hand snatched the transformed bioweapon soldier. Crunch! The fist clenched with unimaginable force, beginning to crush its prey. Choked, the soldier could only utter desperately, "No." Splat! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The elite soldier was instantly obliterated. Blood splattered onto the face of the scientist standing afar, leaving him frozen in place. The scientist trembled, stammering as he realized a horrifying truth. They did this on purpose. The corpse golem stood towering, blood dripping from its fist, while the scientist muttered that these monsters found pleasure in hunting humans. At the command center, the military commander shouted into the comms, his face pale. "What? Level 9 monsters? So many of them?" The signal from the comms crackled once, then died. Damn it. The commander threw down the comms, frantically rushing out. He ran frantically to the balcony to observe the situation. From above, he looked down at a fortified city standing isolated in the vast desert, now besieged in peril. Inside the room, The Star City envoy casually sat drinking tea, asking idly, "Why are there so many natural disasters like this?" The commander, sweating coldly, reported that this situation could only be the direct work of a demon god. Then he concluded, "It's because of Mask." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander flinched, startled for having mentioned Mask in front of He Yao's subordinate. But the other man casually replied, "That's right. The demon gods dared to act precisely because Mask isn't here." The red-haired man began his familiar blame game, claiming Mask was entirely responsible for the current frontline situation, leaving the commander speechless. The man put down his teacup and asked directly, "How many level 7 or higher experts do the military camps currently have?" The commander reported about 40 level 7, 15 level 8, and including the two of them, 6 level 9 experts. The commander affirmed that with the high-level experts and a large number of cannon fodder soldiers, they could hold out. The red-haired man turned away, stating coldly, "I am merely an envoy sent by Star City to oversee the battle. There's no need to count me among the combat forces." A military commander's face was taut with tension, sweating profusely. Song Ming ordered coldly, "Gather the cannon fodder to the front lines. If the city walls are breached, use nuclear weapons to wipe them out." The commander turned pale, protesting that their own troops would still be fighting then. Song Ming sneered, considering a few sacrifices trivial as long as the situation is maintained. And if nuclear weapons are effective enough, even the high-level experts will become expendable. The commander broke into a sweat, thinking that if Song Ming, a member of the Federation, gave his nod, he would have an excuse to use nuclear weapons and wouldn't have to risk his life on the battlefield. He immediately complied. "I understand. I'll go make the arrangements right away." On the city wall, a special forces soldier yelled, "Hurry up, get to the wall, prepare your weapons." Another soldier asked what was happening, while Jiang Ling and Xiao Qiu were already in position, fully armed. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. From within the sandstorm, a colossal army of shadow beasts slowly advanced, numerous as ants. Contrary to everyone else, Xiao Qiu maintained a calm expression. Xiao Qiu smirked, immediately recognizing the aura of the cunning wisdom demon god. A shadow beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, a demonic hound lunged out from the side, aiming straight for the shadow beast. The demonic hound opened its jaws wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Thwack! It bit deeply into the shadow beast's shoulder, black blood splattering everywhere. The demonic hound used its strength to tear a large chunk of flesh from its enemy. The injured shadow beast frantically gathered energy, preparing to launch a counterattack. It unleashed a wide-area energy attack, powerful enough to flatten everything. The soldiers on the city wall could only stare, frozen, as the terrifying energy swirled high into the sky. The Special Forces soldiers were in utter panic, yelling "Run!" in vain. A terrifying explosion created a colossal crater in the ground, sending the small fry soldiers flying like falling leaves. Dark sword energy streaks tore through the air, rushing forth at an astonishing speed. The ground cracked under the destructive power of the attacks. Two colossal shadow beasts stood tall amidst the battlefield, their aura absolutely overwhelming. The glowing red eyes of a shadow beast flashed in the darkness, signaling a massacre. Its gaze held no emotion, only pure destruction. A pitch-black object was hurled high into the sky, aimed directly at the ground. Boom! The strange object plunged straight into the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, a dual-wielding warrior stood alone amidst the ruins. A pair of colossal red eyes emerged from the dust cloud, staring intently at the survivor. The dual-wielding warrior broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed by the presence of the terrifying entity before him. The colossal shadow beast slowly advanced, its oppressive aura rendering the warrior immobile. Its gigantic hand slammed down onto the ground, fresh blood splattering as it crushed anything in its path. The shadow beast stood upright, letting out an earth-shattering roar of intimidation. The dust settled, revealing the corpses of countless other monsters crushed beneath its feet. From the darkness, a monster horde of various grotesque shapes began to emerge. The newly appeared monsters immediately lunged, tearing at the remaining Special Forces soldiers. A colossal panther beast let out a resounding roar, asserting its status as an apex predator. Jiang Ling thrust her lightning spear, piercing a wolf monster's head, blood splattering everywhere. Surrounded, Xiao Qiu asked directly, "Do you have a plan to turn the tide?" Jiang Ling calmly replied, "Of course, if you give me an hour to prepare." Surrounded on all sides by the horde of monsters, Xiao Qiu dismissed it. "That's too late then." Facing the panther beast, Jiang Ling declared, "In any case, if we both die here, there's nothing to be ashamed of." With those words, she gathered her energy, and brilliant purple lightning enveloped her entire body and war spear. A lightning energy explosion erupted from the spearhead, with terrifying power. The entire spear was now a brilliant purple lightning pillar, ready to destroy everything. Jiang Ling hurled the spear like a missile, tearing through the ground and blowing away the monsters in its path. A vast area was swept clean, leaving only charred monster corpses scattered everywhere. Jiangling slowly removed her mask, bitterly admitting, "Even though I've always hated my father since my mother died, everything in my life has been overshadowed by him." The purple lightning continued to surge as she explained. "For example, this overloaded lightning power. If it weren't for this suppressing mask, I would have been killed by it long ago." Her eyes burned with extreme resentment. "Whether in the past, present, or future, I will never understand why he didn't save my mother." Turning her back, she looked towards the horde of monsters with steely determination. "It seems it's finally time to take a trip to hell and get some answers." She placed one foot on the edge of the city wall, preparing for the fateful leap. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangling plunged straight down from above, with furious purple lightning trailing behind her. She smirked defiantly. "This isn't suicide." Her eyes wide, she screamed wildly in midair. "I just failed to fly." Boom! The spear plunged straight into the ground, and a massive lightning explosion erupted in the center of the monster horde. The purple lightning spearhead plunged straight down, tearing through the ground and the monster horde. At the epicenter, Jiangling wielded her spear, creating a vortex of electric light, crushing the surrounding monsters into pieces. But her true target was the looming shadow beast. She let out a cry and charged straight at it. A giant shadow hand reached out, easily blocking Jiangling's roaring lightning spear. Jiangling was utterly shocked, unable to believe her ultimate attack was blocked so effortlessly. How can this be? Wham! The shadow beast swung its hand, swatting Jiangling like a fly. She was sent flying like a ball, crashing helplessly to the ground. The impact created a deep crater, sending dust flying everywhere. Just as Jiangling was about to hit the ground again, Xiaoqiu suddenly appeared from thin air, rushing to catch her. He held her as he landed, stomping his foot to create a deep crater to absorb the full impact. Xiaoqiu carried the exhausted Jiangling, standing firm amidst the devastated battlefield. He gently set her down and stated plainly, "You've done well." Xiaoqiu's gaze was cold as he looked forward. The real battle was just beginning. He explained gently but bluntly, "It's just that your current skill level isn't enough to solo a level 8 monster." Xiaoqiu continued, "Also, you were wrong just now." A vortex of dark energy began to gather in his hand, and Xiaoqiu declared, "I don't want to die here." The dark aura erupted violently, engulfing Xiaoqiu's entire body. Inside the vortex of shadows, his form began to grotesquely transform. His legs transformed into demonic claws, stomping heavily on the ground, ready for the hunt. The transformation was complete. Xiaoqiu stood towering in his demonic form, his entire body clad in dark bone armor with blood-red energy lines. His demonic eyes flashed with deadly light, and he coldly declared, "It's time to end this." He stood upright, his hand gripping the blood crow, dark energy swirling around him, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. Jiangling lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the demonic yet familiar back of the person who had just saved her. She stammered in utter astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. "Xiaoqiu." The shadow beast gave no one time to think. It roared and swung its giant hand down, determined to crush everything. A destructive energy blast from another monster grazed past, tearing through the ground right near where Jiangling lay. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqiu shot forward like a black arrow, leaving a blazing red trail, directly confronting the enemy's giant hand. Whoosh! A series of lightning-fast, blazing red slashes formed an energy net, completely enveloping and tearing apart the beast's arm. The monster's arm exploded into fragments, and Xiaoqiu glided past effortlessly, a completely different level of skill. The shadow beast roared in pain, its red eyes flashing with fury as it realized it had just encountered the real deal. Xiaoqiu swung his sword, a massive red-black energy streak extending from the blade, ready for the finishing blow. A full power slash was unleashed, the energy streak tearing through the air and hurtling straight towards the monster's colossal body. The impact occurred, the clean slash embedding itself directly into the shadow beast's chest. Black blood splattered as the energy blade pierced through the monster's defenses with ease. The monster's entire remaining arm and part of its shoulder were severed in an instant. The shadow beast's head exploded like a blood bomb, ending its existence. The remnants of its body were torn into 100 pieces by the energy from Xiaoqiu's slash. Xiaoqiu stood tall, raising his sword, absorbing all the life force of the level 8 monster he had just defeated, transforming it into a colossal blood tree behind him. The Special Forces soldiers froze, unable to believe that the terrifying monster had been dealt with so cleanly. At the command center, the Star City envoy frantically asked Song Ming if he had seen it, and Song Ming confirmed it was the humanoid monster that had transformed from a human. Song Ming smirked sinisterly, thinking that if they could capture this transformed individual for their lab, their technology would make a huge leap forward. A report blared over the comms. Military Commander. Tactical nuclear weapons have been launched. A total of 35 warheads aimed at destroying the colossal monster before the city wall. Song Ming and the envoy calmly looked up at the sky, awaiting the destructive fireworks display. Dozens of blazing nuclear missiles tore through the sky, plummeting straight down onto the battlefield. The soldiers on the ground turned pale, realizing they were just bait to lure the monsters together, and now there was no escape. Song Ming coldly wiped his glasses, uttering a hypocritical remark. "Your sacrifices will not be in vain." He flashed a smug smile. "The entire Federation and humanity will remember your contributions." Just as the missile rain was about to pour down, something colossal, resembling an insect pincer, suddenly appeared to block the way. A purple energy slash ripped through space, stopping the entire barrage of incoming missiles. A colossal, malevolent demon, God's eye opened in the sky, radiating terrifying pressure. Shaken by the unimaginable surge of power, the glasses in Song Ming's hand shattered. Song Ming broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in disbelief. A demon god? He screamed in panic, unable to comprehend how a demon god could break through spatial limits to descend upon Earth. He began to explain the rules of the war. Between the void and Earth, there was a net, and the monsters were merely small fry that could slip through. Even catastrophe-level monsters were only considered small fish that could pass through that net. But a demon god was on an entirely different level. It wasn't a small fish, but a colossal, bloodthirsty great white shark, an existence that should never have been able to pierce through the protective net. Song Ming continued to explain. Precisely because they knew demon gods couldn't pierce the protective net, the Federation officials chose to cower, becoming the peace faction, while Mask alone sided with war. In Liang Zhengge's recollection, Mask was the only one who truly understood the problem. Between humans and monsters, there was no retreat, only a fight to the death, and this hawkish ideology cost him all support. Whoosh! A barrage of nuclear warheads was launched, tearing through the sky, but the colossal demon god's eye merely watched silently, radiating a dark purple energy. As the missiles approached, purple spatial vortices suddenly opened and swallowed them all, not a single one spared. Whoosh! All the nuclear weapons were teleported away, flying aimlessly into the void. Humanity's destructive attack officially became a farce before absolute power. Song Ming's jaw dropped as he realized the brutal truth. It used teleportation to neutralize all the nuclear bombs. The A1 commander broke out in a cold sweat, completely losing his will to fight. Is this the power of a demon god? I can't even muster a shred of courage to face it. Song Ming's face went pale, declaring the situation was out of control and he had to personally return to Star City to report immediately. The A1 commander stared at his retreating back, his mind racing. He's trying to run. Song Ming hurried away, still muttering excuses that he was the supreme commander, and no one understood the situation better than him. On the ground, an exhausted Jiangling suddenly looked up, her voice trembling as she sensed an unusual presence. What is that? The elite special forces soldiers could only kneel on the ground, utterly terrified by the unfolding scene. From the cracked earth, countless gigantic shadow beasts emerged, snarling as they charged forward. One shadow beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, its entire body covered in spikes, looking like a living, breathing destruction machine. Whoosh! A dark figure descended from the sky at terrifying speed, its bone-armored legs slamming into the ground. Slash! The newcomer's razor-sharp claws swept horizontally, severing the shadow beast's head in an instant. In the middle of the battlefield, demon form Xiaoqiu stood tall on the monster's corpse, completely outclassing the small fry. Another shadow beast didn't even have time to make a move before taking a devastating kick straight to the face. The kick was so powerful it embedded the corpse into the ground, cracking the earth like a spider web. Demon form Xiaoqiu lay on his back amidst the rubble, surrounded by surging black and red energy. He slowly sat up, his eyes behind the bone mask gleaming with murderous intent. Suddenly, the sky tore open, and a gigantic eye of the void demon god opened, illuminating the entire battlefield. Xiaoqiu remained in his stance, gazing defiantly at the sky, showing no deference. The bone armor on his face began to crack, revealing the human half of his face underneath. The gigantic eye in the sky focused all its attention on a single point. Two terrifying powers began a tense staring contest. One side a demon god, the other an earthly demon king. From a distance, Jiangling was utterly shocked, realizing the eye's target. It's looking at Xiaoqiu? She muttered skeptically. Why would a demon god capable of summoning level 9 monsters pay any mind to a mere human? Then she suddenly realized, sweat pouring down as she understood that the only one worthy of such attention could only be the legendary Mask. In the sky, the void demon god's eye remained fixed on its enemy below. Xiaoqiu responded with an icy gaze, utterly fearless. The gigantic eye seemed to tremble, its initial intimidation gone. Jiangling screamed in utter astonishment as she realized the truth. It's scared. The void demon god's eye began to shrink, purple energy rays shooting out erratically. It twisted into itself, forming a swirling vortex of black energy. With a whoosh, the demon god-level entity fled in terror, vanishing without a trace. After the Overlord fled, the Shadow Beast minions also began to disintegrate, their gigantic bodies shattered into pieces, dust swirling everywhere. The remaining horde of monsters, from the rhino beasts to the wolf monsters, panicked and turned to flee in disarray. A Special Forces soldier looked at the battlefield littered with monster corpses, unable to believe his eyes. The monsters. They're retreating? His comrade next to him yelled in delight. They're retreating. They're really running. The entire defense force standing on the cliff erupted in cheers, raising their hands in celebration of their narrow escape from death. Meanwhile, demon form Xiao Chu merely smirked, thinking to himself, "This guy is as cowardly as I remember." Flashback begins. In the previous world, the moment he stepped into the void, where the demon gods resided, the cunning wisdom demon god hid away, not daring to show its face to confront him. Only when he declared he was abandoning his identity as mask and discarding all his power, did the cunning wisdom demon god dare to emerge and attack. Xiao Chu thought bitterly, "I didn't expect that in this world. Just seeing my face would scare it so much that it would run for its life." He told himself, if that demon god calmly sensed his current power, it would know that with its level 13 strength, crushing him now would be easier than killing an ant. A system notification appeared. Monster Path, Sea of Monsters. Main objective completed. Reward: Partial Monster Transformation Ability, allowing you to surpass the limits of a level 9 expert. New power began to surge, dark energy swirling and enveloping Xiao Chu's body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the insane power and destructive urge that was rising within him, silently vowing to suppress it immediately. Jiangling stood nearby, her eyes wide with shock, only one question in her mind. What exactly are you? In front of Xiao Chu, a group of high-ranking officials and military personnel had gathered, led by Song Ming and the A1 commander. Jiang Ling immediately stepped in front of Xiao Chu, shouting, "He is Xiao Chu, a human expert in my team, not a monster." But the A1 commander scornfully replied, "Human? This form is human? Has clearly a monster's hound." Song Ming began his deceitful speech, claiming that Xiao Chu was a monster in human guise, and that disaster followed wherever he appeared, from the great obscenity to this current sea of monsters. The A1 commander and his soldiers nodded in approval, completely manipulated by Song Ming's words, while the politician looked smug. Jiang Ling snapped back, questioning the brainless crowd. "Don't you see that Xiao Chu just wiped out a bunch of level 8 and 9 monsters? If he were a monster, he would have sided with his kin." The A1 commander roared. "Shut up, how dare you defend a monster?" He continued to accuse them, claiming that both had colluded with demons to create this terrifying sea of monsters. As the Supreme Commander, the A1 commander declared their arrest, and the Special Forces soldiers advanced, weapons at the ready. The Special Forces team quickly formed a perimeter, tightly surrounding Xiao Chu and Jiang Ling. Xiao Chu, in his demon form, remained silent, his eyes radiating extreme disgust at this cheap charade. He subtly waved his hand, an invisible sword key tearing through the air, and two wyverns soaring above exploded into a rain of blood. Seeing this display of power, the A1 commander grew even more furious, roaring, "You've finally shown your true colors." He then gathered his strength and charged forward. An energy-infused punch aimed directly at Xiao Chu, but he effortlessly raised his sword to block it, as if it were nothing. The A1 commander broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that his opponent, after such an earth-shattering battle, still possessed such terrifying power. Suddenly, Song Ming appeared right behind Xiao Chu, his entire body radiating an eerie green energy, preparing for a treacherous sneak attack. Song Ming's hand pressed directly against Xiao Chu's back, and the green energy erupted. Xiao Chu let out a desperate scream, seemingly suppressed by Song Ming's attack. But it was all an act. A sharp blade unexpectedly pierced through Xiao Chu's chest from the front. The blade did not stop, passing straight through Song Ming, who was standing close behind, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Blood stained the ground, an utterly unexpected outcome. Song Ming's eyes widened. He coughed up blood, and collapsed with the sword impaled directly through his heart. Xiao Chu glanced coldly, his half-human, half-demon face devoid of emotion, completely in control of the situation. Witnessing the scene, the A1 commander froze, horrified to see the one he had just falsely accused now standing over the corpse of his ally. The A1 commander, realizing the situation was dire, shouted for the Special Forces soldiers to retreat, but they hesitated. Suddenly, countless dark energy crows of purple-pink hue appeared, surrounding the commander. Xiao Chu materialized right behind him, his overwhelming aura making the commander's face turn pale, and he sneered. "Running away already?" The A1 commander trembled, stammering, calling Xiao Chu a traitor, a monster, then frantically asked what he intended to do. Xiao Chu's half-human, half-demon face was icy cold. "If that's what you say, then I will do exactly what a monster should do." With that, he raised his dark greatsword high. A decisive slash. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The A1 commander was obliterated, leaving not a single trace of his body, only a massive pool of blood on the ground. Jiangling stood afar, covering her mouth, utterly stunned by the brutal scene before her. Unexpectedly, a figure shot forward like an arrow, landing and kneeling on one knee. A blond man in a black suit knelt before Xiao Chu, reporting, "Commander, I am late." The blind loyalist explained that though he could not see, his other senses were extremely sharp, and he had recognized Xiao Chu's true identity from the very beginning. He shouted excitedly, "Mask, you have returned." The blind loyalist tried his best to persuade him, painting a vision of overthrowing the federal council, reclaiming power, with countless armies ready to pledge loyalty to Mask. Noticing the terrifying silence, the blind loyalist looked up with a puzzled expression. A dark, murderous aura once again violently erupted from Xiao Chu's body. Without a word of warning, a column of destructive black-pink energy descended from the sky, striking directly at the blind loyalist's position. At the same time, elsewhere, a Federation spokesperson was eloquently declaring an unprecedented victory to a massive crowd. The Federation spokesperson stood before the Special Forces, boasting about the feat of eliminating millions of monsters, including level 7, 8, and 9 bosses. He changed his tone, growling about the soldiers' sacrifices, then slammed the table, accusing a group of traitors of sabotage from within. The large screen showed Xiao Chu's face in both human and demon forms. The spokesperson pointed, accusing him of being a traitor, a monster's hound. The crowd panicked, whispering about how many such things were hiding among them. The spokesperson shouted loudly, "Silence!" He Yao stepped out, wearing cool sunglasses, continuing about those willing to be monsters' lackeys. He Yao grandly declared that he would capture all traitors, sparing no one, and falsely accusing no one. The incited crowd raised their fists, cheering in response. Amidst the crowd, a black hair reporter suddenly discovered something, quickly urging her news cameraman to point the camera elsewhere. Both were stunned as they saw the scene through the camera. The camera lens pointed directly at a figure standing tall on the roof of the opposite building. Xiao Chu, in his combat gear, sword in hand, coldly looked down at the cheap theatrical stage below. The civilians below spotted him, screaming "Monster," and running in disarray. A group of masked Black Ops soldiers rushed out, yelling "Monster, die," then flew straight towards Xiao Chu. One of the small fry flew forward, swinging his sword to strike. Xiao Chu merely glanced, his expression one of utter boredom. Clang! With just a light swing of his sword, Xiao Chu deflected the soldier's attack. The remaining Black Ops soldiers simultaneously surrounded him, preparing to gang up. Before they could do anything, one of them was sent sprawling backwards by Xiao Chu, completely unable to resist. The Black Ops soldiers broke into a sweat at Xiao Chu's power. One tried to reassure his comrades. "What kind of power is this? Screw it, reinforcements are coming." In an instant, all the assassins lay scattered on the ground. Xiao Chu stood amidst the battlefield, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Stepping over a dead soldier, Xiao Chu coldly advanced towards the stage, his blood crow sword still stained with blood. He glanced at the cowering civilians, his eyes devoid of emotion. From the stage, He Yao looked down at Xiao Chu's solitary back facing a sea of people. He Yao narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the one who had just caused the massacre. That figure is Xiao Chu. He bitterly recalled the past, both a comrade in arms and the one he himself had condemned. Xiao Chu remained still, not turning back, making He Yao wonder if he even existed in the other's eyes. He Yao bowed his head in self-pity, knowing he was mere trash compared to the legend of Mask from back then. He Yao stood frozen, unable to move his feet before Xiao Chu's overwhelming aura. He Yao's hands trembled, clutching the syringe filled with the dark drug, as that voice urged him again. He Yao, time is running out, now. Contrary to expectations, He Yao walked past Xiao Chu, while our protagonist didn't even bother to turn and look, completely disregarding his opponent. Xiao Chu walked straight to the podium, stood before the microphone, ready to turn the world upside down. The weak President He Yao collapsed to his knees on the floor, his arms hanging limply in helplessness. Before an imposing Xiao Chu at the podium, He Yao looked no different than a worm. Xiao Chu looked directly into the camera, his voice icy, and declared simply, "I am Mask." The crowd below immediately erupted in disbelief. This criminal is Mask? What kind of joke is this? How can Mask be a monster? Xiao Chu's image was projected on the giant screen, and in the crowd, Jiang Ling stared up, stunned. Jiang Ling was aghast, speechless as she realized the shocking truth. Xiao Chu began his game-changing speech. "I have returned, but not as a hero. History has proven that you people never needed heroes. The only thing you need is me." He continued to confront the crowd. "Call me Mask, or whatever name you wish. Only I can pull you out of this swamp of despair, for your foolish games only lead to death. Xiao Qiu's gaze was sharp, as he concluded chillingly, "It's not that I need you, but that all of you need me." The civilians began to murmur, one man disbelieving. Mask would say something like this? He was always humble and quiet. Xiao Qiu retorted bluntly. "But it seems that too much power made you afraid, and that fear led you to banish me." He glanced at the cowering He Yao, his voice full of sarcasm. "Weakness is not a sin, but arrogance is." Xiao Qiu declared his true purpose. "That's right. This time I've come to drain your resources, solely to increase my own power." He sent a message to the entire world via the large screen. "From today, this entire world belongs to me." Jiang Ling finally understood. So he is Mask. That's why Master said that. Why Xiao Qiu could reveal the secret of the demon gods. A tear rolled down her cheek, revealing the complexity of her emotions. Contrary to expectations, the crowd began to cheer wildly, raising their fists. "Long live Mask! Long live!" The entire audience simultaneously knelt to the ground, bowing their heads like fanatical worshippers, continuously shouting, "Long live Mask!" Xiao Qiu smirked, his gaze fixed on the horizon, challenging them directly. "Come, you demon gods,